Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. 2002, Sokovia with Naruto. Naruto was walking around the Sokovia for small shopping. There were many people around him, either poor, starving or average citizens. Economy in Sokovia was pretty bad. Schools were too expensive. Hospital was barely able to treat everyone properly. Food wasn't good or bad, but Jinchuriki was only buying seeds, cause they were good. He was living outside of Sokovia, in the woods like hermit. He was wearing a black hooded cloak and under it simple black shirt with Uchiha symbol in front and Senju on the back. He had fingerless gloves, gray pants and boots. Now, he had beard and long hair tied in braid. Nothing new. Maybe I should do something about, he thought with sigh. Then something was wrong. Naruto was sensing something coming, something bad. He looked around and hear only people trying to sell some stuffs. What is this? Or rather where? Suddenly everything went silent as people stop and look up. There was a sound coming from the sky. Naruto active his Sharingan and saw that missiles coming toward the Sokovia. His eyes winded when people start to scream in panic and run for their lives. Blonde saw one missile coming toward the building on his left. Once they made impact, missile exploded, causing building to slowly collapse. Naruto quickly create shadow clones and send them around the Sokovia. Naruto shunshin to the building and start to looking for survivors. He create another shadow clones and send to every apartment. The real one went to the last one on top. As he opened the doors, he saw a hole in the middle of living room. He sensed D2 chakra sources coming from the room next to him. Naruto also sensed something coming and building shook violently, but nothing exploded. Blonde sighed in relief and opened the doors to the room. He saw that ceiling was collapsing. So used Susanoo arm to hold it. He kneeled and saw two children under the bed. They were about 10 years old, probably twins. Both were having close eyes and were holding their heads. Hey, Naruto called and children eyes shoot open. They've looked at him with tears and hope of saving them. Don't worry you two, I'll save you. Wait, boy called. What about our parents? Mommy and daddy fell down. Girl next to him called. Don't worry, they probably save by, my friends. Now come to me and let's get out of here. He yelled, while trying to remain balanced in the collapsing building. Just hurry up and grab onto me. With that boy took his sister hand and grabbed Naruto hand. Suddenly they found themselves outside of their building. Children look around confused, before they focus their eyes on ruined home. Naruto asked Nightfall, where is mommy and daddy? Asked girl with tears. Naruto looked down and placed his hand on her head. Don't worry, I'm sure. Before he could finish, both girl and boy run toward two of his clones with a man and woman in their arms. By the look on his clone faces and his sensor skill, he knew that they don't have much time. Mommy, daddy, are you okay? Asked girl, as Naruto clones were placing their parents on the ground. What is this? Does this guy has twin brothers? Boy thought, before rushing to his dad. Dad, mom, are you okay? He looked at their bodies and saw that they had big wounds. No, hey Pietro, Wanda, called their mother weakly. I'm glad you're okay. Then the girl dubbed Wanda saw her mother wound. Does it hurt? And Naruto got a quick flashback from his early years. He asked the very same question his own mother. Are you going to be fine? Not anymore, sweetheart. It was the same respond like his mother. Slowly tears start to form in his eyes. I guess you save them, right? Asked the father of the children. Blonde only noted in respond. Please, take care of them. They don't have anyone else. No, Dad, you'll make it. Yelled boy dubbed Pietro. Pietro, your dad is right. Please take care of them. Mother said to Naruto. No, mommy, don't leave us, please don't. I don't wanna. Wanda cried, while her mother rubbed her cheek. Please, I'm begging you, I promise to take care of them. You can count on me. Naruto replied with firm eyes. Wanda my little angel, I'm sorry. Don't worry, this man will take care of you. Mother assured her daughter. Slowly the light in her eyes was fading, before catching her last breath and smile for her children's. Pietro called his father. Wanda was hugging her mother, while Pietro was weeping. Stay strong and protect your sister. Promise. I promise, Pietro replied, while wiping his tears. I'm glad and proud of both of you. Goodbye. Those were asked words from their parents and deep silence started for few minutes. In the meantime Naruto got info about those shoot those missiles. End of Ost. Howard, what the hell your son is doing? He thought disappointed. Then he saw that both Pietro and Wanda fell unconscious by their parents' side. I've never been a father, but I promised them to take care of their children. Beside they just like me. They need me. With that he took the two with him and flashed away. End of chapter. Hope you like it. Ya nay. Chapter 8. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 8. New Life. Naruto house. 2 days later. Pietro felt somebody poking, so he opened his eyes and saw his sister with worried look. He sit up on the chair and clap his cheeks to fully wake up. Young boy look around and found himself and his sister in a room with table, 2 chairs, wardrobe, doors and some shelves. Big brother, she wept, while hugging her brother. Where are we? I don't know, he replied to his sister, who gave him a puppy eyes. But don't worry, I'm sure everything is going to be fine. With that somebody knock on the doors. After 2 seconds, person who knock opened the doors and walked to the room. It was the same person who saved them. This time blonde man had his beard shaved, revealing 3 whiskers marks on each cheek. Wanda thought that those marks were cute. Aside from the man was dressed in simple black pants and white shirt. He also had a tray with some food on it. Oh, you finally wake up. Blonde said with smile. I hope you're hungry, because this I've really tried to make something very good. Who are you? I only remember you saving us, mister. Asked Wanda, while trying to hide her blush. Yeah, that's right. Where are we anyway? Asked Pietro. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. He apologized, while scratching his head. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you too. He greeted, while putting the tray on TTHE table. You too, mister. They greeted back. Call me Naruto or Oni-san, which means big brother. Calling me mister makes me feel old. He explained. Single quote ... Which is true, actually. He add in thought with sweat drop. Where are they? You know, asked Pietro, while Wanda start to cry again. Eat first, then we'll go Oki. At that both twins noted, they jumped from the bed and quickly eat their food. That was fast. Oki, let's go. Outside. Few minutes later. Naruto the last movie Ost New Breeze. Naruto and twins were standing in front of 2 graves. Both had their parents' names and date of their birth with few good word about the two. Blonde didn't knew anything them, but by the happy pictures of them and twins in their wallets, they're good people. Both twins start to crying, while dropping on their knees. I'm sorry for your loss, Naruto said sadly, while Pietro turned to him with anger in his eyes. Sorry, you don't even get to be sorry. He yelled at him. You don't know how it's like to lost your parents. If you could save us. Why you or those copies or whatever didn't save them. At that temperature dropped, which caused both Pietro and Wanda to shiver. I don't know how it's like, huh? Don't make me laugh, he snarled, while activating his Sharingan. Your eyes, called Wanda, while grabbing her brother's shirt. I know how it feels, because they died when I was in your age. He explained, shocking the twins. Our parents died in almost the same way, you know. I had no one to raise. All I had to do by myself. So, don't act you know me better than I do. He said coldly to Pietro. Then he saw that Wanda was really getting scared, which caused his eyes to soft and turn Sharingan off. Anyway, unlike me you'll have somebody to look after. Me, as I promised your parents. At that they look at him in disbelief. He was a stanger and still promised to take of them. I know that it's strange, but the promise is a promise. End of Ost. What are we're going to do now, Oni-san? Wanda asked, while walking to Naruto and looking up to him. The stare she was giving him was too much for Naruto. I can't. Look away from those eyes. What is this? Blonde thought. Ha, what are you? A pedophile, lauded Kurama. Kurama, come on, stop joking. Look at her eyes and say it again. He yelled at Kurama, who snorted and glanced at Wanda. What? I can't. That impossible. Her gaze. Fox thought with sweat rolling down his head. Oki, you won. At that Naruto smirked. Well Wanda, have you and Pietro ever been on vacations? At that twin look at each other and back at Naruto. No. They both replied. Naruto clapped his hands together and grinned. Do you want to see New York City? At that they eyes winded. Really? You can take us there? Wanda asked curiously. Seriously? Do you even have a money for transport and other stuffs? Asked Pietro, feeling something fishy about it. Naruto waved to come to him and Wanda. Boy raised his eyebrow and walked to them. Then Naruto put both of his hand on twin's head, which confused them. What are you do? Before he could finish, they all flashed away. New York City. Pietro finish, as they found themselves on the MetLife building. Welcome to New York City. Naruto introduced the city with open arms. Then he heard thump and looked down. Blonde Jinchuriki start panic as he saw twin on the ground holding their stomach. Ah, are you too Oki? I think I'll throw up. Wind Pietro. While Wanda noted in agreement. Sorry, forgot to mention that the first time is always the worst. I remember that I've throw up a lot back then. He explained, while smiling sheepishly. But it seem like you're better now. Can you stand up? He asked them and they noted. Is this really New York? Asked Wanda in disbelief. Wow, how did we get in here, Oni-san? That was one of my jutsus. Techniques which are like superpowers. Blonde replied with smirk, as he saw awe in Wanda's eyes and interest in Pietro's. You can have powers too, if you want. Really? He asked, shouted. Teach us. Who? Are you sure? Because this will be one of the hell of training. He asked in playful voice. Please. They beg him with puppy eyes and Uzumaki sigh in defeat. Can't fight with that, he thought with chuckle. Okay, but under one condition. Fought. They win, which cause him to snigger. That you'll have a lot of fun on your vacation in here. At that twin look at each and smiled. We promise. They exclaim with vigor, which caused Naruto to grin. Well then, let's go shopping. At that twins exclaim. Yay, and they went to near shop for cloths. From that point they began their vacations. At least they won't think about their loss too much and get stronger together as family. 2 weeks later, Sokovia. Naruto house. Suddenly there was a flash in front of the Uzumaki house. 3 figures appeared composing adult and young male and 1 young female. They a few baggages with them, full of cloths and other stuffs. Naruto, Pietro and Wanda still had smiles on their faces. After coming back to home, Naruto was dressed in white shirt, brown pants and black shoes. Other than that he had sunglasses, new watch and hat. Pietro had a t-shirt with peace written on it. Black shorts and pair of white sneakers. Wanda had a pink shirt with love parents on it, white skirt and green shoes. Other than that, she had a watch and cat-shaped hairpin. I hope you'd like the vacation, Naruto said, as twin turned to him with smiles. Because you won't get them till next year. At that they gasped, which caused Blonde to chuckle. Don't look at me like that. You wanted to get superpowers, right? At that they pouted and noted. They do want to have superpowers. Now, let me explain. The Shalood for next 8 years. First year, chakra control, training your bodies and mind. Second year, walking on the trees. Water and basic academy jutsus. Third year, taijutsu training and melee weapons training. Fifth year, more chakra control, finding out your nature elements and genjutsu. Sixth years, combining all 5 years together. Seventh and 8th year, everything you done till 6th year, but with double effort. And bonus, studying about the world. With that twins were gaping at him with disbelief. I know it's sound terrible, but it's not. He assured with grin. Now for a warm-up, run around the house for 10 minutes. Now off you go, while I'll make some food. With that he shunshined away leaving twins alone. I guess, that's the price for becoming super. Complained Pietro, as he start to run. I bet that Oni-san want us to make strong. Wanda said, while joining her brother in the run. You sure like to call him, Oni-san. At that Wanda blush a little while smiling. Pietro he's a good person and kind one. Oni-san does act like he's our big brother. Even you have to admit it. Pietro only snorted at that, but it was true. They did make family-like bond. They know he cares about them and now they care about him. Anyway, I can bet I'll outrun you this time. With that she start to giggle and run faster. In your dreams, sister. Then he speed up to catch up with her. Naruto was watching them from the window with smile, before going back to cooking. 8 years later, 2010 Sokovia. Where are they? Naruto wondered. They should be here already. It's 2 p.m. School is over by this time. He added with sigh. They were never late, so what was going on? He didn't have a clue. Many things happened during these 8 years. Tony Stark, son of Howard Stark, decided to repair everything that his weapons caused to people. In Sokovia, economy become better, but still far from perfect, and he was now called a superhero, because he saved people as Iron Man from attack of so-called Ironmonger. Both Wanda and Pietro shown to be a shinobi prodigies. They were able to quickly learn everything regarding shinobi skills. Wanda was about Junin level shinobi, with chakra level bordering on Kage level. She had 2 elements, Suiden and Fuden. Her stats were pretty good too. Ninjutsu 4, Taijutsu 3, Genjutsu 8, Intelligence 5, Strength 3, Speed 3, 5, Stamina 4, Hand Seals 5. In total 35, 5. She also has bloodline limit, which was from Kurama clan. That was the reason for her high stat in Genjutsu, which with more experience could be better than Naruto's. Pietro was at the same level of her sister, with chakra on Kage level. He had 2 elements, Raiden and Kaden. His stats were just as good as Wanda. Ninjutsu 4, Taijutsu 4, Genjutsu 2, Intelligence 4, Strength 5, Speed 8, 5, Stamina 7, Hand Seals 5. In total 39, 5. Unlike her sister, Pietro has other bloodline limit, which was called the Jinten or Swift style. That allows him to move faster than normal Shunshin, and that was pretty much it. That was the reason why he could almost catch up with Blonde. But compared to him, it was nothing. Naruto T. Thanks to having Kurama in him and being from 4 powerful clans, gives him almost infinite chakra. He had all elements from Fuden to Doden. His stats were beyond the 2. A.N. Full. Power. Without using Kurama chakra, Ninjutsu 10. Taijutsu 9. 5. Genjutsu 9. Intelligence 8. 5. Speed 9. Stamina 9. 5. Hand Seals 10. Bonus Fuinjutsu 10. In total 75. 5. He has 2 bloodline limits from both Senju and Uchiha clans, which grant him Sharingan and Mokuden. Naruto asked homecoming. Suddenly the door opened, revealing the twins rushing to the room, while taking off their bags. Pietro stood 5 feet 7 feet tall and had long dark brown hair reaching his neck. He was dressed in black jacket and white shirt under it, green pants and blue sneakers. Wanda stood 5 feet tall and had light brown hair reaching her waist. She was wearing black shirt with rock written on it, white skirt and pantyhose under it with pink sneakers. There was also a light summer makeup on her face, which was very visible. Also she had D-cup breasts, which Wanda was hiding every time from Naruto if in pajama or swimsuit. Only Pietro knew his sister had a crush on Naruto, which was weird for him. Thought he never talk about it with Wanda. If it was NT for the fact that Blonde was centuries old, he wouldn't mind even if it still would be weird. Naruto himself haven't really changed, aside from the hairs, which were now short. We're sorry for being late, but before Pietro could finish, they heard a poof sound and saw confetti in the air. What's that? Wanda asked. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Naruto sang with his clones, while clapping. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Wanda and Pietro. Happy birthday to you. With that, Naruto light up the candles and twins walked to the cake with smiles. You really didn't have to, Oni-san, said Wanda with chuckle, while Pietro noted. Naruto, you done a lot for us already. There is no need for that, Pietro explained, while Blonde waved them off. It's not like every day you have 18th birthday. You two are adults now, he replied, while giving them sad smile. Beside, it's the last time. At that they got confused, but Blonde saw that and gave them reassuring smile. I'll explain, after the party. Now go and wash your hands. They pouted and went to bathroom. After few minutes the party started. The 3 had a lot of fun together. But everything ended at some point. Now was the difficult moment for Naruto. He wasn't sure how they'd react, but there was no other choice. End of Ost. Naruto Ost man of the world. So care to explain what you said before? Asked Pietro, while rocking himself on the chair. Yeah, what's the matter Oni-san? Wanda was very confused about Naruto words. What did he meant by last time? What I meant was, that I'm leaving. At that Pietro fell from the chair and hit his head, while Wanda's eyes became moist. What the hell are you saying? Pietro shouted at Naruto, who closed his eyes and took deep breath. You're leaving. Why? Wanda slowly started to weep, which hurt Naruto. The two of you know everything about me. You know that I can't get too attached, but I've already did. He explained, while walking to the twins. I have to leave, Beck. Oz, I don't want you to get hurt or worst. Everyone who was close to either got hurt or died. It's been so long, since I had a family like you and I don't want to lose you. That's why I'm leaving, but not forever. I'll visit you from time to time when I get a chance. Besides, I feel that something very important will happen and I need to be part of it. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Then he felt that Wanda grabbed the fabric of his cloths. Please, don't leave me and Pietro. She wept, while wiping the tears in her eyes. Please, I'm begging you, Wanda, forgive me, but I have to. You have to stay strong for your brother. Me and your own sake. I'm proud of you and Pietro. The two of you shown that you're brave, strong and kind. That's why I believe that you'll be fine without me around. Stay strong for me, he said, while Wanda hugged tightly like she was seeing him for the last time. I'm not leaving you forever, Wanda nor Pietro, so please, let me go. After a few seconds she let him go. They looked at each other and smiled. Oh, I forgot about presents for you too. Then he took 2 boxes from beneath the table and handed them to the twins. Twins opened the boxes and familiar 3-bladed kunai, scroll and some blue card. If you ever need help, just throw the kunai at the ground and I'll be in the flash. He explained with chuckle. Those scrolls contain more powerful jutsus, so you have to expand your chakra pool to use them without using all your chakra. About those blue cards, there are credit cards, so you don't need to worry about finding a job for a while. They have $4 million on each, so if you want there is new life waiting for you out there. That's everything. I guess this will be my goodbye then. At that twin walked to Blonde gave him big hug. Well then I guess we'll wish you luck, Pietro said, while breaking the hug and slapping Naruto back. Please be careful and visit us, Wanda said, with tiny smile. Sure thing, I would never forget you or Pietro. See you around. With that he activated his Mangekyo and swirled away. Stay safe. Those were the last word them heard, before he left. End of Ost. I guess you'll have to wait some time, until confessing to him, don't you think? Pietro said with grin, which caused Wanda to blush like tomato and throw kunai at him. Baka, Pietro baka, baka, she yelled at him, while waving her arms around to hit him, but Pietro simply held her head in place. Rendy's Donuts. Second later, Naruto Ost Naruto daily life. Naruto suddenly appeared inside of the restaurant with bored expression. Why the hell Nick was here? He didn't had any clue. With sigh, he heard familiar voice. Now who we got in here? Asked Nick with chuckle, as he saw Naruto standing next to his table. What are you doing here anyway? Naruto Uzumaki reporting for duty. He joked. I'm here to see what are you up to. Is he real, Nick? Asked other voice. Naruto recognized the voice and looked to his right to see Tony Stark, in his Iron Man armor with helmet on the table. Better question if you're real. I'm real, all right, Blonde retorted with sweat drop. Nick is here too. By the way, do something with that smell. I can feel alcohol even from here, Stark. At that Tony chuckled and took a sip of cough. Well, aren't you a cheeky kiddo? Tony replied, while Naruto snorted. If we are going to talk about kids, then you're the kid. He retorted with crossed arms. We're able to secure the area, but we shouldn't stay too long. Came a feminine voice. Naruto turned to see who was it and grinned at seeing familiar face. Nat, is that you? He asked, while preparing the hug. It's been a while, Naruto. How are you doing? Natasha gave a quick hug, while Tony was glancing at the two. Huh, you're fired, Tony said blankly. It's not up to you. She replied with shrug, which caused both Nick and Naruto to snigger. That's my ice queen right there. Naruto chuckled and gave her thumb up. Let me introduce you Agent Romanov, said Nick, while Stark started to nurse his temples. Hey, Tony greeted with snort. I am a SHIELD agent point by Nick Fury to look after you. She explained, while taking her seat next to Stark. I guess you won't apologize me for lying, huh? Tony joked, while all sighed. Blonde took his seat next to Nick and saw a donut on table. He took it and started to eat it. You've been very busy. Make your girl CEO, giving away your stuff. And you let your friend fly away with your suit. At that Tony glanced at Nick and Naruto before giving long sigh. If I didn't know better. You don't know better. He took it. At that both Nick and Naruto sweat dropped. Wait, hold on. A little brother walked into your house and took your suit. At that he looked at Natasha. Is that possible? According to Mr. Stark database security guideline, there are ways to prevent access authorization. She explained, while Nick facepalmed himself. That's so pathetic, thought Naruto holding his laughed. What do you want from me? Tony asked with snort. Oh no, what do you want from me? He asked, this time a bit more angry. You're a problem, which I have to deal with. Believe it or not, but you are not the center of my universe. I have bigger problems elsewhere and you're taking my time. Hit him. She pointed Natasha to prick Tony's neck. What the hell was that for? He yelled at Romanov. Are you going to steal my kidney or something? Please could you not do anything for 5 minutes? Quote, you want him to get back to work? Blonde asked getting nod from Nick. What did she do to me? Tony asked nursing his neck. Naruto saw black markings on Stark's neck slowly fading away, which caused him to close his eyes. What they did to you was to slow the effect of that arc reactor in your chest. Go back to work and find cure for yourself. At that Tony raised his eyebrow while looking at the blonde. Then he opened them revealing his Sharingan, caused Stark to blink. But it won't be easy to fix. Trust me, I know everything I need to, but I've tried every element to replace this one. He replied, while pointing at his reactor. Nice eyes by the way. Well then you haven't been trying everything. Nick retorted and smiled. End of Ost. End of chapter. Hope you like. Please leave reviews and favorites. It helps a lot. Chapter 9. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 9. Avengers Initiative. Malibu. Tony House. Naruto. Tony and Nick were in ruined part of the Stark house. Tony was wearing a dark purple bathrobe with flowers on it. It was Pepper present. Naruto changed his outfit to his shinobi one. It really haven't changed much. He only took his gloves off and now wore a sage cloak of his mother. That thing on your chest is not refined, you know. Nick said after long sip of water. What? It's refined and checked, but it became useful after implanting. He explained, while Naruto shook his head. Last I saw Howard, he told me that reactor is next step to something bigger. He said, while Tony was confused. What the hell is he talking about? How old is that guy? Better question who is he? At that Nick looked at Naruto who noted to him. This guy, if it wasn't for the fact that Naruto declined the offer, he would be director of SH. IELD. He explained, while Tony's eyes winded a little. As for his age, well he's immortal. Ha ha ha. Nice joke. Now for real how old is he? Tony asked with laughed, while Nick gave him a look and Stark shut his mouth. But, that's not possible, right? What is he, a god? I don't want to be a god, but I'm the closest thing to it. Naruto explained, while activating his Mangekyo, making Tony nervous. Anyway, your father wanted to start an energy war, which would cause other reactors to look like batteries for watch. He added with chuckle, himself. He asked, while pouring himself a glass of water. Or with Vanko. Anton Vanko only wanted to get rich from their work. When Howard saw that he wanted to deport him. Fury explained. Russians were disappointed and they sent him to Siberia. For 20 years Anton drunk himself to death and that caused problem with raising a child. You've met his son back in Monaco. You told me I haven't been trying everything. What do you mean by that? Tony asked curious. Howard said that only you have knowledge and assets to finish what he started. Naruto explained, while deactivating his Mangekyo. That's what he said. He asked in clear disbelief. Was he wrong? Nick retorted. He wasn't. So you're the only one who can solve the mystery of your heart. He added with smile. I don't know where did you get those informations. Stark snarled. But Daddy really didn't care about me. He was actually glad sending me to internat. That's not true, Nick replied. Then you knew him better than I did. He retorted, while Naruto sighed. Wrong. I knew him better than you too. Blonde corrected, while scratching the back of his head. He was one of the first SHIELD agents. Tony almost fell from his chair as he heard that. Wait, what? He asked, while two agents walk with metal baggage. What's that? I have a meeting on 2 p.m. Sorry Naruto, but you and Coulson will have to stay and watch him. He apologized, while Naruto pouted. I would rather to be on the meeting. But I lost my chance to be director. Naruto thought with sweat drop. Fine, I'm going to Starbucks. Don't worry, I'll leave clones, so you can call back all agents around the area. Could you get me some coffee? Tony asked, which caused Naruto to sigh. Okay. With that he teleported in yellow flash. Did he just? Tony pointed where Naruto was standing the whole time and looked at Nick. Yes, he did teleport, he explained. It's called Hiraishin or Flying Thunder God. That's cool, I guess, Tony replied, while scratching the back of his head. So what about this baggage? Your tools to fix the problem in the chest, good luck. Also Natasha go the expo, while Coulson and Naruto will watch you. Oh, and Tony, I'll keep an eye on you. With that Nick and Natasha left. I've almost laughed, he said with chuckle. Yo Coulson, he greeted agent on his right. It's good to see you Mr. Stark. Coulson greeted back. Yeah, I'll go to the toilet, while you'd take that. He said pointing at the baggage. And put it in the garage. I hope you're not thinking about leaving, because you won't get passed by Naruto. Coulson replied. But sure, I'll take it. Sometime later, with Tony on his way to his company. I hope you're not thinking about leaving, because you won't pass by Naruto. He mocked Coulson words with laughed. Yeah right, he's right you know, came a familiar voice from behind. Tony lost control over the car for a second, before regaining it back. He looked at the car mirror and saw Naruto on the back in squat position. You forgot the coffee. It's cold already. Christ, you almost got us killed. How did you get in there? He yelled at him, while Naruto grinned. Don't worry, I won't let you get killed so easily. My clones simply marked all of your cars and I've teleported here. He explained, while waving him off. Anyway, where are we going? To Stark Industries, take a few stuffs. He replied. Sound boring. Did you came up with something? He asked, while hopping to the sit next to Tony. Sort of. You won't take me back. At that Naruto shook his head. If there is something that can help you with the work, then I'll let it pass. He said, while enjoying the view. Stark Industries, some time later. Tony and Naruto were making their way to the Pepper office. Blonde had to admit that the inside was quite beautiful. After 2 minutes they stood in front of Pepper office. Suddenly secretary appeared behind them. Mr. Stark, Ms. Potts is busy right now. Please come later. She asked to leave, but Naruto turned to her with smile. You look tired miss. How about a little rest? With that he activated his Sharingan and put her in Genjutsu. She slowly fell asleep, but Naruto caught her and took her to near bench. What did you do to her? Tony asked curious. Some type of hypnosis. Yeah, something like that. He replied. Now what do you want to get? There is something that my father left. He hides something and I need to find it. He explained, while opening the doors to office. The two saw that Pepper was talking thought the phone, before noticing them. Naruto could tell that redhead was wondering where was her secretary and who he was. Pepper decided to cut the call and see what Tony wanted. Naruto wasn't paying the attention to the conversation and Pepper wasn't asking about him, so Blonde decided to look around the office. It was normal office with small woman touch. No surprise since it was her office now. He wasn't sure if Pepper even saw him, because she was already arguing. Then he saw a familiar mock-up that Howard once showed him. He smiled at it and suddenly doors opened revealing Natasha and Happy, Tony bodyguard and boxing partner. Miss Potts, Natasha greeted, while drilling her eyes on both Tony and Naruto. Oh hi, come on in, Pepper greeted back. Your plane will head to Expo in 25 minutes. Romanoff explained, while she and Happy walked to the room. Do you need anything, boss? Happy asked. No. Both Pepper and Tony replied. They looked at each other and sighed. I've lost both of my children. Tony joked with laughed. So are you blending in, Natalie? He asked Natasha, who was preparing to some papers. You know, in Stark Industries. I see you two got along. She's doing great. Pepper replied for Natasha. Could you discuss about Mr. Stark leftovers? Sure thing, Miss Potts. Natasha replied with smile. After few seconds both Happy and Pepper left. You sure keep your mouth shut. She pointed at Stark. You're mind-blowing. He remarked. How are you doing it? Are you a triple agent? Is there anything real in you? Are you even American? At that she said something in other language. What does that mean? It means that you should get back to work. Naruto answered for Natasha, who already left. Let's take what you need and get back. With that two began gathering everything they could to the car, before leaving. Back in Tony's house, Naruto was meditating in the garage, while Tony was preparing everything to replace his arc reactor to better one. I took Stark about an hour to prepare everything with the little of blonde shadow clones. Once Tony started, Naruto decided to see what would happen and if needed. He could protect Stark from any danger of experiment. Suddenly he felt somehow familiar energy emitting from Stark equipment. Even Kurama felt it and get interested. As soon as the whole thing was over, both Tony and Naruto walked to the table where new part for arc reactor was. The whole thing was just glowing blue triangle pointed upside down. Opening square bracket ellipsis dot. Congratulations sir. You've just created new element. Closing square bracket. Nice work Tony. Naruto complimented with smile. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Now I'll do the diagnosis on the new element. This might take an hour. Suddenly there was a ringing coming from Stark computer. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Sir, there is a call. But the number is unknown. What are you waiting for? Let's hear what he has to say, Tony replied, knowing who it might be. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Tony, how are you doing? Closing square bracket. It was Ivan Vanko. Tony chuckled, while wondering how he got his number. What are you doing? Stark asked. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. I'm doing what you told the first we've spoke. Increasing revolution. Good advice. Closing square bracket. You sound great for a dead man. Tony remarked. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Same goes for you. Haha. Now the last chapter of the Stark family soon will be written. Closing square bracket. Track him, he said to Jarvis, before muting Ivan. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. For what your father did to us 40 years ago, I'll repay to you in 40 minutes. I hope you're ready. Closing square bracket. As Ivan ended his call, Jarvis was able to almost locate Ivan positioned somewhere around environs of Manhattan. Tony already had idea of where to go. To Expo, where hundreds of people are right now. Without thinking twice, Stark took of current reactor off and switched it with new one. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Sir, I still haven't finished the diagnosis. Wanna run some test? Well then, this should be a good one. By the way, assemble new suit. With that the new arc reactor start to glow, as dark blue veins from previous one start to vanish. Naruto also felt something very familiar in the reactor, which slowly was growing in power. What the hell, Kurama, do you feel that? He asked his friend, while keeping eye on Tony. I think you're right. I say, like this new element is chakra itself. You know how other elements are surrounding us, right? Same goes for chakra, and now this reactor is not only curing him, but also activating his chakra network. I'm not sure what might happen to him at such an old age. Kurama explained. Weird. This tastes like coconut and metal. Wow. Yeah, Tony exclaimed, while newfounded power was surging in his body. I kinda see better now. But I guess it's okay. Tony added, as he turned to Naruto, whose eyes winded. What do I have something on my face? Stark asked, confused. That was unexpected. Before I answer your question, what do you think about my eyes? At that Tony thought for a second, before replying. I think they are cool. Tony replied, while Blonde nodded. Well, because yours are almost the same. With That Naruto show what Tony eyes look like now thanks to Miro. Stark gasped as start to examine them. They were the same blood-red ones like Naruto had, but the difference was only with those black things. While Blonde had 3 in each eye, Tony had 2 in right eye and 1 on left one. What the hell is this? He asked pointing at his eyes. Why do I have the same eyes as you? Well, because you're part of Uchiha clan and your eyes are called Sharingan. It allows you to see enemy movements before they even make them and copy those movements at the same time. But you need to be fast enough to allow your body to react properly. He explained, while Tony smirked. But because of your age and that your chakra network was reopened, you'll have a problem with your eyes. The chakra is like fuel for your eyes. If you don't know how much you have it and how long it lasts, it can be dangerous for your life. Back in the old days, before I was born, kids from the young age were trained in academy to develop their chakra network. But if person wasn't trained in academy, most of his chakra points will close and only few will remain to allow person to live. At that Stark gulped, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Don't worry though, I'll teach you how to cut the chakra in your eyes and later to channel them back. It's already painful for me to write the rest, because probably most of you didn't like that movie. So I'll go straight to the after battle in Shield hideout. Most went the same. Naruto only secured civilians and destroyed a few drones. Closing parenthesis. Both Tony and Naruto were waiting for Nick to show up. While Tony was sitting by the table, Naruto was standing by Stark's side. Tony tried to check documents on the table, where Avengers Initiative was written. But Nick's hand stopped him from doing that. I don't want you to look at that, Nick said to him, while sitting down on his chair. It doesn't concern you anymore anyway. But Romanoff written many interesting thing about you. Fury then gave him other documents. Read it. Personality profile. Often impulsiveness. Come on, only sometimes in self-defense. Susceptibility to self-destruction. I was dying. He explained, but Nick wanted him to continue. Naruto was smiling sheepishly on the other side. Classic narcissism. Agreed. Oh, that one is great. Recommended to the Project Avengers as Iron Man. I'll think about it. Read on, Nick said. As Tony Stark. Not recommended. He asked confused. That doesn't make any sense. How can you accept me and reject me at the same time? That right, Nick? Naruto remarked, also confused. I think he'd do great. We can only take him as consultant. Nick replied with sigh. That's the only thing I can do for him. At that Tony stood up and shake Nick's hand. You can't afford me, Tony said with chuckle. Then again I can agree for a favor. Rhodey, me and Naruto will get a medals and somebody must present us to medal decoration. Typical Stark behavior. Blonde remarked with laugh. But I won't get medal. Nah, you sir deserve it, Tony said to him, while Blonde rolled his eyes. I'll see what I can do. Nick replied with chuckle. They'll make good friends, he added in thought as the two left the building. End of chapter. Thanks for reading. I'm sorry that my grammar is still bad, but I'm trying my best. And dyslexia isn't helping. Don't think that's an excuse, I really have dyslexia. But I'll still try to make it better. Thank you for your time. Chapter 10. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 10. Hammer from the Sky. New Mexico. 2 days later. Naruto asked Rakujutsu. Naruto appeared in the flash of yellow in New Mexico for his new mission. From Coulson report, some kind of hammer landed in the middle of nowhere. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. secured the place. From curious people from town not far away. Hi Naruto. Good to see you again. Greeted Coulson, as he walked to Naruto on the hill. Any idea if this might have to do something with Shinobi World? He asked while looking down at the hammer and scientist around it. I don't think so, he replied with sigh. It doesn't give any chakra at all. It's not from this world, he explained, while rubbing his chin. Kurama. Does this has to do with those who killed my parents? Flashback. Naruto. Kurama called him. I want to talk with you. With that blonde appeared in his mind space. He came from the bushes in the forest of his creation for Fox to live in. It was few days after Hump death and Naruto was still grieving. Yeah, what's it? Naruto asked, while rubbing his eyes. It was middle of the night and he wanted to sleep. I need you to stop grieving and return to training, he said sternly, while Blonde looked away. Easy to say. It's not so easy, you know, Naruto replied, while Kurama slammed his hand on the ground. Listen to me. Do you want to end up like your parents? He shouted at the boy, whose eyes winded. What do you mean? Are you hiding something? He asked, demented now with his Mangekyo blazing in the dark forest. Looking at those eyes gave Kurama few bad flashback, but there was no time about reminding old days. Yes, that correct. Remember that Yin-Mi was still sealed in your mother, before she and Minato died. After fusing I was able to regain his memories. Your parents were killed by a group of people from the other world. 2 of them were from Otsutsuki clan. The one from Kagaya come from. The third person, I don't know who it was, but he was strong. Fox explained, while Naruto blood was slowly boiling. And why the hell you didn't told me anything? Blonde yelled at Biju. Because you're too weak and naive. If I told you that before, for example after Kushina and Minato death, you would thought that you can take them on with me at your side. I told this now, because you need to stop grieving and return to training. Kurama replied and Naruto calmed a little. I guess you're right. I'm sorry for my outburst. Naruto apologized. It's okay, Kit. You have right to be angry. Let's forget about this for now and move to your new training Shalude. Kurama said, while waving him off. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Naruto replied with grin. End of End of flashback. I don't think so, Naruto. I would remember if any of them would had that hammer. But tell you what, whoever this hammer belongs to might be the person that can help you. Kurama replied. Roger that, Naruto replied in thought, while jumping down to the hammer. Oi Naruto, what do you want to do? Coulson asked, as Blonde was making his way to hammer. I want to try something. Dismiss your agents now, Naruto explained, while Coulson signed his agents to back off. As soon as Naruto got to the hammer, he felt a mysterious power within it. Now let's see what can you do. With that Naruto grabbed the hilt with his hands and slowly start to rip it from the ground. What is this thing made of? He thought, before Blonde heard a faint whisper. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. For a second, Naruto loosed the grip and looked around. No one said anything, but everyone was looking at him with confusion. Are you alright, Naruto? Asked Coulson, as he got off the hill. Yeah, but, I heard a voice, like very faint whisper. He explained, looking still at the hammer. Kurama, you heard that too, right? Yeah, I think there is solution. Since it's probably my fault, you need to close gate of the seal. And to be sure, enter the sage mode. At that Naruto eyebrow raised a little in confusion. What do you mean? Why is that your fault? Blonde asked. Because previously I was a mass of hatred and killing machine, that's why. You on the other hand, from the begging were a good person, even if you had to kill. You regret of killing everybody even now. As for sage mode, it's natural energy and it's a positive chakra. Fox explained, while Naruto nodded in understanding. Naruto's fingers were covered by a blue flame with kanji symbols. Then he lifted his shirt and placed the fingers on the seal, before locking the seal. After that he stood still for 5 seconds to gather sage chakra and enter the sage mode. With long breath, ND wrapped his hands on the hilt again and now could hear the voice clearly. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. With that, Naruto pushed his strength to limit, and ripped the hammer from the ground and lifted it high above his head. Suddenly dark clouds formed around Naruto and Coulson with the agents. Blonde lightings dancing on the clouds, as wind start to blow around them. Coulson, you might wanna to run. Like now, Jinchuriki shouted at Coulson, so he could hear him. You don't have tell me twice. He yelled. Everyone, fall back, fall back. As soon as everyone was able to take cover, lighting hit Naruto and storm formed around him. Nobody was able to see what was happening to Naruto because of that. After storm stoked, Coulson and everyone else got better look at Naruto. His shinobi outfit was gone and replaced by some kind of armor Age of Ultron costume. The 4 clans symbol were now on the dicks, on his chest, Senju with Uchiha on top and Uzumaki with Sarutobi beneath. Naruto lost his sage cloak, which now was replaced by red cape. although the sage sign and black flames on the button were on new cape. His yellow frog eyes changed color to his usual ocean blue color, but orange eyelid remained and his hair grown to his neck. And Naruto. Coulson called a bit nervous. Are you all right? Better than all right, he replied in more deep voice than normally. I feel amazing to be honest. Such amount of power in such a simple weapon. This power feel almost intoxicating. Blonde added. Suddenly, the two heard a sound coming from the sky. They look up and saw opening. Some type of portal that suddenly shoot a rainbow stream of light toward Naruto. Coulson jumped away, while Naruto remained in his place. As soon as the light hit him, Jinchuriki fell. Chi familiar and unknown sensation all over his body. Then light vanished with Naruto, leaving a burn symbol on the ground. Call Director Fury, said Coulson through the comlink. Shinobi has vanished. I repeat, Shinobi has vanished. Gates to Asgard. Few seconds later. Naruto asked Doku Shinjutsu. Naruto found himself in an observatory with dome-shaped walls with circles on them. In the middle were La landings leading to Hoster for something. The landing was also growing in bright yellow color. I see you made it, Shinobi. Came a strong voice from behind. Blonde turned to see a man in dark yellow armor with big sword in his hands. His bright orange eyes seemed to be soulless and penetrating at the same time. Jinchuriki of Kyubi no Yoko, last member of Senju clan, third immortal on Midgard and new child of the prophecy. Naruto Senju Uchiha Uzumaki Sarutobi. I'm honored to meet you. Wa, who are you and how do you know me? Naruto asked, staying on alert with his kunai and new hammer. Altout. He somehow already knew the man name. Forgive me for my rudeness. Man apologized in monotone, which confused Naruto. My name is Heimdall. Welcome to Asgard and my observatory. Heimdall introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Naruto grated back, letting go off his guard. As to why I know you, I can see and hear many things across the 9 realms, that includes Midgard, better known to you as Earth. Heimdall explained. Why I've been summoned here for? Blonde asked, while looking around. Since you've picked up the Mjolnir, Allfather the Odin wanted to meet you. It was his order to summon you. Heimdall replied to Naruto's second question. I see. So Nordic myths are real after all. Naruto said with chuckle. I guess I'll go to him now. Mjolnir will guide you through Asgard to Allfather. I wish you good day. With that Naruto vanished in Shunshin. End of Ost. Asgardian Palace, Odin Throne Room. Naruto asked 3 Otsutsuki Kagaya. Odin, the Allfather and protector of 9 realms, was waiting for Naruto to appear with his wife and Loki. Young Loki was interested for meeting with this shinobi. Aside from his students, Uzumaki was the oldest shinobi on Midgard. He saw the battle that took place centuries ago, when he but a child. Suddenly Naruto appeared in the middle of the throne room in Leaf Shunshin. Blonde studied his surrounding and saw a few guard on alert and 3 more people. The one in throne was Odin obviously, and the other 2 were probably his wife and son. Guard, everything is under control, Odin said, as he stood up from his throne. I see you made it, Naruto. I'm honored to finally meet you. Odin grated with smile. Me too, Naruto, said Odin's wife with gentle smile. My name is Frigga. I'm guessing I have to introduce myself too. Son of Odin said with sigh. It's interesting to meet you. My name is Loki. At that Naruto rose his eyebrow and looked at Loki for a second. He really didn't trust him and he wasn't sure why. He could sense his negative emotion, but there was nothing seemingly evil about him. I'm honored to meet you too, Odin, Frigga and Loki. He said with deep respectful bow. Could answer my question, Allfather? He asked, bringing smiles to Odin and Frigga, as for Loki a snort. You don't need to be so formal, Naruto. But I'm glad that you respect elders. Odin remarked, while his wife noted. I already know your question and there are 2 reasons for that. First one. I banished Thor to Midgard for his arrogance and almost starting new war. I've put an enchantment on Mjolnir that allowed only the worthy to wield it. After finding a worthy person, I told Heimdall to summon him, her here to see him. I didn't expect it, you thought. But I'm glad that Mjolnir chose you. He explained. I understand. What is the next reason? Blonde asked curious. As for second reason, started Frigga, we knew your parents, Naruto. That's not all. We're your godparents. At that both Naruto and Loki gasped in shock. Naruto was in total shock. He had godparents, who were literal gods. Blonde's hair covered his eyes. As he clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. Naruto, I know you must be very confused and angry, but please let us expel. She started to walk toward the blonde, before Odin's eyes winded as he shouted, "Stay away, Frigga." He then appeared in front of his wife, while make the protective barrier from Susanoo fist. Naruto you. The whole Naruto Susanoo changed. From silver color to arctic blue, drill sword to Mjolnir-shaped hammer. Susanoo armor changed to his current costume with cape and winged helmet. A godparents. Blonde snarled. You gotta be joking me. If you're my godparents then. Where the hell have you been throughout all of centuries, huh? When I was alone at night, when I lost my friends, comrades. Where? He shouted, as whole throne room start to shake. Few guards jumped to attack Naruto, but Blonde used other arm to punch them away. Calm down, my boy. Trust me, you don't want to do this. We would only destroy the palace. Odin yelled to Naruto, who was barely listening. If you want to know why we haven't took you, then let us explain. For few seconds, Naruto was looking at Odin, who was protecting his wife, who was worried more about Blonde than her husband or herself. Naruto decided to drop his Susanoo, but keep Mangekyo active. Talk. Naruto demanded in cold voice. Of course. Let me start from beginning. Odin said with sigh. During the Fourth Great Shinobi War, the Midgard was at risk of destruction. It was sometime after I've become the king of Asgard. I wanted to rush and save humans, but once your parents were gifted with powers of the Sage of Six Paths, I decided to see what will happen. Your parents show potential and great power together. Once Kushina erased humans' memories, I've called them to Asgard for help. After getting to know them and few battles took place, we've become very good friends. One day they asked me and Frigga to become your godparents. We agreed, and after your birth we come to Earth for a day. He explained, while Naruto was slowly calming down. But, when we returned, many wars started and they took thousands of years. Many of our people died to protect Asgard and other realms. We wanted to take you in, but the state Asgard was in. It was too much. We had to regain our position and stabilize Asgard with 9 realms. Kushina and Minato's last wishes were to save you if your life would ever be at danger. I know that this might be just an excuse for you, but we really wanted to take you, Naruto. Frigga assured, and I don't believe that we can ever repay you, but if you could at least give us a chance. End of Ost. You're lucky or not. At that Odin and Frigga got confused. Because I'm always giving a second chance. He explained with smile, while eyes changed to normal. Just like I believe that your son, Thor, deserve a second chance too. After that Odin thought for a minute. You're right, Naruto. I too wanted to give him a chance again. He confessed with sigh. Fine. If you think he can learn his mistake and become a better person, then let's send Mjolnir back to Midgard. Well, send me too, because my comrades are probably getting nervous. He said, smiling and scratching the back of his head. Why? Thor was barely kicked out of Asgard, and now this quest wields Thor Mjolnir, and because of him, my stupid big brother have a chance to get back. I need to stop this. Loki thought, while walking away. Ah yes, it was great to meet you and we hope you'll visit us. You still will be able to use Mjolnir whenever you need to. Thank you for second chance, Odin said with smile. Now go to Heimdall, he'll send you back. With that vanished in Shunshin, leaving the two wondering where did Loki went. Heimdall Observatory. I see that your talk with Allfather went rather well, Heimdall remarked, while Blonde entered the observatory. Yeah, could send me now, he asked annoyed, but Heimdall noted. Of course, Heimdall replied, while walking to the middle of the observatory and placing his sword in the holster. Soon lighting start crack around, making the round walls spinning, until portal to Earth was visible. Suddenly Naruto was sucked into the portal and left the Asgard. Midgard Earth. Few seconds later. Are you saying that Naruto pick up a hammer, got some nice ass armor and some kind rainbow beam took him away? Fury shouted at Coulson in disbelief. Man, why strange things always happens with him. Suddenly they heard a sound coming from the sky. Do you hear that? Yes, we have to take cover, Coulson exclaimed, as they jumped away and hid behind shield truck. Then familiar rainbow beam shot the ground where Naruto previously stood. When dust cleared, they saw Naruto standing with grin on his face. Where in the heaven's name were Naruto? Fury yelled at the blonde. Technically in heaven. Nordic myths are real, alright. Naruto replied, waving hammer around, before throwing it at the ground. After that his armor vanished, replaced by his shinobi outfit. His hair also returned to normal. Care to explain what happened? Coulson asked, curious. I will, don't worry. Also, if there will be someone trying get the hammer, then let him. He replied with wink, which confused the two. Now how about we drink some coffee? You're always do that, mixing into weird stuffs. Nick remarked with sigh, while Blonde chuckled. End of chapter. Hope you'd like it. Drop the favorites, follows and some reviews. It'll help a lot and thank you for your time. Ya nay. I'm only adding that now the 11th chapter for some **** reason was block which pissed me off. I have write everything again. So if chapter will be bad then I'm sorry. Same goes for next update. Chapter 11, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Sorry if you had to wait. For some reason the last I was writing got blocked and I need to start over. I'm sorry if this chapter could be bad. I'm quite pissed off. Chapter 11, Bonds. New Mexico, the bar. Jane Nay. Veer in her life saw a man eating so much food before. Just a day ago, he bumped her camper into a man, who was calling himself Thor. After escaping the hospital, she bumped into him again and they took him to their lab. There he woke up and they took him to bar to eat something. Eric was against taking him, but he couldn't argue with Jane and Darcy. This drink is great. Another one. Thor demanded by smashing the cup on the floor. Hey, what was that? The waitress shouted at the group. I'm sorry. He dropped his cup. Jane apologized for Thor. What did you do that? I've asked for another. Thor replied with chuckle. You could ask. Like more nicely. Jane scolded Thor, who was still chuckling. I'm not looking for a grudge. Then two men came to the bar and sat by the counter. Then don't do that. Deal? Jane asked. You have my word. Thor promised with smile. You've missed the fun by the crater. Said one of men by counter. Some kind of satellite crash and we decided to check it. It was so heavy, that no one could pick it up. But there are a bunch of federals right now. Thor realized what they were talking about. His hammer Mjolnir was somewhere in the area. He stood up and walked to counter. Which way? Thor asked, grabbing the men's shoulder. 70 kilometers on south. He replied, a bit nervous. Thank you. With that Thor leave the bar. After him went Jane and stopped him in the roadway. Where are you going? Jane yelled to him. 70 kilometer on south. He replied, stopping. I could drive you there. Jane suggested with small blush and shrug. Jane, come here for a second. Eric called. Jane, see. Get and walk to Eric and Darcy, who stayed away from Thor. You can't drive him there. He's insane. Eric, please. This might be what we were looking for. We need to check it. Jane tried to argue, but Eric gave obvious. No, look. Fine. With that she had to walk back to Thor was smiling at her. Oh, that smile was melting her heart. It's been a while since she felt butterflies in her stomach. I'm sorry, but I can't drive you there. She apologized while looking down. Thor was still smiling, as he grabbed her hand. It's okay, but I guess this will be our farewell, he said, before kissing Jane, hand making her blush like tomato. Darcy, Eric and Jane, I wish you good luck in your life. Goodbye. With that he left, leaving stunned Jane on the middle of the road. Both Eric and Darcy had to wake her up, after dragging her body to the sidewalk. Jane lab. After some time, they head back to lab and what they saw shocked them. There were black trucks and cars around their lab, taking Jane equipment. They've dashed to the lab where people didn't pay attention to them. Hey, those are my stuffs. Jane yelled and suddenly some federal walked to them. What the hell is going on? Agent Coulson were from the SHIELD. We need your equipment data. Coulson explained. Eric's eyes winded before he grabbed Jane and whispered to her. Jane, this is serious. Just let it go, Eric said, while Jane just shake him off. I won't just give up, Eric. I spend good amount of time making this equipment. Jane snarled, while trying to get back one her notebooks. It's about national security we are talking about, Miss Jane, Coulson said to her, but she was barely listening. Jane tried to rip her notebook from federal agent hands, but in vain as Eric grabbed her and pulled her away. We're sorry, but we need examine your datas. You mean steal, she yelled at him. Don't worry Miss Jane, here is your compensation. With that he gave a card. Jane took only to second later rip it apart. Listen, I've made this equipment all by myself. At that Coulson sighed. I'm sure you'll make the new ones. Coulson replied, and I'm sure I'll sue you. Coulson was paying attention as other agent walked to him and whispered something to his ear. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Thank you for your cooperation. With that Coulson left with other agents. I just can't believe this. Jane barked, while Eric sighed. It must be serious if S.H.I.E.L.D. is here. Eric said out loud, while scratching his head. Suddenly they heard a voice from behind. You don't even know. It was strong and deep voice of tall blonde man in his 20s with whisker marks on his cheeks. Darcy blushed at the sight of such handsome men appearing out of nowhere. Naruto Uzumaki, agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., nice to meet you. I'm sorry for my friends. They really need those datas, but don't worry I'll make sure S.H.I.E.L.D. will give back your stuffs once they're done. Also one thing, go and find Thor. You need to help him become a better person and get his Mjolnir back. He explained with smile. Wait hold on, are you telling us that insane guy is actually a Nordic god? Eric asked in disbelief. How do you know that anyway? Because I know his parents. And I'm immortal like him. He replied showing his Sharingan off. Which make the group to take one step back. I would like you all to become friends with him and change his way of thinking. There is no better way than making bonds. He said with warm smile. Well why should we become friends with him? Darcy asked curiously, trying to hide her blush. I may not know him in person yet, but I believe that he's a good person in heart. His pride and arrogance cause him to be banished by Odin the Allfather here on Earth. Once he'll try to pick up his hammer, Thor will see that he's not worthy anymore. To be banished by your own fat, her and being deprived of the only thing that's connect you to your family is cruel and painful. But it's nothing to compare with your parents' pain. I want them to reunite and understand each other again. That's why I need your help. He explained with sad smile. That even caused Eric to feel sad by hearing all of this. But why do you care about him? Jane asked with concern. He's my godbrother after all. He replied with chuckle. Godbrother? Eric asked and Naruto noted. You mean that your godfather is Odin himself? Blonde noted again. That's just crazy. I can't just believe you just like that. He admitted, while chuckling. I'm not surprised. Hearing that there are gods rather than one is unbelievable. But trust me, I know what I saw. Eric still wasn't convinced. Well look at me eyes and see for yourself. With that he morphed his Sharingan to Mangekyo and said. Tsukuyomi. Within next few seconds the group saw the whole Asgard and Odin with her wife and other son. Was that really Asgard? Darcy asked. It's beautiful. That should be nothing than nonsense. But I quest that truth. Eric remarked with dry chuckle. This is what we're looking for. Thor's father and mother were so sad about banishing him. Jane whispered to herself, before sudden determination appeared in her eyes. I'll help him, but first I need to find him. With that Jane left. As for you two, go aft, her and make sure she won't get into trouble. He added, before vanishing in lighting Shunshin. Crater, S.H.I.E.L.D. camp. After driving Thor to S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, Thor decided to simply infiltrate the camp and took out 25% of security. Once no one was interrupting, he tried to pick up his hammer, but in vain. For the first time in his life, Thor felt truly defeated. He wasn't even opposing when they cuffed him. Right now, Thor was sitting on the chair in plain white room with Naruto leaning on the wall. You simply took 25% of our people like they're some low-ass security in shopping gallery. It's hurt you know, Jinchuriki said. Where you've been trained? Pakistan, Afghanistan, he asked playing with Thor. Nothing to say huh? Well doesn't matter, we'll find out sooner or later. Suddenly Naruto got a call from his phone. Excuse me for a second. With that he left Thor alone. Hi Nick, what is this time? Naruto asked with smile, opening square bracket ... Good to hear you again. Our agents found something regarding your friend, Captain Rogers. Take your time on your current mission and after you're done, get to New York. Come on Nick, just spit it out. Naruto said with sigh, opening square bracket. I still can't believe what they found. You need to see it for yourself. Goodbye. With that Nick hang up, which confused Naruto. Oh well, I'll see it for myself then. Then he walked back to the room, where Thor was. Goodbye, Thor said, making Naruto sweat drop. But, I've just came back. Well anyway, your friends are waiting for you. When Thor heard that his eyes show confusion. We couldn't find anything so you're free to go. It seems you are sick, but don't worry. As director of this unit, I'll allow you to go. He lied, while pointing Thor to stand up and go to the exit. After small walk Thor found himself outside, where he saw Jane, Eric and Darcy by a white camper. Single quote. He doesn't seem to even think straight. He's depressed. Normal person, or former god would be confused on how he simply avoided troubles. But his new friends sure will make him feel better. That's right, my new friends. He though, while smile plastered his face. One day later, Jane lab. In the morning, both Thor and Jane prepared breakfast together. Former god of thunder had to admit that he had fun. Back in the Asgard, his servants always prepared the meal for him. Jane handed him a plate and accidentally Thor touched her hand. It caused her to blush and him to smile. Last night when they decided to make a camp in the middle of the nowhere, they bonded somehow. They're talking about their lives, dreams and goals. Thor also told her everything regarding 9 realms. As soon as Thor put the plates on the table, he heard a very familiar voice from the outside. It's Thor. There he is. It was Volstagg, one of the 3 warriors and his best friend Sif. They were behind the window with grins on their faces. My friends, you don't know how happy I am to see you, Thor said, when they entered the lab. Why are you here? We came to get you back, Fandral exclaimed. Hearing that caused a sad smile on Thor's face. You know that, I can't get back. It's the part of the deal with frost giants, he explained. Beside, because of me, Odin my father died. What are you talking about? Sif asked confused. Your father is alive. Thor got confused and angry at the same time. But Loki said, Loki. Little did he knew that Loki heard that and lauded. It seemed that I was right. Naruto appeared in lighting Shunshin. There was something fishy about him. Who are you and why are you here? Sif asked, ready to attack Naruto at any second. That's not important right now. We have bigger problem, he replied. Flashback. Naruto. Coulson called as he was eating ice cream. We found something. Let's go then. Naruto stood up and threw the stick from ice cream to dustbin. Then he grabbed Coulson and Shunshined away. They appeared next to a black car to which Coulson hopped into, while Naruto jumped and landed on the roof. In next few minutes Ed drive to next electromagnetic static source. Blonde a weird vibe of familiar energy from before. Was somebody trying to teleport to Earth from Asgard? He heard and felt that something appeared on Earth. But from agents' report those were people dressed in some fancy cloths. But this was something else. Something more darker. Sadly there was no time to think, as black tornado start to take its form above them. Get back now, he shouted as tornado hit the ground, sending a little shockwave around him and agents. Once dust clear out, there was tall humanoid standing with dropped head. It was made of metal and some Naruto knew what it was. Maybe Thor hammer gave him some knowledge about Asgard. Probably, but there was no time to think about that. He quickly crossed his fingers and created bunch of clones. Take them back to camp. I'll deal with him. Clones noted, grabbed and teleported Coulson and agents away. Surprisingly, humanoid was paying attention to what was happening. Let's try this. Kongo Fusa. As he molded his chakra, adamantine chains shoot from the ground wrapping themselves around humanoid body restraining his movements. Now what are you going to do? He wondered, before parts of humanoid face start to open revealing glowing orange color coming from the inside of this thing. Naruto quickly activated his Mangekyo as orange beam almost shoot him. Thanks to his Kamui, the beam slipped right through his body. Okay, so you can shoot energy beams, that's cool and all. But that's not going to scare me. Humanoid was even listening to him as he turned away and head toward the town. You're after Thor. Well, I'll make sure you won't get to him. With that he leaped to stop Humanoid, but sudden shockwaves sent him back. Once he landed, Naruto found himself surrounded by a bunch of duplicates of the humanoids. He can make clones. This will be troublesome. He quickly activated his Susanoo and punched humanoids aside. But he found out that those simple shadows of real humanoid. I can't spend time finding the real one. Need to get to town and alert people. With that Blonde deactivated his Susanoo and Mangekyo. Then he shunshined away. End of flashback. You mean Destroyer? It's my father Vault Guardian. Thor explained, as they all exited from the Jane lab. Cool name, but we need to evacuate people around. Naruto replied, while making few Kage Bunshin. You have to run Thor, me and your friends will stop Destroyer. No, I won't run away. This town and people will suffer because of me. At least let me evacuate them to safety. At that Naruto smiled and patted Thor's shoulder. Sure thing. Now all of you go. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Also one of the reviewers pointed that my fanfic is seamy. Liar to the other one called Marvel the Undying Maelstrom. God damn it, I didn't know that there was similar story. Alt-out, I'm glad that mine is different. Still they very similar and it's still weird for me XD. But I got interested on that other story, but that won't stop me from writing my own. Chapter 12. Vacation in Asgard. It was a sunny day in New Mexico. Adults were walking with smile on their face. Kids were playing on the roads while elders were watching everything peacefully. It would be perfect, if it wasn't for the giant metal humanoid walking toward the town. Everyone slowly start to panic. But few people start helping people evacuate from the town. On the other side, Naruto Warrior 3 and Sif were preparing their plan to attack Destroyer. We still don't know your name, stranger. Sif said, narrowing her eyes at blonde Shinobi. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, but you can call me Shinobi. He said, serious, activating his Sharingan. He spotted Destroyer, who was entering the town and slowly demolishing buildings. So you're one of those shinobis who Allfather was talking about. Hogan said and bowed to Naruto. I'm honored to fight along with you. I hope get to know you better. But right now there is no time for chit-chat. Blonde snapped and they focused on upcoming Destroyer. Normally I could just obliterate him, but there would be nothing left from town. You know him, right? Any idea? He's Toad. All right. Sif replied, preparing her shield and sword. Destroyer can defeat battalions of frost giants. It won't be easy without destroying this town. Don't worry my friends. Volstagg exclaimed with smirk. I'll take care of him. With that he dashed, leapt on the near car and jumped straight toward Destroyer. Sadly Destroyer punched him and sent him flying back, crashing into the car. Naruto quickly shunshined away to Volstagg. You really took care of him. He retorted, before they both vanished from another punch. Suddenly Sif jumped out of nowhere and pierced Destroyer neck with her sword. She let out triumph smirk as metal humanoid looked defeated. Her smirk turned then to gasp, as Destroyer returned to live and move his position 360 degrees toward Sif. It seemed like you have 4 broken ribs. Naruto examined Volstagg with his medical ninjutsu. Hold on a second. I'll try to use Shosen Jutsu, mystical palm. Blonde left hand glowed bright green color. He then placed his hand on Volstagg's chest and waited. What the hell? Kurama, my jutsu isn't working on him. It's because he's not a normal human. They don't have chakra, so your jutsu won't work. I remember that. Minato once tried to heal Asgardian soldier. Only their magic can heal them faster. Kurama explained, while Blonde grunted. I'm sorry my friend, but it seems like I can't heal you. At that Volstagg only laughed. Don't need to be sorry. I'm used to it, so don't sweat it. With that Hogan and Naruto help him stood up. So what our next plan? Let me try something. His right hand was embraced by pure electricity. With amazing speed, Naruto dashed toward Destroyer. Reikiri, he exclaimed, while slicing humanoid leg, making fall on his knee. But new metal parts formed around the wound and Destroyer was quickly back on his feet. That did nothing. Maybe I should try this. Blonde said, smirking as he made half tiger seal, but nothing happened. My Horizon marker. Someone is blocking it. It must be Loki. Okay, let's try this. Kamui, he thought, appearing on Destroyer back. He closed his left eye and focused on the humanoid. Destroyer tried to get him with his hands, but Blonde managed to dodge. Very attempt as a whirlpool appeared on the Destroyer back. His body was slowly absorbing by whirlpool. Loki saw that and concluded that it was space-time technique. It was coming from Shinobi Eye, so he decided to make a nasty surprise. Naruto was in shock of how humanoid body was glowing and was going smoothly, thought his Kamui. Half of his body was already sucked. Then his eye start to bleed and hurt very badly. It felt like absorbing some kind energy, but Blonde Eye was at the limit. AAAARRRGGGG. He screamed, as shockwave from Naruto Eye caused Destroyer suck part to pop out, while sending Blonde flying back and crushing into a building. My eye. AAARRRHHGGG. He screamed as I become all bloody and swollen. Kurama. Fa. Happened. He asked, slowly losing his consciousness. Hold still, Naruto. I know what that bastard Loki did. From what I remember, there was an Uchiha with Kamui power. When incomplete 10 tails shoot his tail beast bomb, Uchiha absorbed it to his both eyes. But there was too much power to absorb for. His pocket dimension was obliterated, and since it was connected to his eyes, it put his eyes to such strain that his brain fried. You're lucky that your one eye was destroyed. Thanks to me, your strong body and Senju genes, you're still alive, Kurama explained, making sure Naruto will stay conscious. My head feels like on fire. It hurts. Naruto groaned, while holding his head and wound. I know you're in pain, but better rip your eyeball. You don't need it anymore and it will only bother you, he said grimly, and Blonde grunted. He gritted his teeth and with quick move, Naruto ripped his eyeball, which caused even bigger agony for him. Blonde quickly performed a healing jutsu to stop bleeding. Once that was over, he took 2 small bottles and opened them. After that he drank them and took few breaths. Naruto wiped the blood from his wound and took off his headband. From his pouch, he took a bandage and wrapped his around the wound. Uzumaki put his headband again and stood up. His pain was gone and now he could get back into action. But a familiar voice stopped him for a second. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. It seemed like you are worthy again, Thor, Naruto said with smile as he jumped out of the building. He saw that Thor was on the ground when Mjolnir landed on his hand. Lighting came from the sky and shoot Thor. Second later, he was on his feet and with his famous armor. Blonde smirked and shunshin to Thor. Looking good, Thor. Feeling better? He asked with smirk. I still better and stronger than before. We need to defeat Destroyer and stop Loki, he exclaimed, while summoning lighting from the sky to his hammer. With a not power, Thor shoot lighting beam toward Destroyer, knocking him off his feet. I'm feeling you, man. Beside, Loki has to pay for destroying my left eye. Thor looked at Naruto and noted. He must to pay. Kurama juice me, he said mentally to his friend, while Rasengan formed in his hand. It was slowly gaining more mass and was about size of the street. Thanks to Kurama chakra, Rasengan changed color from usual blue to blood orange color. Once he was over, and Destroyer slowly got up, Naruto jumped high in the air and prepared his Rasengan. Cho Odama Rasengan, he exclaimed, while falling down with Rasengan pointed right at humanoid body. Impact caused an explosion and dust covered everything around it. Once dust cleared out, there was a hole in ground and Naruto was in it. There were only some left over of Destroyer. That was amazing power you showed, my friend, Thor remarked, a little bit nervous looking at what Blonde could do. Now we need get back to Asgard. Jane, he called Brunette. She walked to him, while Thor grabbed her hip. Do you want to see Bifrost? Before Jane replied, she pressed her lips against Thor's. I would love to, she replied softly. Well damn, that escalated quickly, Kurama chuckled, while Naruto lauded. With that both Thor and Jane fly away toward the last place where Bifrost was open. Blonde chuckled and shunshined away. I hope they'll wait for us, Fandral said out loud. With Thor, Jane and Naruto. Just as Thor and Jane landed, Naruto appeared in lighting Shunshin. Thunder God let go of Brunette, while he and Naruto stood in the middle of the ring. They've waited about 3 minutes for rest to show up. Summon us to Asgard, Heimdall. Thor shouted, looking at the sky. Nothing happened for few seconds, so Naruto decided to try. Heimdall, come on, we need you right now. Naruto yelled, but nothing happened again, until suddenly clouds formed above them. They smiled, before rainbow beams shoot and took them to Asgard. Heimdall Observatory. The group appeared in Heimdall Observatory second later. Their eyes winded when they saw Heimdall on the ground in pain. They rushed to his side and see how badly wounded he was. I'm fine. There are frost giants in Kingdom. Around 100. Heimdall said, shocking everyone. Okay guys, here is the plan. I'll take care of those giants, while Thor will go to palace and you'll take both Volstagg and Heimdall to medic. Naruto explained seriously. You're not our king to order us. Sif snapped angry, but Naruto didn't even flinch. We'll only listen to Thor. She said, looking a thunder god. I'll agree with. I didn't catch your name. He said to Blonde, who chuckled. Naruto Uzumaki. Blonde replied with small smile. I have to agree with Naruto. It's better this way, beside we all saw what he can do, right? He asked his friends, who nodded slowly. I've never seen frost giants. I wonder if they will like my fire. He said, grinning like an idiot, before shining away. He's no normal Midgardian, isn't he? Hogan asked with chuckle. Kingdom. Asgardians start to panic as frost giants appeared on streets. Soldiers couldn't react properly at sudden attack. Giants start to freeze everything around them, with people too. A little girl barely escaped to a corner and hide there. She slowly start to weep, and that caused one frost giant to hear her. Giant grinned and slowly make his way to the little girl. Don't worry, little one, I'll make sure to share you with my friends after freezing your meat. He assured with sick grin, which caused little girl to scream for help. No one will hear you. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. A medium fireball hit frost giant back, causing to scream in agony. Naruto landed behind the giant with smirk on his face. Make a move on a child. That's pathetic, and I thought that you frost giants will be strong and proud warriors. Such a shame. Who are you? Giant demanded. You're not from Asgard, I can tell. So who dare to attack me? He yelled, dashing toward Naruto, who sighed and shook his head. Shinobi, to your service. He said, vanishing from giant sight. Before reappearing on his back. Chidori. He drove his hand right through frost giant head, killing him second. I'm disappointed. No a single challenge sigh. He said, while dropping on the ground, allowing the giant body to fall flat on the ground. Then he sensed a fear coming from the little girl. He turned around to see a little girl about 8 years old with green eyes and black long hair. She was dressed in blue sleeve shirt and dark orange skirt reaching her knees. Naruto smiled warmly, which caused her to calm a little. I'm sorry that you had to see that. He apologized gently, sending a calming aura. What's your name, little girl? Ada Mr. Shinobi. She answered, making a few steps toward Blonde. That's a nice name. My true name is Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to meet you. He introduced himself, as he kneeled to her level. Where are your parents? At that she teared up a little. I don't know. We got separated when frost giants appeared. She explained, and Blonde noted. I hope sniff. They okay. They are. So don't worry. Let's go. I'll help you find them. He assured with grin. Is it safe to go? She asked, worried. Yeah. Some of my copies defeated those big bad frost giants. He said in a bit childish voice, which caused her to pout. Don't talk like that. I'm not a baby, she yelled, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Let's go then, he said, offering her his hand. She took it and they start to look for her parents. Elsewhere, Naruto jumped and landed in front of group of frost giants. Once they spotted a single blonde standing in front of them, they snorted and lauded. One man. Is this joke, my friends? One of frost giants said, probably the leader of group. Naruto simply smirked and went into series of hand seals: monkey, right pointing arrow bird, right pointing arrow dog, right pointing arrow ram. Kaden. Kan senpu. Fire erupted around Naruto's body in a spiraling manner, which he launched with his hands towards frost giants. Once the technique hit the targets, they were sent into the air in a spiraling manner and their bodies burned into ashes. Lame. I'm getting out of here, he said, poofing away. Asgard Palace. Naruto appeared inside of the palace with sigh on his face. After making sure that all of those apathetic giants died and everyone was safe, he dismissed his clones. Naruto then started to flashing around corridors, rooms, baths until he finally found the secret room, where both Frigga and Odin were. "Oh Naruto, I'm so glad to see you," she said, hugging him quickly. "What happened to him?" he asked, pointing Odin, who was sleeping. "It's Odin's sleep. Because of his power and old age, he needs this sleep to regain his strength." "But," she paused, "I don't know if he will ever wake up." Frigga finished with tears in her eyes. "Naruto, what happened to you?" she asked, worried, when she saw a bandage around his left eye. "Loki caused that, but don't worry, I'm fine," Blonde assured with small smile. "Anyway, I'll try to wake him up. Asgard need him right now," he said, activating his single Sharingan and examining Odin's body from toe to head. "There it is, part responsible for sleep. Maybe a small jolt of electricity will wake him up. Please don't die," he thought nervously, while sending a small lighting pulse through Odin's head. Thank God. Well, he's still alive. Now, if you hear me, open your eyes," he called right next to Odin's ear, which caused Allfather's single eye to snap open. He quickly stood up and looked around. "Welcome back, old man," Sweathered. Frigga greeted Odin with big hug, which caused him to chuckle. "Naruto, my boy, did you help me wake up?" he asked, getting nod from the blonde. "Thank you. But we can't lose more time. I need my armor." With that, Odin stood up from his bed, and with Naruto they went to Odin's armory. "Let's go to Bifrost, we need to stop this madness." Then Naruto touched Odin's shoulder and decided to test if Kamui is still working. They were raped by a whirlpool coming from Naruto's right eye. Suddenly they appeared on Bifrost, or rather what was left of it. They saw both Thor and Loki fell, so they quickly appeared by the end of Bifrost. Odin was able to catch Thor's leg, while Loki caught his spear that Thunder God was holding. "I could have done, father," Loki said, trying to excuse his action. "I could have done it for you. Because of your actions, more of our people could die if it wasn't for Naruto," Odin said sadly. His single eye showed disappointment. Loki yes, show sadness and anger at the same time. Thor knew what his brother wanted to do. "Loki, don't." But it was too late. Loki let go of his spear and fell into abyss. "No," Thor shouted as his brother vanished from his sight. Some time later, Asgard. Thor walked into a ballroom with a viewpoint. 3 warriors with other Asgardians throw a celebration of his return and for Naruto, thanking him for saving people from frost giants. Blonde was sitting with them by a large table with drinks and lot of food. He was interested in the stories they have told him. Thor ignored and went to see his father and real Naruto with him. The one by table was a simple buncheon. Sif and Frigga were talking about how Thor missed both Jane and Loki. Both Naruto and Odin stood on view spot, gazing at the sunset. Naruto, wound already healed, so he took off his bandage and covered his missing eye with his headband. "You'll be a wise king," Odin said without turning to his son. Naruto had a small doubts about it. "There will never be a wiser king than you," Thor replied with dry chuckle. "Or a better father. You've never been a father, so you don't know," Blonde retorted with smile. Thor stared for Naruto, while he waved him off. "I have much to learn." He paused with tiny smile. "Maybe someday I'll make you proud." Hearing that, Odin turned to Thor and put his hand on his shoulder. "You already made me proud," he assured with smile. Thor smiled back while Naruto grinned. "Now since I'll be stuck here for some time." Naruto started getting attention of father and son. "Old man, could you find me somebody who might teach me this magic or something? I've tried to heal Volstagg, but my jutsu didn't work on him." At that, Odin chuckled while Thor narrowed his eyes at Naruto. "Oi brat, show some respect toward Allfather," he demanded, while Odin lauded. "Don't worry, Thor, I am an old man and don't be rude." "He's not a brat. Naruto is older than you and my godson." At that, Thor gasped and bit his lips. He didn't know Naruto looked younger than him. "Well," Thor said, "he has much to learn, so I'll let it slide," he said with laughing at Thor's expression. I apologize," Thor said with embarrassment plastered on his face. "If you want to apologize, then tomorrow we'll spar and see how strong you really are," he exclaimed with happy tone, while Thor gulped. He was strong himself, but he wasn't sure if he can take on Blonde Shinobi. Don't worry, since I lost my eye I won't go all out. I won't even use my friend Chakra, so calm down. He added to reassurer Thor. Also I need to find way back to Earth since Bifrost is destroyed. Maybe my Kamui will work. But I'm not sure if I would stuck there too. But now I need to switch my eye with my mother's, so I have to get to my pocket dimension anyway. Don't worry my boy, we'll find a way to send you two to Midgard. With that the group decided to join the rest by table and despite this bad day. Have small fun. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 13. Old friend and new life. Asgard training area. Next day, the whole area was made of golden metal aside the concrete ground. The Saint. Rupture was round-shaped with balcony for viewers and King himself. Both Odin and Frigga get up early in the morning to see their godson sparring with their son. It would be interesting match to see. Naruto and Thor stood at the opposite sides of area. They both smiled at each other. First we'll have hand-to-hand combat. Naruto explained raising one finger. After that real spar with weapons and techniques. He rose a second finger with grin. Agree. Naruto then make a half-tiger seal, which confused Thor. What are you doing? It's an old shinobi way to symbolize a fire spar between two warriors blah blah blah. Blonde explained with sigh. You get the deal. Thor noted understanding, so he also made a half-tiger seal in respect. Odin stood from his seat and looked at the two with smile. How shinobi used to say. Hajime. Hearing Odin's voice make Naruto to activate his gravity seals, while Thor clenched his fists. Both blurred and reappeared in the middle of area, ready to attack. Even without his Sharingan, Naruto was able to see that Thor was about to punch him with his right fist, grab him and then kick him in the stomach. Blonde smirked, before moving his head out of the way and sidestepped to avoid kick. He elbowed his face and grabbed his arm to flip him over and slam into the ground. You need work on your speed. I didn't even need. Before he could finish, Thor kicked his face with his feet sending him flying back. Naruto quickly regained his balance in mid-air and landed without problem. Although he felt that Thor kick broke his nose, so he set it back in right place and healed it. Nice move Thor, but you won't get another one. He assured with chuckle. Naruto blurred and reappeared in mid-air behind and kicked Thor, sending him flying. He first hit the ground, bounced from it and landed in wall. Thanks to that kick, Thor was stuck in the wall. Blonde shunshin to Thor with serious expression on his face. He showed his fist and then he took step back, before sending his fist toward Thor's head. Thunder God closed his eyes actually fearing what might happen to him. But punch never came, instead he felt the power from it that created cracks on whole wall around. Thor opened his eyes, to see Naruto fist few inches from his face. If you're an enemy, you would be dead right now. He said gravely, causing Thor to drop his head. Your lack in speed will be your downfall. Thor, I'll give you few blood seals since you can't use chakra, so they will help you to get faster. I'll explain more later, he said to Thor, who looked up. Second later Naruto grinned and Thor smiled. He helped him get out of the wall and pat his back. Now, then, how about you show me what can you do with Mjolnir? He asked pointing at the lying hammer by the exit. It would be my pleasure. He replied with smirk as Mjolnir flied to his hand. Naruto jumped far away from, while activating his Sharingan. Blonde decided to get into his fighting stance. He bent his knees a little, rose. His right arm with palm pointing at Thor with his left fist to his side. Thor simply rose his hammer and suddenly dark clouds formed around the area. Then lightning start to shoot toward Naruto and avoiding every single one of them. Getting tired of those lightings, Naruto went into series of hand seals. Fuden. Daitapa. Naruto blow a gust of wind from his mouth, which caused dismissing dark clouds. That caused Thor to scowl, while Naruto went into another series of hand seals. Sweden. Heron Bansho. Naruto exclaimed as he summoned water from the sky, which crashed into Thor and created a river around him. Then he waved another series of hand seals. Raiden. Jibashi. Blonde shouted as electricity surrounded his body. Then he sent his jutsu through river to electrocute Thor. Naruto knew that Thor would survive this, since he's a god of thunder. So he could go all out almost. So he cancelled his jutsu and let Thor go. Thor was barely standing, while looking up to Naruto with small anger. But what confused Naruto was the fact that he couldn't see Mjolnir anywhere. His senses kick in and he spotted Mjolnir flying to him from his left only a few inches from his chest. With quick precision, he activated his Kamui and hammer went right through him. He sighed in relief and called Mjolnir to his hand. Thor saw this. Shock, he gasped. Naruto, you. He started, still not believing. You can wield Mjolnir. Well, despite everything I've done my life, I'm still worthy of such a tool, he said somehow sadly. Anyway, that's your weapon, he added, tossing Mjolnir to Thor. Let's end out spar. You need much to work on anyway, before we can fight somehow equally. He laughed, while Thor snorted. Blonde gave him a hand, which he grabbed and stood up. You're just like Kushina and Minato, Odin remarked, when he and Frigga appeared on the area. You're amazing at those, jutsus. Yes, but that was just a fraction of your power, right? At that, Blonde noted as he scratched back of his head. Oh, and I found a teacher for you. You wanted to learn healing magic, right? Yeah, mostly, but I might learn some other type of magic. More trump card for me, he said in happy tone, while Odin smiled and patted his head. Maybe, if Earth would ever perish, this could be my new home. Where everyone is like me. Hell, I might find love here someday. Or not, he thought, somehow bittery and happy. So where is this teacher? In south wing of palace. His name is Absalon, Frigga replied with smile. With that, Naruto shunshined away, leaving Thor with his parents. 3 weeks later, with Naruto throne room. Naruto Ost 3 road continues. Naruto stood in front of Odin. Thor and Frigga packed with everything they've gave him. They had sad smiled on their faces, while they were hugging each other for goodbye. So, you're leaving, huh? Odin asked sadly, and Frigga squeezed her husband's hand. Sure you don't want to stay longer? Yeah, I need to switch my eye with my mother's. Beside, there are people who are probably worrying about me, he explained with sad smile. Quote, it was good to finally know you better, Naruto. I hope you'll visit us again soon, said Frigga with a single tear in her eye. We're still sorry for not taking you back all those centuries ago. It's fine, I've forgiven you already. Beside, I've learned many things on Earth. Made friends, saved the world once or two, made good memories and those bad. But I'm still glad that I'm living on Earth. Now I know that there is a family waiting for me. Maybe someday, I'll start living in here, Naruto said in happy tone, despite the pain visible in his words. I wish you good luck, Naruto, Thor said with smile. If you meet Jane by any chance, say hi and that I'm sorry, from me. You know I can take you, right? Naruto asked, confused, but Thor waved him off. No, I'll stay and help rebuilding Bifrost however I can, he replied with chuckle. I see. Well, this is goodbye for now. I hope you'll do great and train, Thor. Goodbye, Odin and Frigga, he said as his Kamui was slowly absorbing him. Before he was fully absorbed, Naruto said 2 words. Thank you. End of Ost. Kamui dimension. Naruto landed in his dimension with sigh. He had such great vacation in Asgard, but so short. But he was able to learn magic and few tricks. He looked around to see some of the cubes destroyed, but most was still intact. Thankfully his decorations was all right. Naruto was so glad, because that where he had his mother eyes. He left his backpack on the couch and went for his mother eyes. There it is, he said after looking for scroll with Kushina eyes. Blonde unsealed the scroll and 2 vials with Sharingan eyes appeared. Naruto then crossed his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. With that 2 clones poof into existence. Prepare everything for operation, he ordered. Sure thing, they said in unison with mock salute. Single quote. Kurama, how it should take before I would be able to use my new eyes? Naruto asked, waking up the fox Biju. Yawn. With your Senju genes and me. About 2 days max, Kurama replied, before going back to sleep. Hey boss. 1 clones called. Everything is ready. With that, Naruto sat and leaned on the table. He then looked at one of his clones' eye. He put him in sleeping genjutsu. The whole operation took half an hour. Because clones were lectured by Kurama, who had to wake up again to help them. Phew, that was tiring. Should we dispel ourselves? One clone asked. Yeah, he'll be fine. We're sensor, remember? Second said with yawn. Second later they dispelled themselves, leaving blinded Naruto alone. 2 days later. I think that's a nod of wearing that blindfold, Naruto thought standing on his hand from boredom. He dropped back on his feet and sighed. He took his blindfold off and slowly opened his eyes. Blonde blinked a couple of times to adjust his eyes to the light. Finally, he the wa LKED to the mirror and saw that his usual blue eyes were gone, replaced by pitch black eyes of his mother. Naruto smiled at the sight of his mother eyes, but he wanted to his old eye color. Kurama is any way to change the eye color without affecting Sharingan? He asked examining his new set of eyes carefully. Maybe. Try Fuinjutsu, but there is no rush. Test your eyes, before going back to Earth. Fox replied. Naruto noted and went into training area. It was one huge cube, so it obvious choice. Let's get started, he said activating his new Sharingan. He could finally see on his left eye again. He now knew how Nick felt every day. So far so good. Time for eternal Mangekyo. With that he channeled more chakra into his eyes, making them change appearance. His mother Mangekyo Itachi pattern was smaller and in the middle of his eyes, while his old scythe-like blades fused with her 3 blades. It basically the same pattern of his mother with his scythe blades as extension to her own. Okay, let's start with something easy. Susanoo, he called, and his body was embraced by silver flames, until they formed a giant warrior in samurai outfit with kitsune mask which had a diamond-shaped S. Fear on the forehead where Naruto was standing. So that's perfect Susanoo, huh? Nice, he remarked dropping his Susanoo. Suddenly he heard a faint voice in his head and channeled more chakra into his left eye. Amaterasu, he exclaimed summoning pitch black flames on the cube wall. Wow, never had that one before, he said taking step back. Kurama, do you think it looks like you inherited Kushina Mangekyo powers. You have all abilities of Mangekyo from Kotoamatsukami to Kamui, all 5 of them. Kurama explained smirking, while Blonde sighed. More power, huh? Naruto chuckled shaking his head. I'll have to test Kotoamatsukami and Tsukuyomi later. Now it's time to get back to Earth. With that he start concentrate and sense chakra coming from Earth. After about 30 seconds, Naruto Fina LLY sensed his Horizon marker in New York. The whirlpool came from his eyes and absorbed him quicker than usual. New York. Naruto appeared in the middle of Times Square without people even noticing him. He looked around with grin. Finally in home, he said to himself, before he froze. Blonde felt a very familiar chakra signature. But he was dead, he couldn't be here. Naruto turned around to see a tall blonde man dressed in old shield shirt, brown pants and black boots. As soon as man spotted Naruto, his eyes winded in shock. Steve, Naruto asked in total disbelief. Naruto, Steve called shock and happy at the same time. But, you should be dead, Naruto said still not believing his new eyes. I thought the same when I crashed Schmidt plane. But I'm back here and everything is different. Steve said confused. There you are Naruto. Naruto heard Nick's voice behind Steve. Rogers turned to see black cars surrounding them. Where the hell you've been? I've been looking for you for whole month. Nick yelled, while Blonde's sweat dropped. Give me a break Fury, I was stuck in Asgard. He shouted angry. Now would you fucking explain me how Steve is alive? Fine, just calm down. Captain Rogers, Nick called getting Steve. Attention. You've been sleeping for nearly 70 years in ice. We found you about 3 weeks ago when Naruto vanished from Earth. Fury explained getting gasped from 2 old friends. The world changed a lot during your absence. Are you okay, Captain? Yeah, but I've missed my date. At that Naruto could feel Steve's heart sinking down. Unlike him, Steve wasn't able to adapt quickly to new surrounding. Naruto walked to Steve and put his hand on his shoulder getting his attention. Don't worry Steve, you're not alone, I'll help you. He promised with smile. Steve smiled back, but it was a sad one. How about we'll go to place which didn't change? He suggested and Steve noted slowly. Nick, I'll take him for a while. Don't worry, we should be by Friday. With that he activated his Kamui and 2 vanished second later. God damn it, Nick sighed. Barely back on Earth and he's again going somewhere. Geez, I'm getting too old for this. He added with chuckle. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. The meeting. Rome. Mountains. It was sunny and chilly day in the mountains. There were many people who were visiting those mountains for climbing challenge. But there was one single mountain, where nobody was ever able to climb. That's where Whirlpool appeared and both Naruto and Steve pop out. Steve narrowed his eyes at the surrounding and quickly old memories flow into his mind. This is, Roger started with smile, the place where I taught you how to use chakra. Naruto finished for him with grin. This place haven't changed a bit. Steve chuckled and gazed at the view from here. It was one of those places, where you could spend your life. The view, grass, water, sunsets, dawns, night sky and even animals, it was simply small paradise on earth. You're right, nothing changed in here, but, he paused dropping his head. The rest changed, a lot. Even your eyes. He added last part with dry chuckle. I know how hard it is. For you it's been like a day. But for me it was always like this. I don't see how time flow anymore. But despite that, I'm still living like nothing happened. That's why I'll help you catch up with everything. He said to his old friend with small smile. About my eyes. They not mine. Those are my mother eyes. I've lost my left eye not long ago, so I had to get new set. How many of our friends died? And how many is still alive? Steve asked concern. Maybe there was somebody who was still alive. He don't care how old they are right now. Well, Naruto start gazing the sky. Colonel died in 50s, your team died ending the World War II. Howard died in 90s in car accident. Peggy is still alive. She's living in Washington, D.C. in house for old people. He replied sadly. Did she had a good life? Steve asked with bigger concern. But glad that at least she was alive. Yeah, after your death, she was very sad for some time. Even thought she didn't show it. But few years later, she fell in love and had 2 kids I think. He mused looking at Steve. We can visit her later if you want. Naruto suggested and Steve torn apart. He really wanted to see her again, but was that a good idea? Rogers really didn't want to open the old wounds. Besides she would probably not believe that he's alive. Don't think like that. Sooner or later, people will find out that you're alive somehow. And since I am technically a semi-god, she will believe it. Naruto somehow knew what Steve was thinking, which actually shocked his old friend. How did Naruto knew what he was thinking? But he really wasn't in a mood to think about it. Steve was the first friend that he could relate to and vice versa. Thanks to that Naruto finally felt that he wasn't truly alone. Well, with human not an actual gods. If you think so, I've never been in this kind of situation. Now I know how you feel, Naruto. Steve said sadly. To have such a burden with your immortality. This time around I'll make sure to not be frozen. He joked, which caused Naruto to give a chuckle. But, if at least you'd have a friend to stay by your side. I wouldn't mind being frozen again. At that blonde shook his head. Trust me Steve, there is no point for living longer than you should. He admitted bitterly. Unlike me, you're not given a legacy to protect Earth. No one should experience this, not even you. But I bet that you'll be the symbol of peace for Americans for generation to come. He said, changing his tone from sad to a bit lighter. Anyway, let's start your education on what happened since you're gone. Steve noted and both went to secret entrance to Naruto hideout. Few days later, Friday, New York. Since Steve's old apartment was gone, he decided to live in Naruto place for a bit. Of course, after he'll earn some money, Steve would probably go back to Brooklyn. He had to admit that many interesting and bad things happened when he was in ice. Thanks to Naruto and his collection of various things like movies, music, newspapers and internet help him quickly catch up with what was going on. Steve even built up a courage to go and meet Peggy again. To his shock, Peggy recognized him, but because of her old age it was difficult for her to believe that was him. But Naruto words dismiss everything and they've spent a few hours together. He was thankful to Naruto for taking him to Peggy. Now he felt a lot better. Currently he was watching a TV show called Friends. It was pretty funny, but soon it ended, so he decided to go to gym for small training. Oi, where are you going? Naruto called. while holding the plates with food. I've made a pancakes. I've spent too much time making them, since I'm not good at it. At least take one, he complained, yelling at Steve, who twitched. With sigh, Steve quickly took one pancake and went to the doors. Going to gym again? Yeah, I should be by 9 p.m. Steve replied, before leaving the apartment. With sigh, Naruto decided to eat his pancakes. After one bite, he spitted it and coughed. Damn it, why can't I make a good food? Screw it, I'll order some pizza and ramen. He whined in defeat, before grabbing his smartphone. Gym, with Steve. The gym was one of the places that Steve liked very much. In here he could let go all his frustration and anger. Right now he felt anger at the fact that he couldn't save Bucky. With all his strength, he sent his punching bag flying and crashing on the ground. He took a few breaths in and out to calm himself. Take a break, soldier, called new voice, and Steve turned to see Nick Fury standing in the entry and watching him. I already had a long break, Steve retorted, which caused Fury to chuckle. I was sleeping for 70 years, remember? Well then, go and see something. Have some fun, Nick suggested. You know, before I was frozen there was a war going on. Now, I wake up and they say we won. Despite Naruto helping me with catching up, I still feel that war is not over. Steve replied, preparing to leave the gym. Do you have some mission for me, sir? Bringing me back to world? Well, you're right about the mission. But rather than bring you back, I want you to save it. We've made a mistake lately. He confessed, giving Steve documents. He opened them and quickly saw the weapon that Schmidt once had. Secret weapon of Hydra, huh? Steve said out loud with snort. Howard found the Tesseract when he was looking for you, Nick said, getting Steve attention. Just like us, he ought that this things can serve as source of renew energy that we need so much. Does Naruto know about this? Steve asked, getting slow nod from Nick. Yes, he does. The Tesseract was stolen by Loki, a guy from other planet. At that, Rogers noted. Naruto told him what happened a couple of weeks before. That's why you and Naruto must prepared soon. With that, Steve was heading to the exit. Do you have any advice for us about Tesseract? You should leave that damn thing in the ocean, was all Steve said, before he shunshined away. Calcutta, India. Dr. Robert Bruce Banner was a renowned scientist in the fields of biochemistry, nuclear physics, and gamma radiation. He was once chosen to recreate the super soldier serum, which turned Steve Rogers into Captain America. But because of gamma radiation, he was turned into giant green monster Hulk. Because of that, he had to run to find a cure for himself. But he was constantly hunted by General Ross. Now he ended up in Calcutta in India, where he became a doctor. A little girl came to him with money to hire him to cure her parents. So Bruce decided to go with the girl. The girl was living in the countryside in a poor house, if you could call a house. Once they entered the house, Bruce looked at the girl confused. She turned to him and grinned, before poofing out of existence, shocking Banner. That was weird, Bruce mused, shaking his head. I am becoming crazy or something. You're not crazy, Dr. Banner. A new voice came and startled Bruce. He turned around to see a tall blonde man coming from the shadows with pitch black eyes and whisker marks on his face. He was dressed in black jacket and blue jeans with black sneakers. For someone who should avoid any kind of stress, you sure pick rather loud place, he said with chuckle. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm honored to meet you, Dr. Banner. So who are you really? Did Ross or S.H.I.E.L.D. send you? Bruce asked, not really caring. Everyone wanted to either kill him or capture for tests or duplication. S.H.I.E.L.D., but it's not about Hulk, he replied, making Banner snort. We need you to help us find something. He took his smartphone, turned it on and showed a picture of blue glowing cube. This is the Tesseract, a very powerful source of energy from the other world. It's emitting weak gamma waves, but our organization can't track those waves. That's where you came. No one knows such much about gamma waves than you, he explained, getting chuckle from Bruce. Well, that sound great, Bruce replied in mocking excitement, making Naruto narrow his eyes at him. But what after that? Will you let me go or simply send me to cell? I've already had talk with Director Fury and other people who want your skin. Don't worry, you will be allowed to go back to Calcutta or maybe some new place, he explained with smile. Before Bruce slammed his hand on the near table. Stop lying. Naruto quickly reacted, activating his Sharingan and Raikiri in his left hand, pointed at Bruce. The killer intent coming from blonde Jinchur. Iki scared both Bruce and Hulk inside of him. And this Ellicrit city around Naruto hand was making things worse. I'm sorry. I shouldn't react like this. If you could put your hand down, we can discuss everything calmly. Hearing Bruce calm, Naruto decided to drop his guard and cancel his jutsu and Sharingan. Let's go somewhere calmer. Are you okay with that, Bruce? Naruto asked, earning nod from Banner. Next day, Naruto, Bruce and Natasha stood in aircraft carry. They were waiting for Steve, since he wanted to fly with a Quinjet. Naruto wondered what both Steve and Bruce faces will be when they LLC. That's not an usual aircraft carry. So Mr. Banner, Natasha started getting attention of both Bruce and Naruto. How are you feeling? Well, Mr. Uzumaki said we're going somewhere calmer. Bruce paused, glancing at Naruto, who chuckled nervously. Don't look at me like that. Once we'll be inside, it's going to be great. Naruto assured Bruce, who was still not really believing him. If they would try to do something to him, they would meet the wrath of Hulk. Just like before, but Naruto was probably the only person that could stop him. But he was doubting it. Finally, Quinjet with Steve Lan. Dead, and the group walked to meet a living legend. After few seconds, Steve and Coulson exit the Quinjet and meet the small smiles from the group waiting for them. Hey Naruto. Both Steve and Coulson greeted Naruto, who waved at them. It's great to meet you, Dr. Banner. Steve greeted Bruce with handshake. Pleasure to meet you too, Captain Rogers. Bruce said with smile. I don't believe I've met you before. Rogers said, looking at Natasha, who smiled warmly. Natasha Romanoff. Natasha introduced herself, offering her hand, which Steve gladly shaken. Better get inside, boys. You don't want to get wet, right? She joked, lied with wink. Which confused both Bruce and Steve. Naruto only little bit, only Coulson knew what she meant. Don't worry. It's hard to tell if Nat meant something sexual or not. Naruto said, making both Steve and Bruce sweat drop. Even I don't understand her sometimes, and boy, I know for few years now. Inside of aircraft carry. After quite a walk and sudden move of vehicle, the G. Group entered a center of ship where Nick was. Let's vanish, Nick said to one of the technician. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on Helicarrier, said, greeting the group behind him. With sigh, Steve took banknote from his wallet and gave it to Naruto, who grinned. What was that about? Bruce asked curiously. We made a deal that there will be nothing that will shock me anymore. I've lost, he said in defeated voice, while looking through the window to see clothes instead of water. What are you doing right now? We search both for Loki and Tesseract, Coulson explained with arm crossed. Suddenly they heard a bip sound from one of the monitors. We got Loki. He's in Germany. Hearing that caused Naruto release some of his ki. Captain, if you want to go, your new suit is ready. Germany. Same day later. Loki had a simple plan. To control Midgard and become its king. But to that he needed an army. For that he needed Tesseract, which Loki already had, and now to stabilize the thing, so he could summon his army. For this Loki needed Iridium, so the so-called Hawkeye, who was his servant, needed to scan some man eye. Loki did that and killed the man, scaring everyone and making them run for their lives. This caused him to glee and head to see more terror in Midgardians' eyes. He circle them with the help of his shadows-like clones. Dunno if that's a pun in this fanfic. Kneel, Loki shouted, and everyone kneeled from fear. Is not this simpler? Is this not your natural state? It's the unspoken truth of humanity, that you crave subjugation. The bright lure of freedom diminishes your life's joy in a mad scramble for power. For identity, you were made to be ruled. In the end, you will always kneel. Loki said in happy and strong voice, making gestures with his hands. Not to men like you, said a single old man as he stood up. There are no men like me. Loki replied with grin. There are always men like you. Man retorted, which make Loki to chuckle. He rose his scepter, pointing it at the elder. Look to your elder, people. Let him be an example, he said, ready to shoot the stupid old man. Once the blue beam was released from his scepter, a sudden red, blue and white shield reflected his attack. An old soldier. Who's out time? Loki remarked, when Captain America revealed himself in all his glory. You know, the last time I was in Germany and saw a man standing above everybody else, we ended up disagreeing. Captain said, making his way to Loki through the crowd. Sadly, you're just a Midgardian. You're nothing but an ant under my shoe. He gloated with smirk, which caused Steve to shake his head. I am not the one out of time. Suddenly a Quinjet appeared out of nowhere with Black Widow on board. Opening square bracket ... Loki, drop your weapon and stand down. Loki didn't listen and almost shoot down Quinjet. With that, Cap and Loki engaged into hand-to-hand combat along with their weapons. Thanks to his strength and training, Steve had upper hand, but Loki proved his skills too. He was able to dodge some of his punches or kicks and repay Cap with his own moves. Suddenly Loki felt a chilling shiver coming down his spine. He turned around to see Naruto with his eternal Mangekyo active and glaring at him. Suddenly adamantine chains shoot from the ground and restrained Loki. He grabbed his head and making look at his eyes. Let's play Tsukuyomi. Quote, in Tsukuyomi. Then suddenly Loki found simple on some giant pillar. The world around was red, black and white. He found himself on a cross pinned by nails and surrounded by Naruto clones. What is this magic? Loki shouted in frustration. Welcome to my Tsukuyomi. In here I am a god. He declared. For destroying my eye and almost causing people to die in Asgard, I'll be torturing you for next 100 hours. He said sweetly, almost too sweetly. You really spend that much time on that? He asked, hiding his fear at the sight of swords in clones' hands. Don't worry, it will be only minute outside of Tsukuyomi. Naruto assured. Outside of Tsukuyomi, what the hell is going on? Tony, aka Iron Man, asked after about 30 seconds of watching Loki staring at Naruto's eyes. I think it's his Sharingan power called Tsukuyomi. He trapped Loki in powerful genjutsu. Steve explained, waiting for Naruto to end his jutsu. So what are you doing here, Mr. Stark? Well, I was bored and I've overheard that Loki was here making small havoc, so I decided to go and stop him. I didn't expected you, Naruto and Nat to be here. He mused, before glancing at Naruto. I wonder when he'll teach me this Tsukuyomi. At that, Steve looked straight at Tony. Don't tell you have Sharingan. Tony opened his helmet, showing the pair of 2 Tomo Sharingan in each eye. I didn't know Howard was in Uchiha. Steve thought. Pretty neat, huh? He said, pointing at his eyes. I dunno if I'll ever get the last. Tomu. What was it? Ah, Tomo. He corrected himself with grin. Well, Oki, I think it's over, he said, pointing at Naruto to release Loki, who dropped on the ground breathing heavily. What did you do to him? I was torturing for about 100 hours in my genjutsu. He grinned evilly, causing shiver from both Steve and Tony. Now let's take him to Helicarrier. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 15. Formation. Quinjet. The day, night. Natasha looked at the skies, while piloting the Quinjet. There were thunders around them. Naruto was sitting on the opposite side of where Loki was sitting. While glaring at him, Loki was looking at his feet to avoid being trapped in illusion again. Out of nowhere they all hear Nick speaking through the comlink. Opening square bracket ... Said anything. Not a word after Naruto put him in Tsukuyomi. Natasha replied, turning her head toward grinning blonde. Opening square bracket ... Just get him here. We're low on time. With Loki tied up and cuffed to his seat and Naruto making sure he won't do anything stupid, Tony felt at ease, but Steve was still unsure. Not like he didn't trust Naruto's abilities, but he felt that something will happen. I don't like this, Steve whispered loud enough to Tony to hear it. What? Rock of Ages giving up so easily? Stark joked with smile. I don't remember it being ever that easy. This guy packs a wallop, Steve retorted, glancing at Loki. Still, you are pretty spry, for an older fellow, Tony remarked, looking at Steve. What's your thing? Pilates. What? Steve asked, confused. He didn't remember anything about Pilates. Naruto only educated him about what happened to the world and showed him few movies, newspapers, etc. It's like calisthenics. You might have missed a couple things, you know. Doing time as a capsicle. Steve looks at Tony, finally meeting his ego match. Howard was different than Tony, it was obvious to him now. Thunder and lightning nearly hit the jet, making it shake violently. Where's this coming from? Natasha wondered out loud. Thunder rumbles overhead. Loki stared out the window intently. What's the matter? Scared of a little lightning? Steve asked amused. I'm not overly fond of what follows. Loki replied dryly. Outside of the jet a blinding light hit the jet. Not a normal light. It was Thor, who quickly opened the ramp and ripped Loki from his seat. Well, hello, brother. Thor, stand down. Naruto ordered, but Thor didn't listen to him and flied out of the Quinjet. Tony and Steve are left dumbstruck. Fuck, why the hell he can't listen? Then without warning he jumped out of the jet, vanishing in the darkness. Now there's that guy, Tony said looking at Steve who clearly didn't had any idea who it was. So he put his Iron Man helmet and went to the ramp. Another Asgardian? Natasha asked, but no one replied. Think the guy's a friendly? Steve asked looking at Tony who was about to jump out. Tony turned around and glanced at Rogers. Doesn't matter. If he frees Loki or kills him, the Tesseract's lost. With that he jumped out of the Quinjet. Shit, Steve cursed. While taking a parachute, I'd sit this one, Cap. Natasha suggested. I don't see how I can. Steve replied with chuckle. Then he simply jumped out of the jet. With Thor and Loki. Somewhere out in the European mountains, Thor throws Loki into the side of the mountain. He raises the mighty hammer. Mjolnir. He looks down at his brother, who he thought to be dead and is angry to see him alive in this fashion. Where is the Tesseract? Thor demanded narrowing his eyes at his brother. I missed you too, Loki joked as he stood up, nursing his back from the impact. Do I look to be in a gaming mood? Thor shouted. Oh, you should thank me. With the Bifrost gone, how much dark energy did the Allfather have to muster to conjure you here? Your precious earth, he asked earning scowl from Thor. Or did somehow that Naruto fellow help you out? Thor grab and pick up Loki. His brother. Although Thor is pissed for what he has done, a family is everything to a man or god. I thought you dead, Thor whispered shaking his head. Did you mourn? Loki asked, already knowing his answer. We all did. Our father. ... Before he could finish, Loki rose his finger to cut him. Your father, he corrected. He did tell you my true parentage, did he not? Thor let go off Loki, who walks away from Thor, causing an even bigger wedge between them. We were raised together, we played together, we fought together. Do you remember none of that? He asked, feeling that his heart was slowly sinking. Loki turned around to stare at Thor with anger. I remember a shadow, living in the shade of your greatness. I remember you tossing me into an abyss. I was and should be king. He yelled at Thor, who started to feel guilty but he couldn't allow Loki to rule over the earth. So you take the world I love as recompense for your imagined slights. No, the earth is under my protection, Loki. At that his adopted brother lauded. And you're doing a marvelous job with that. The humans slaughter each other in droves, while you idly threat. I mean to rule them. And why should I not? He retorted with snort. You think yourself above them. He said with disappointed. Well, yes, he agreed with smirk. Then you miss the truth of ruling, brother. Throne would suit you ill. Angrily, Loki shoves his brother to the side. He walks back up to the ledge and turns around. I've seen worlds you've never known about. I have grown, Odinson, in my exile. I have seen the true power of the Tesseract, and when I wield it. He gloated with glee, as Thor sighed. Who showed you this power? Who controls the would-be king? Thor asked with snarl. I am a king, he shouted at Thor. Not here. You give up the Tesseract. You give up this poisonous dream. You come home. Thor said sternly. I don't have it. You need the cube to bring me home, but I've sent it off I know not where. He said with smirk, as Mjolnir flies back to Thor's grasp. Suddenly a swirling sound could be heard coming toward them. You listen well brother. Rasengan. Naruto exclaimed, slamming his jutsu at Thor, which sent him flying toward the forest. Naruto flied with him, since he had to hold up Rasengan. The whole thing happened in just a second. I'm listening, Loki said. With Naruto and Thor crashed into the forest. Thor rolled himself up, while Naruto landed on his feet without problem. I told you to stand down. Naruto said in cold tone, but Thor didn't flinch. Leave this to me, it's family problem. Thor replied, making sure that Naruto get part, family. Blonde shinobi sighed and took a breath. Suddenly Tony appeared and landed next to him. You, metal men, stay away from this. You have no idea what you will be dealing with. At Tony look at Naruto, who was narrowing his eyes at God of Thunder. Shakespeare in the park. Dith mother know you weareth her drapes. Tony joked, while Naruto sweat dropped. This is beyond you, metal man. Loki will face Asgardian justice. Thor declared, which caused Naruto to sigh. He gives up the cube, he's all yours. Until then, stay out of our way, tourist. Tony said, as he turned around and was about to fly to Loki, but Thor throw his hammer at him, which knock him clear across into the three. Naruto decided to let Tony and Thor had a little spar, when he'll make sure Loki won't flee. Naruto flashed away and appeared next to Loki, shocking him. Naruto asked Reime. Thor raises his hand. Mjolnir flied back to his hand and swings the hammer, summoning a ray of energy. Iron Man stands up and from his hand boosters, a blast of energy knocks the Thor on his ass. Iron Man flied back up and knocked Thor into a tree. Thor, kneeling on the ground, pulls Mjolnir to his hand, raises it to the skies and pulls in lightning and thunder. Then he points the hammer at Iron Man and the outpouring of bolts lighting increases in intensity. Tony wasn't last enough to avoid the attack, so he took everything that Thor got. Opening square bracket ... Power at 400% capacity. Hearing what Jarvis just said, make Tony smirk. Iron Man fired away from his hand booster, pushing Thor to his knees. Like two gunslingers ready to draw, both Thor and Iron Man fly towards each other and meet in the middle and ascend up. But Tony was able to bring him back at the ground. He threw him toward the ground and landed a bit away from Thor. He quickly back on his feet to meet a punch from Iron Man. Iron Man grab and lift Thor, who headbutted him, and send him across the forest. But he stopped himself and launched at Thor. Thor tried to punch Tony straight in face, but thanks to his Sharingan, he knew what to do. He sent a blast at Thor's hand, which knocked his whole arm away, not rip it, and thanks to that, Oni was able to punch Thunder God in the guts, which sent him flying backward. Tony launched himself yet again, and this time he grabbed Thor's cape, spin around and slam at the near tree, knocking the air out of him. Thor could believe that a Midgardian was defeating him. Iron Man back off a little away from Thor and let him get back on his feet. Have a not, Blondie, Tony taunted with chuckle. Suddenly, Captain America's shield ricocheted off both Tony and Thor, stopping them. They look up and see Captain America standing on top of a fallen tree with the shield back in hand. That's a knot, he ordered, jumping from fallen tree to their level. He then looked at Thor. Now, I don't know what you plan on doing here. I've come here to put an end to Loki's schemes. He explained, but Steve wasn't so sure about this. Then prove it. Put the hammer down, Cap ordered, and Tony shook his head. Yeah, no. Bad call. He loves his hammer. With that he bitch slapped by Thor, which sent flying backward. Thor, losing all tolerance with this sentential of liberty, raises the hammer. You want me to put the hammer down? Thor leapt high into the air, raising his hammer. Captain America crouches down and hold up his shield. Thor brings that hammer down onto the shield and a massive implosion of light reacts to the vibranium shield, creating a massive shockwave that blows up anything standing within a mile. Iron Man stands up, looking around like holy shit. Lying right next to him is Cap, who never takes his eye off Thor. Thor looks at both men. End of Ost. Suddenly, in flash of yellow light, both Naruto and Loki show up. With sigh, he look at the three-man and ask, "Are you done with child plays?" He asked, annoyed, and no one decided to reply. Then grab onto me and let get back to Helicarrier. Helicarrier hallway. Dozens of SHIEL. D police escort Loki, who is in handcuffs, smiling. As they pass the Helicarrier lab, Banner stops working on the Chidori scepter and looks up. Loki eyes him as he walks, nodding and smiling. Burst rubbed his head, feeling weird. Helicarrier detention section. Naruto asked Ninmu. Loki was now free from his cuffs and contained in a rather large glass cell held by hydraulic rigs. Naruto and Fury walked up the control panel of the cell. In case it's unclear, you try to escape. You so much as scratch that glass. Naruto and then Nick pressed a button which opened up a hatch underneath Loki's cell. Loki peered as much as he could from the glass. Without seeing, the sounds of gusting wind would make man shit his pants. Not a god, though. 30,000 feet, straight down in a steel trap. You get how that works. With that furry close the hatch. Then he points at Loki. Insect. And then points at the button which would drop Loki into the steel trap. Boot. So from now on you'll be called Mushi-kun. At that Loki smirked. It's an impressive cage. Not built, I think, for me. Loki said, making Nick and Naruto to narrow their eyes at him. Built for something a lot stronger than you. Nick replied, glaring at still smirking form of Loki. Oh, I've heard, Loki said chuckling, while glancing at the camera. He knew that the others were watching him, especially Banner. The mindless beast, makes play he's still a man. How desperate are you, that you call upon such lost creatures to defend you? I think you forgot that Earth has me. The one who will protect it at all cost. Naruto snarled, but Loki ignored him to frustrate him even more. How desperate are we? You threaten our world with war. You steal a force you can't hope to control. He retorted with snort. You talk about peace and you kill cause it's fun. You have made us very desperate. You might not be glad that you did. He said pointing at grinning Naruto. Ooh, it burns you to come so close. To have the Tesseract, to have power. Unlimited power. And for what? A warm light for all mankind to share, and then to be reminded what real power is. Loki said laughing. Nick only smiled, while Naruto shook his head. Well, you let me know if real power wants a magazine or something. With that blonde grabbed fury and they flashed away, leaving Loki in his cell still smirking and looking at camera. Helicarrier, briefing room. Steve watches until the monitor goes black. Thor, who didn't even look, just listened, stands there, torn apart. They all just stand there in stunned silence. Finally Bruce decided to break it. He really grows on you, doesn't he? Banner asked Thor, but he didn't reply. Loki's gonna drag this out. So, Thor, what's his play? Steve asked, curious at what so-called demigod was planning. He has an army called the Chitauri. They're not of Asgard or any world known. He means to lead them against your people. They will win him the earth. In return, I suspect, for the Tesseract. He explained, and Naruto slammed his hand on the table, almost cracking it. It was real Naruto, and one with Nick was just a bunchin'. End of Ost. Seriously. Naruto barked angry. From where? Outer space or something. So he's building another portal. That's what he needs Eric Selvig for. Bruce concluded with frown. Selvig? Thor asked. He's astrophysicist. Banner explained with shrug. He's a friend. Thor said, angry that his brother was using him. Loki has him under some kind of spell, along with one of ours. Natasha explained, hiding her worry about her precious friend, Clint Barton aka Hawkeye. I wanna know why Loki let us take him. He's not leading an army from here. Naruto wondered out loud. It's like he needs something from here. We'll make sure he won't escape from the cell. Natasha assured. I don't think we should be focusing on Loki. That guy's brain is a bag full of cats, you could smell crazy on him. Bruce said, causing Thor narrow his eyes at him. Have care how you speak. Loki is beyond reason, but he is of Asgard, and he's my brother. That caused Naruto and Natasha to sweat drop. He killed 80 people in 2 days. Both Naruto and Natasha retorted in unison. He's adopted. Thor replied with frown. Iridium. What did they need the iridium for? Bruce asked, changing the subject. It's a stabilizing agent. Came a new voice. The group turned to see Tony and Coulson come to the room. Coulson went to other agents, while Tony started to walk around the group. No hard feelings, Point Break. You've got a mean swing, he said to Thor, patting his back. Also, it means the portal can open as wide, and stay open as long, as Loki wants. That doesn't sound good at all. Naruto pointed, rubbing the back of high head. We need to find Tesseract and secure it. In place where no will find it, beside few people. But only one will have access. He explained, getting curious looks from the group. There won't be better place than my Kamui dimension. Only I have access to it. At that Nick, who entered the room, gave him a sharp look. I hope you don't think about taking it for yourself, Naruto. Fury said, hoping he wouldn't do that. There was no one could stop him from that, maybe Thor and Hulk if they would work together. No, just keep it until we'll send Loki back to Asgard and make him free Clint and Eric with other agents. Blonde assured, making Nick sigh in relief. Tony oaks around the monitors and places a button-size hacking implant under Fury's desk, without anyone noticing. Well, that sounds great. The rest of the raw materials, Agent Barton can get his hands on pretty easily. Only major component he still needs is a power source. A high energy density, something to kickstart the cube. Tony explained with tiny smile. When did you become an expert in thermonuclear astrophysics? Maria Hill, who was in the room for quite some time, asked curiously. Last night, he retorted. The packet, Selvig's notes, the extraction theory papers. Am I the only one who did the reading? He asked the group with frown. Does Loki need any particular kind of power source? Steve asked. He's got to heat the cube to 120 million Kelvin just to break through the Coulomb barrier. Banner replied and get Tony attention. Unless, Selvig has figured out how to stabilize the quantum tunneling effect. Tony countered to see how good was Bruce Banner. Well, if he's old do that he could achieve heavy ion fusion at any reactor on the planet. Bruce replied with shrug. Finally, Tony exclaimed, clapping his hands together. Someone who speaks English. Is that what just happened? Steve's sweat dropped, while both Tony and Bruce shaked hands. Tony and Banner shake hands. A glimmer in their eyes shines as the mutual respect for each other shows. It's good to meet you, Drive. Banner. Your work on anti-electron collisions is unparalleled. And I'm a huge fan of the way you lose control and turn into an enormous green rage monster. Tony remarked, while Bruce looked down. Thanks, he replied, while Natasha giggled. How cute. Dr. Banner is blushing. Mr. Stark, I guess you found yourself a boyfriend. Both Tony and Bruce glared at Natasha, while Naruto, Nick and Steve were barely holding their laughs. Thor was unsure what a redhead was talking about. That's not Natasha, Nick said seriously. Dr. Banner is only here to track the cube. I was hoping you might join him. He said to Tony and chuckled. Let's start with that scepter of his. It may be magical, but it works an awful lot like a Hydra weapon. Naruto said, remembering Hydra soldiers using something similar. I don't know about that. But it is powered by the cube. And I'd like to know how Loki used it to turn two of the sharpest men I know into his personal flying monkeys. At that, Thor got confused. Monkeys? I do not understand, he asked, while Steve perked up. I do. I understood that reference. Both Naruto and Tony rolled their eyes, while Steve was proud of himself. Shall we play, Doctor? Tony asked with grin. Let's play, he replied with small smile as they walk out. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 16. Battle of New York Part 1 Banner Lab. Same night. Banner was continuously scanning with a gamma-ray detection scanner on the scepter for radiation. Tony glanced at his monitors, shifting and solving as many algorithms and equations. The gamma readings are definitely consistent with Selvig's reports on the Tesseract. But it's gonna take weeks to process. Bruce said with tired sigh. If we bypass our mainframe and direct a reroute to the Homer cluster, we can clock this around 600 teraflops. Tony said, which caused Bruce to chuckle. All I packed was a toothbrush. At that, Tony lauded. You know, you should come by Stark Towers sometime. Top 10 floors, all R&D. You'd love it, it's Candy Land. He suggested, which caused Bruce to shook his head. Thanks, but the last time I was in New York I kind of broke. Harlem, he replied as sudden memory of the Hulk fight with Abomination came to his mind. Well, I promise a stress-free environment. No tension, no surprises. Suddenly, Tony poked Banner with a miniature electrical prod. Then both Naruto and Steve walk into the lab, while Tony looked at Banner closely. Ow. At that, both Naruto and Steve got alerted. Nothing, Tony asked interested, while Bruce looked at him with disbelief. Hey, are you nuts? Naruto barked, while Steve was narrowing his eyes at Banner. That was the most stupid thing you've done, you know that. You really have got a lid on it, haven't you? What's your secret? Mellow jazz. Bongo drums. Huge bag of weed. Tony didn't even heard Naruto speaking to him. Is everything a joke to you? Steve asked, pissed at Tony. Funny things are, he replied with shrug, which caused Naruto to sigh. But then he felt something weird coming from Bruce. It was like a mix of sage chakra and some new energy at the same time. He didn't felt anything before. Threatening the safety of everyone on this ship isn't funny. No offense, Doctor, he said, looking at Tony and then at Bruce. No, it's all right. I wouldn't have come aboard if I couldn't handle pointy things, he said, glancing at Tony, who smiled at him. Bruce. Naruto started getting banner attention. Have you ever felt an energy surrounding you before that whole accident? He asked, earning mixed expression from Bruce. I'm not sure, but I always felt something close to me and so amazing around nature, he admitted with smile. Why do you ask? Well, I'm getting weird vibes from the chakra around you. At that, Bruce rose his eyebrow. The chakra is the things that bind us and surround us. It's the things that allow us to stay alive, he explained. To Bruce, who nodded in understanding. I feel natural and some other energy around you. Kurama, do you have any idea what's going with Bruce? He asked in thought, waking up his friend again. If I recall correctly, there was a person in 4th grade Ninja War, which had an ability to absorb natural energy. The guy name was Jugo, he was from Unknown clan. Because of absorbing natural energy, he had tendency to go berserk and had fluids in his body cause him to transform. I think that he might be his ancestor. Still, he seemed stable, which was rare for Jugo. He explained and went back to his sleep. Did you had any tendencies for rages when you're younger? Naruto asked curiously, which caused Bruce to gulp. I was a calm child. I've never had any rage outburst or anything like that at that point of my life, maybe later when I was older. But it was rare. Why do you ask? Bruce asked, a bit nervous, talking about his past. I believe that your ancestor of a member of the clan which was able to absorb natural energy, he explained, making Bruce's eyes winded. I need to know more about Hulk and what happened to you after the accident. I believe that there are some scrolls regarding the clan. But let's leave this for later. Now you should find Tesseract. At that, Tony snorted. You think I'm not? Why did Fury call us and why now? Why not before? What isn't he telling us? I can't do the equation unless I have all the variables, he said. You think Fury's hiding something? Steve asked with crossed arms. He's a spy, Captain. He's the spy. His secrets have secrets, he said, pointing at Banner. It's bugging you too, isn't it? Bruce rubbed the back of his head. I just wanna finish my work here and he mumbled, looking down. Doctor, a bet, Naruto said, which caused Bruce to lift his head. A warm light for all mankind. Loki's jab at Fury about the cube. He replied with shrug. I heard it, Steve said with sigh. Well, I think that was meant for you. Even if Barton didn't post that all over the news, he said, pointing at Stark. The Stark Tower. That big ugly. Then Tony gave him a look. Building in New York. It's powered by Stark reactors, self-sustaining energy source. That building will run itself for what, a year? Bruce asked curiously. That's just the prototype. I'm kind of the only name in clean energy right now, he replied with sight. So, why didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. bring him in on the Tesseract project? I mean, what are they doing in the energy business in the first place? He wondered, while referring to Tony. I should probably look into that once my decryption programmer finishes breaking into all of S.H.I.E.L.D's secure files. While Steve was taken by that, Naruto simply smirked. I'm sorry, did you just say that you hacked the servers of the S.H.I.E.L.D.? Naruto finished for Steve, who didn't took his eyes from Tony. Quest that the circle will never end. There is new Indra and old Ashura doesn't like him already. I just hope they won't have some battle to death. Why am I thinking about that? Nah. Let's forget it, he thought with shrug. Jarvis has been running it since I hit the bridge. In a few hours we'll know every dirty secret S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever tried to hide, he explained, while taking blueberries from his pocket. Blueberry, he offered Bruce, who declined, but Naruto decided to take few. Yet you're confused about why they didn't want you around, Steve retorted with snort. An intelligence organization that fears intelligence. Historically, not possible, he replied with chuckle. I think Loki's trying to wind us up. This is a man who means to start a war. And if don't stay focused, he'll succeed. We have orders, we should follow them. You're wasting a time, Tony. Better get back to helping Bruce. Naruto said seriously, which caused Tony to flinch. Following is not really my style. Stark replied, which caused Rogers smiled. And you're all about style, aren't you? Steve asked, hitting Tony nerves. Of the people in this room, which one is, A, wearing a spangly outfit, and B, not of use? Steve, tell me none of this smells a little funky to you? Bruce asked, which caused Steve to take it as the possibility, but as an obedient soldier, he shaked it off. Naruto asked man of the world. Just find the cube. Steve ordered and left the lab. Still torn apart by the possibility, he simply walks away, towards the hull of the ship. That went better than I thought. Naruto said, earring confused looks from both Bruce and Tony. What do you mean by that? Bruce asked. I'll explain that later. There is no rush, he replied with shrug. That's the guy my dad never shut up about. Wondering if they shouldn't have kept him on ice. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Tony and snarled. That's my friend you're talking about, Tony. The friend that I thought was dead. He explained sadly. He's been through much a lot already. I wonder how would you feel, waking up almost 70 years where your girlfriend is long dead, huh? Tony was taken by his word. He was right. Right now Pepper was his world. Without her, he would be nothing. Okay, I'm sorry. Tony apologized, shocking Bruce and making Naruto smile. Steve's not wrong about Loki. He does have the jump on us. Bruce admitted. What he's got is an Acme dynamite kit. He said, earning chuckle from Naruto. It's gonna blow up in his face, and I'm gonna be there when it does. And I'll read all about it. Bruce promised with smiled. Or you'll be suiting up like the rest of us. He said, while snapping his fingers. See, I don't get a suit of armor. I'm exposed, like a nerve. It's a nightmare. He scowled. You know, I've got a cluster of shrapnel, trying every second to crawl its way into my heart. Tony pointed at his mini arc reactor in his chest. This stops it. This little circle of light. It's part of me now, not just armor. It's a terrible privilege. I have something like you, Bruce, but I was able to become friends with him. He said with warm smile, while placing his hand on his stomach. I also believe that you and Hulk might become friends, if you two will be willing to try. He explained, looking at Bruce, who gave a chuckle. I'm not a Yamanaka, but I believe that my old friends can help you. Yeah, sure, but I don't think it'll work. I've tried everything, but I can't control him. He said, while shaking his head. Well, you never see until you try harder. Naruto said sagely, which caused Tony to roll his eyes. End of Ost. Hull Hangar. Secure Storage 10C. Steve, with all his might, slides the heavy iron door and stealthily walked in. Secure Storage 10C was a large warehouse, filled with metal crates stacked. Steve looks up, seeing another level. He leaps up high and holds onto the catwalk railing. Steve continues to move forward. Briefing room. On a SHIEL. D monitor is a photo and record of Jane Foster. Thor looks at her, remembering time spent with her. With him was Agent Coulson, who was also looking at the monitor. As soon as Loki took the doctor, we moved Jane Foster. We've got an excellent observatory in Troncy. She was asked to consult there very suddenly yesterday. Handsome fee, private plane, very remote. She'll be safe, Coulson promised, looking at Thor with smile. Thank you. It's no accident Loki taking Eric Selvig. I dread what he plans for him once he's done. Eric is a good man. He replied with frown. He talks about you a lot. You changed his life. You changed everything around here. He said, chuckling. Although not as much as Naruto, but you earn a credit. He added with laughed. They were better as they were. We pretend on Asgard that we're more advanced, but we come here battling like Bilchstein. Thor said with sigh, getting confused look from Coulson. Come again, came a new voice from behind, which caused the two almost to jump. They turned around to see Naruto with curious eyes. What? You startled us, Naruto. Coulson said as soon as he calmed his heart. Don't do that. Fine, he said, waving him off. So what are Bilchsteins? Bilchsteins. You know, huge, Scaly, big antlers. You don't have those. Thor asked, just like Coulson, after calming his own heart. No, I don't think so. But we have bijus, he replied with shrug. Wait, hold on Naruto. Coulson waved hand in front of Naruto, who rose his eyebrow. What are bijus and why haven't you? Tell us anything. They are tail beasts and there are 9 of them. I have the last and strongest one, the 9-tailed fox. His name is Kurama. They are massive chakra with personalities and bodies, created by Sage of 6 Paths. They living around the world. As to why I haven't told anything, was because I don't even know where they are right now. Beside, it's not like I would allow you to find them and use them. You don't even know how to use chakra, he explained with shrug. Well, they are repulsive, and they trample everything in their path. Thor added, once Naruto was done with explaining. Really, bijus are the same, he said, hearing mental growl from Kurama. With sigh, Thor walked over to the side of the ship and looked out the window, lamenting about what has happened and what may come. When I first came to Earth, Loki's rage followed me here and your people paid the price. And now again, in my youth I courted war, he admitted and sighed, which caused Naruto to roll his eyes. Come on Thor, war hasn't even started yet, Naruto said, crossing his arms. You think you can make Loki tell us what the Tesseract is? Nick asked once he entered to the brief room. I do not know. Loki's mind is far afield, it's not just power he craves, it's vengeance upon me. There's no pain that would prize his need from him, he confessed with tired sigh. A lot of guys think that, until the pain stops. Nick said, looking through the window. What are you asking me to do? Thor asked, annoyed. He's asking, what are you prepared to do? Naruto explained, while joining the two at gazing through the window. Loki is a prisoner, God of Thunder said, somehow unsure of his answer. Then why do I feel like he's the only person on this boat that wants to be here? Nick wondered out loud. Helicarrier detention section. Loki was walking back and forth inside his glass cell. Suddenly, he stopped and smiled. There's not many people that can sneak up on me, Loki admitted, as Natasha stepped out of the shadows. But you figured I'd come, she replied with shrug. After whatever tortures Fury can concoct, you would appear as a friend, as a bomb. And I would cooperate. I want to know what you've done to Agent Barton, he demanded sternly. I'd say I've expanded his mind, he said, chuckling. And once you've won, once you're king of the mountain, what happens to his mind? She asked, curious. Is this love, Agent Romanoff? Loki asked back, which caused her to frown. Love is for children. I owe him a debt, she answered coldly. Loki smiled and sat on his prison bed. Tell me, he insisted, and Natasha pulled a chair and sat on it. Before I worked for S.H.I.E.L.D., I made a name for myself. I have a very specific skill set. I didn't care who I used it for, or on. I got on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar in a bad way. Agent Barton and Agent Uzumaki were sent to get rid of me. They both made a different call, she explained with smile. And what will you do if I vow to spare him? And maybe even Naruto? He asked in calm voice. Not let you out, she retorted with frown. No, but I like this, he admitted with laugh. Your world in the balance, and you bargain for one man. Naruto asked dark clouds. Regimes fall every day, she explained with shrug. I tend not to weep over that, I'm Russian. Or was, Natasha added with sigh. What is it you want? Loki inquired, confused. It's really not that complicated. I've got red in my ledger, I'd like to wipe it out, she explained with crossed arms. Can you wipe out that much red? Dracov's daughter. Sao Paulo. The hospital fire. Barton told me everything. Your ledger is dripping, it's gushing red. And you think saving a man no more virtuous than yourself will change anything? He stood up and snarled at her with anger. This is the basest sentimentality. This is a child at prayer. Pathetic. Intercuts. Tony and Banner were continuously work at their monitors. You lie and kill in the service of liars and killers. Agent Hill checks every viewscreen in the bridge. Fury oversees every procedures. Naruto is meditating outside on top of Helicarrier, before he open his eyes and frown. He just got a bad feeling that something will happen soon. Uzumaki didn't like it. You pretend to be separate, to have your own code. Something that makes up for the horrors. But they are a part of you, and they will never go away. Steve opened a steel crate. Angry, he looked behind him and looks back into the crate. The whole crate is filled with an array of Hydra weapons. End of intercuts. End of Ost. Loki slammed his hand on his cell, making Natasha flinch. I won't touch Barton. Not until I make him kill you. Slowly, intimately, in every way he knows you fear. And when he'll wake just long enough to see his good work, and when he screams, I'll split his skull. This is my bargain, you mewling Quim. He shouted, making Natasha stood up and turn around, disgusted by what he just said. You're a monster, she said Quitelti in distraughted voice. What? Loki voice becomes staggered, as Natasha actives her comlink in her ear. Loki means to unleash the Hulk. Keep Banner in the lab, I'm on my way. Send Naruto and Thor as well, he reported, while making her way toward the exit. Thank you for your cooperation. Natasha quickly walks out of the cell, leaving Loki frozen. But after she was gone, he smirked and said again with smile. Banner lab, hour later morning. Fury walks in surprise to see Tony and Banner not working on the scepter. He narrowed his single eye at the two who were drinking cough. What are you doing, Mr. Stark? Nick demanded, while raised his eyebrow. Kind of been wondering the same thing about you, he retorted, placing the cub on the table. Beside, we've been working for couple of hours with only like toilets breaks, that's all. We need at least break for cough. You're supposed to be locating the Tesseract, he said with his arm crossed, glaring straight at Tony's face. We are. The model's locked and we're sweeping for the signature now. When we get a hit, we'll have the location within half a mile. Banner explained, pointing at the monitors. And you'll get your cube back, no muss, no fuss. Tony added, clapping his hands together. Suddenly, monitor next to him shows a collection of secret files. What is Phase 2? Suddenly, Steve drops a Hydra assault rifle on the table, causing Fury, Banner and Tony to turn around. Captain was pissed. Then a flash of yellow appear in the lab, revealing to be Naruto, who had confused expression. Hi guys. What's the Hydra rifle doing here? Naruto asked. 3 cold ground. Phase 2 is shield uses the cube to make weapons. Steve explained, which caused Naruto to gasp. Sorry, the computer was moving a little slow. Fury, what's the meaning of this? Naruto demanded, grabbing Nick by his cloak and lifting him. Tesseract was sup. OSED to be the thing that someday will replace arc reactor, not a weapon. Listen, we gathered everything related to the Tesseract. This does not mean that we're. Before Nick could finish, Tony cut at him. I'm sorry, Nick. Tony moves the computer screen towards Fury, which shows plans various type of weapons. What were you lying? I was wrong. The world hasn't changed a bit, he said, pissed, while clenching his fists. At that moment, Thor and Natasha walk into the lab. Natasha kept her eyes right on Banner. Banner looks at her, now pissed too. But she quickly moves her eye to see Fury trying to get away from Naruto grip. Agent Naruto, drop Director Fury on the ground now, she demanded, taking her pistol and pointing it at Naruto back. Hearing that caused Naruto to chuckle. Come on Nat, you know that guns can't kill me, but fine. He dropped Nick, who readjusted his cloak. With sigh, she moved her eyes back at Bruce, who didn't took his off her. Did you know about this? He asked her in rather demanding tone. You wanna think about removing yourself from this environment, Doctor? She suggested, but it was more like an order. I was in Calcutta, I was pretty well removed, he said with dry chuckle. Loki's manipulating you, she explained, while he waved her off. And you've been doing what exactly? He retorted, looking at the group in front of him. You didn't come, because I've promised to let you go, Naruto asked, and Banner noted. Yes, and I'm not leaving that easily. I'd like to know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is using the Tesseract to build weapons of mass destruction, he said, pointing at a nuke looking like rocket on the monitor. Because of him, Nick pointed at Thor. Me? He asked, stunned and confused. Not long ago, Earth had a visitor from another planet who had a grudge match that leveled a small town. We learned that not only are we not alone, but we are hopelessly, hilariously, outgunned, he explained, which caused Naruto to shook his head. My people want nothing but peace with your planet, he declared firmly. That's right, Nick, Naruto assured. I know people of Asgard. King of Asgard is my godfather. The group was a little taken by Naruto words, but they decided to let that subject for later. But you're not the only people out there, are you? And, you're not the only threat. The world's filling up with people who can't be matched, they can't be controlled. That caused Naruto to sigh. Still forgetting about me, huh? Naruto thought with another shake of his head. Like you controlled the cube. Steve asked rhetorically. Your work with the Tesseract is what drew Loki to it, and his allies. It is the signal to all the realms that the Earth is ready for a higher form of war. Thor explained, earning gaps from the group. A higher form? Naruto inquired. You forced our hand. We had to come up with something. Nick replied, crossing his arms. Nuclear deterrent. Cause that always calms everything right down. Tony said out loud with chuckle. Remind me again how you made your fortune, Stark. Nick asked rhetorically. I'm sure if he still made weapons, Stark would be neck this now. Steve said, and Tony waved his hand on Rogers. Wait, hold on. How is this about me? He inquired curiously. Isn't everything about you? Cap asked rhetorically with snort. I thought humans were more evolved than this. Thor snarled, and somehow Naruto couldn't disagree. Excuse me, did we come to your planet and blow stuff up? Fury asked rhetorically. Did you always give your champions such mistrust? Thor snarled, while Natasha looks at him with disbelief. Are you all really that naive? She asked, shaking her head. As the team argues, they don't realize the blue gem on Loki's scepter is glowing brightly. All aside from Naruto, who was feeling dizzy. No, we shouldn't be arguing. Need to find Tesseract, he thought, as his vision slowly became blurry. Kurama, what the hell is happening to me? Now he was hearing some high-pitched sound that slowly becoming louder and louder. Same with me, I don't know what's happening, he replied, holding his ears and shaking his head. This sound, I think it's from that scepter. It's affecting our chakra. Aircraft carrier. Outside the helicarrier, a lone carrier slowly hovers over the ship. 661 Bravo, please relay your passcode. What is your hull? Over. Arms to ammunition. Over. Barton, who was piloting the Quinjet, replied. After Barton and his crew suit up and arm themselves, Barton pulls out his high-tech bow and arrows. End of Ost. Banner Lab. Back in the lab, the egos of these people keeping rubbing off each other, and at any moment, the shit will hit the fan. No one was paying attention that Naruto was barely holding himself. You speak of control, yet you court chaos. Thor barked, clenching his fists. It's his MO, isn't it? I mean, what are we, a team? No. We're a chemical mixture that makes chaos. We're a time bomb. He said, pointing at the whole group with frown. Naruto was now helping himself to stay up. He grabbed the near table and leaned his butt on it, while nursing his head. You need to step away. Nick pointed at Bruce. Why shouldn't the guy let off a little steam? Tony asked, placing his hand on Steve's shoulder. Steve simply pushed him off, angry. You know damn well why. Back off. Naruto's breath was slowly becoming faster and faster. Blue gem was now glowing even brighter than before. A round blonde formed an orange mist. His eyeballs became purely red, his fangs became larger, and his whiskers were more pronounced. Oh, I'm starting to want you to make me, Tony said, coming face to face with Steve. Big man in a suit of armor. Take that off. What are you? Cap asked, while Stark smirked. Genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist. He answered smugly. I know guys with none of that worth 10 of you. Yeah, I've seen the footage. He said with snort. The only thing you really fight for is yourself. You're not the guy to make the sacrifice play, to lay down on a wire and let the other guy crawl over you. I think I would just cut the wire. Steve simply chuckled at the answer. Damn. This scepter. Stop fighting. Scepter is affecting our mind and chakra. Naruto thought, as his vision now become all bloody. Fuck. I can't transform into four-tail form. Kurama cut your chakra. He shouted mentally. I can't. This sound. I cannot concentrate. It hurts. Kurama roared. Always a way out. You know, you may not be a threat, but you better stop pretending to be a hero. That did it. A hero. Like you. You're a lab rat, Rogers. Very thing special about you came out of a bottle. He snarled, activating his Sharingan. Outside the helicarrier, the ramp of the carrier opened. The carrier maneuvered next to one of the large turbine engines. Barton stood at the base. Holding out his bow, he pulls out a grenade-tipped arrow. He points right at the engine. Then, Barton moved his aim and points the arrow about 100 feet from the engine. He releases the arrow. The arrow flies out, but then it's sharply heading for the engine. The arrow is punctured onto the engine. It has a visible timer which is counting down. Back at the Banner lab. Back in the lab, Steve puffs up his chest at Tony, who just stands there, staring at him with two Tomo Sharingan. Put on the suit, let's go a few rounds. At that Thor laughs. You people are so petty, and tiny. Naruto tried to say something, but whenever he opened his mouth, he felt burning sensation in his throat. Scepter is affecting all of us. Naruto thought, turning his eyes at the glowing scepter on the table behind Banner. Each time I want to move, my body isn't listening. I'm at my limit. Tony rubbed his head and moves away from Cap. He started to feel weird now, and sudden ringing sound was bugging him. Yeah, this is a T. Banner snorted. Agent Romanoff, would you escort back to his? Before Nick could finish, Bruce cut him off. Where? You rented my room, he retorted. The cell was just in case. Yet again Bruce cut him off. Naruto asked Yogansha, in case you needed to kill me, but you can't. I know, I tried. The group was a little taken by the words coming from Bruce. Even Naruto regained a bit control over himself, but still nobody saw that he was in pain. I got low. I didn't see an end, so I put a bullet in my mouth and the other guy spit it out. So I moved on. I focused on helping other people. I was good, until you dragged me back into this freak show and put everyone here at risk. Banner slowly gets upset as he looks at Romanoff and other beside Naruto, who got unnerved. You wanna know my secret? You wanna know how I stay calm? Black Widow and Fury put their hands down to grab their guns. Damn it, I can't. No, please stop. I don't wanna hurt anyone. Not anymore. Not my friends. Naruto shouted in his mind, as he gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Dr. Banner, put down the scepter, Steve said in calm tone. Bruce looked down, shocked to see him holding Loki's scepter. It's over. Those were last thought, before his body shoot wave of red chakra, blasting everyone. AAARRRRGGGHHH. He roared, while think black and red chakra dome covered his body. What the hell happened to him? Banner called. This isn't good. Stark, grab the armor. Thor, summon your hammer. Nick ordered, while taking his gun and pointing at the dome. Agent Romanoff, take Dr. Banner with you. Barton pulls the trigger on his bow. The arrow then explodes the engine right off the helicarrier. Everyone was thrown in every direction. Steve, Fury, T.H.O.R. and Tony were thrown across, while Natasha and Banner are down in the lower equipment room. Along with sudden explosion on the aircraft carrier, Chakra Dome exploded too, revealing Fox with humanoid body and four tails. Skin of the monster was blood red and was flowing like a river. Fox narrowed his pure white eyes at the remaining group. Steve looks up at Tony. Put on the suit, Steve ordered, quickly helping Tony get up. Yep, Tony replied, heading straight to his armor. Fox roared, sending a shockwave at Steve and Tony. Stark was able to dodge, but Rogers got hit and sent at the wall. He quickly get up, saw his shield and jumped to it. Four Tails sent another shockwave from his mouth, but this time, Cap had his shield to cover himself. Sadly, shockwave was too strong yet again. Captain was sent to the wall. Hill, Nick shouted, thought the earpiece, but there was no reply. Shit, this day start wonderfully. Then he points his gun at four-tailed Fox, who was staring at him. AAAARRRRRRRRGGGGGGGGGHHHHHH. Fox roared with all his might, cause room to shake violently. End of Ost. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 17. Battle of New York Part 2 inches. Helicarrier Bridge. Pandemonium erupts. Emergency alarms set off. Fire extinguishers activate near surrounding fires and every agent is in a spinning scramble for their positions and armaments. Agent Hill tries to keep the bridge as calm as possible. Turn up that engine. Number 3 engine is down. Can we get a run in? Hill inquired, as she walked to one of the crew member. Talk to me. Turbines loose. Mostly intact, but it's impossible to get out there and make repairs while we're in the air. The crew member replied, pointing at the monitor. We lose one more engine, we won't be. Somebody's got to get inside and patch that engine. She concluded. Banner Lab. Stark. You copy that, Nick shouted through the earpiece, before ducking to avoid Fox's tail. Opening square bracket ... I Director. I need Cap to help me. Closing square bracket. I don't know if we can fight with him, Director. Steve shouted, before covering his face from other tail, which bounced off his shield. Naruto. Wake up. You can stop this. Suddenly Fox stops, while shaking and moving uncontrollable. His mouth opened widely to reveal Naruto's struggling face. Blonde face was mostly covered by thick red chakra. Run now, please, I don't want to hurt you. AAARRRRRGGGGHH. He screamed, as both Nick and Steve look at each other. They noted and quickly get out of the lab. Lower equipment room, carrier. Natasha looks over to Banner, who is breathing heavy. Having landed hard, he is gripping the grated floor to maintain control, but his eyes are green, his face intense. I'm okay. We're okay, right, she said quietly to herself. Helicarrier deck. Barton leads his men into the air ducts of the ship. They rappel down into a corridor. Get that engine down. Detention. Get him through the dark. Come with me, Barton ordered, as 2 of his men follow him. They head towards the bridge. Lower equipment room, carrier. On Banner's face in the dim light as he struggles to suppress the rage, but his face is growing, changing slowly. Natasha is pulling herself painfully free. Talking to Banner. Doctor. Bruce. You gotta fight it. This is just what Loki wants. We're gonna be okay. Listen to me. 2 approaching SHIELD soldiers arrive to check on her. She furiously waves them away. They bolt out of there. We're gonna be okay, right? I swear on my life I will get you out of this. You will walk away, and never. Your life. His voice has the change in it. The bitter amusement is morphing to a growled threat. Another explosion rocks the carrier, and he turns to look at her, transforming just as the lights go out. Bruce, she pleaded, as Banner suddenly starts transforming into the Hulk and gives Natasha one last knowing look. Natasha struggles free of the rubble. She stops. The Hulk, sensing her, turns his head and puts on a face of a disturbed monster. Natasha jolts up the stairs with the Hulk chasing after her. Natasha maneuvers like a Black Widow should do. She rolls under a turbine, starts to crawl within the maze of pipes. The Hulk pulls them out from above the catwalk. Natasha falls through under the catwalks and quickly and stealthily escapes. The Hulk lets out a roar of rage just like Naruto back on the lab. Primal, not human. Helicarrier brigged. Fury runs in and sees the chaos has increased even more than before. The helmsman is in complete disarray. Bring the carrier inwards and head south. Take us to the water. Fury ordered, narrowing his eye at helmsman. Why water? Navigation's recalibrated after the engine failure. He inquired confused. As the sun coming up? Nick shouted, making helmsman flinch. Yes, sir, helmsman replied fearfully. Then put it on the left. Get us over water. One more turbine goes down and we drop. Nick demanded, before giving nervous sigh. Helicarrier port side. Captain America, pushing with all his strength the door to port side, sees shield tech in full oxygen masks shoot fire extinguishers. And cover from sparks, largely unable to do anything. Engine 3 is totally dead. A large chunk of the port side in torn off. Stark, I'm here, Cap shouted through the earpiece. Opening square bracket ... Good, see what we got. Tony flies in his Iron Man suit and gets close to the damaged engine. Inside of his suit, Tony observes within his view screen at the damaged engine and its layouts. I gotta get this superconducting cooling system back online before I can access the rotors and work on dislodging the debris. He said to himself and noted. Iron Man begins pulling on the stuck rotors. Looks over at Steve. I need you to get to that engine control panel and tell me which. Relays are in overload position, he said, pointing at the control panel. On the other side of the broken railing, Iron Man flies into giant cooling conductors. Captain America jumps over to the other side of the broken railing. Captain America gets himself to the control panel and opens it up. For a man who grew up as a Yank, everything was looking the same for him. Opening square bracket ... What's it look like in there? It seems to run on some form of electricity, he replied, and hears Tony sigh from earpiece. Opening square bracket ... Well, you're not wrong. Lower equipment room, carrier. Natasha continuously crawls under the catwalk. She stops. Then, boom, boom, boom. The room vibrates. Rhythmically, Natasha pulls out her gun and slowly walks out onto the catwalk and spins, and then a roar. The Hulk. Natasha fires a shot into a liquid nitrogen pipe that hits the Hulk in face. The Hulk smashes out of the way. Natasha begins to run through the maze of corridors. The sound the monster is coming. Finally, she reaches in a long corridor. As she runs, behind her, the Hulk tears up the hallway, coming at her. Natasha turns to see, but the Hulk slaps her into the wall, smashing into the ground. The Hulk marks his territory. Natasha looks up. A fear she has never felt begins to seep out. The Hulk raises his hand and is knocked off his feet by Kyuubi-fied Naruto, who tackles him into the next room. Naruto Ost 3 Shirato. Helicarrier aircraft port. Both Fox and Hulk roll across the floor. Every person runs the hell out of the room. Thor looks up at this magnificent beast. The Hulk stands up and, moving like a boxer, wants Fox to make his move. Fox slowly move on his four, walking around Hulk, who was slowly getting pissed. The Hulk makes his move. Swing and a miss. Fox swings his massive tail and almost knocks Hulk off his feet. Hulk keeps swinging and missing, pissing him off. Finally, he brings down his arm, but Fox grabs it with one tails and wraps around it. AAAARRRRRGGGGHHHH. Fox roared straight at Hulk face, making him frown. AARRRGGGGHHH. Hulk roared right back at Fox, who didn't even flinch. Hulk, smash, quote. Then Hulk suddenly punched Fox's face, sending him flying, or rather his neck with the head, which stretches a few meters behind his own body. Fox lift his head and smirk at confused Hulk. His head and neck quickly went back to their place. Fox wrapped his other tails around Hulk's arm and legs. The green beast tries to move, but Fox proves himself to be quite strong too. Fox cracks a menacing grin, before sending a barrage of punches at Hulk, who couldn't do anything. His rage is reaching its limit as he tries to punch the shit out of the Fox. Fox simply smirks at the struggling Hulk. Suddenly at the end of Hulk's elbow, a grayish jet-like appendage is formed. Slowly a green chakra blast shoots his arm forward, giving Fox powerful punch in the face. Losing his control over the tails, Fox is sent flying through the multiple crates. Hulk takes heavy breaths, before glancing at his right elbow. It slowly returned to normal. So Hulk went back to the fight. Helicarrier port side, with Tony. Iron Man continuously blasts broken debris off the turbine engine. It's bad, but still fixable. Opening square bracket ... The relays are intact. What's our next move? Closing square bracket. Even if I clear the rotors, this thing won't re-engage without a jump. I'm gonna have to get in there and push. Tony explained to Steve via comlink. With Steve. Well, if that thing gets up to speed, you'll get shredded. Steve yelled. Opening square bracket ... Then stay in the control unit and reverse polarity long enough to disengage mag. Speak English. Cap demanded. Opening square bracket ... See that red lever? It'll slow the rotors down long enough for me to get out. Stand by it. Wait for my word. Cap looks over at the other side where he was. He sees the red lever and jumps towards it. Helicarrier aircraft port. Fox crashes into another stack of crates. As he raises his head, the roar of the Hulk is not too far. Fox is waiting on his four, as he swings his tails. Suddenly two more tails manifest from his back. A Fox skeleton form above Kyuubi-fied Naruto and join his body. The roar gets louder and closer. Fox focuses. His tails prepared. His eyes tight in concentration. The Hulk runs right at him. At the last second, Fox uppercuts Hulk with all 6 tails, who crashes into a fire jet. Hulk stands up, shaking his head like "What the fuck just happened?" He shakes it off, and angrily rips off the tail of the jet, torques his body like a Greek discus thrower and hurls the massive plate at Fox. Fox dash at him, use his tails to grab the jet tail, rip it apart and throw them back at Hulk. Hulk quickly punched away, but was too slow to avoid Fox's tail slapping him in the face. That knocked Hulk off his feet, which allowed Fox to use his tails, grab Hulk and send him flying through the stack of crates as a payback. Helicarrier corridors, with Thor. Thor makes his way toward the Loki cell. He meets a few member of Barton crew which tries to stop. Sadly they are against the god of thunder. Thor smirks as crew member shouted, "Kill him." End of Ost. Helicarrier bridge, with Fury and Hill. Fury and Agent Hill look over their monitors. "We need a full evac on the lower hangar bay." Nick ordered and Agent Hill nods. She leaves to exit out, but a sliding grenade appears. "Grenade!" Hill shouts as the grenade goes off, sending her down the steps. Fury fires a shot at the open entrance. He moves over behind the side of the entrance. A handful of Barton's men enter. Watchful, ready, waiting. Fury steps out, his gun drawn. A shootout and hand-to-hand ensues, but Fury is unable to stop one of them. Which is why he is shot in the head by Agent Hill. Helicarrier Armory section. Agent Coulson walks up the armory door. He places his head into a facial recognition scanner. Walks into the room. Opening square bracket ... We got perimeter breach. Hostiles are in shield gear. Hold on to every junction. Helicarrier aircraft port. Hulk crashes from under the floor, sending Fox on his ass. Hulk grabs him by the neck. Helicarrier bridge. A gunfight opens up. Agents exchange fire with brutally efficient tactical soldiers. Opening square bracket ... Sir, the Hulk and Fox-like creature are in shuttle levels 2, 3 and 4. Sir, the Hulk and that critter will tear this place apart. Hill shouted to Fury. Get their attention. He replied, shooting another soldier. Escort 606, proceed to 270 main shuttle. Don't get too close, she said on her earpiece. Opening square bracket ... Copy that. In sky. Escort 606 feet S-jet banks to the right, heading towards the shuttle. Outside shuttle. Escort 606 pilot slowly makes his way in. See. The action going between Fox creature and the Hulk. Target acquired. Target engaged. A shower of bullets sprays the Hulk everywhere. From Fox's neck flow a green crystal, from which came dozen of light green tentacles. The Hulk turns around, letting out his primal roar. The tentacles wrapped around Fox's body, making him cry in pain. Slowly red chakra was fading, revealing Naruto screaming from pain. His skin was gone, as chakra was flowing to his stomach. Hulk takes running start and leaps. Target is angry. Target is angry. Escort 606 pilot cried as Hulk lands on the jet's nose. The jet spins wildly. As the Hulk tears it apart, Escort 606 pilot pulls his ejection seat, but Hulk catches him, waves him around and then throws him away. Escort 606 pilot pulls his parachute. The jet explodes. The Hulk plummets to Earth, roaring his swan song. Back with Naruto, he was breathing heavy while healing his body and regaining his skin back. He slowly get up and shake his head. Finally, thankfully, I didn't kill anybody and get to know how strong Hulk really is. Kurama, how are you holding? He wiped the sweat of his face, while narrowing his eyes at the surrounding. I'm mostly fine. For now I need a nap. So please don't talk to me for next couple of hours. He replied growling, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Now, let's see how my chakra is doing. He said to himself, while closing his eyes. Fine, thankfully. Let's get to Nick and Hill. He thought, before flashing away. Helicarrier port side. Iron Man laser cuts a big piece of broken metal. He then jumps on it, relieving the rotors. On the other side, Barton's men enter the port side. Cap looks down, pondering if they are to help. Evidently not, as they begin shooting at him and throwing grenades. Cap jumps to the other railing and down with Barton's men. He begins to take them down with ease, then goes as far as throwing one off. A few more enter, firing at him. Captain America grabs a gun and jumps back up to his position, firing down at them. Helicarrier bridge. Naruto lost 3 friend. The gunfight has gone down, but more of Barton's men enter and are taken by pair of shurikens which confused Nick. He turn around to see Naruto with smirk on his face. See, you finally get control over the fox, Fury asked with chuckle. Any idea why they still try to get in? No, but it's like they trying. Suddenly, Barton looses an arrow down to the bridge and explodes in critical spots. Barton releases a multi-tipped arrow towards Fury, but instead hits his command desk, right above a USB. Naruto quickly turned to the source of those arrow and saw Barton leaving his spot. The arrow then self-activates and inserts itself into the outlets, hacking every single monitor and mainframe. The hacking causes Engine 1 to shut off. Suddenly, the helicarrier begins to dangerously tilt to one side. Shit. Blonde curses, quickly sending Chakra to his feet to remain in his place. Opening square bracket ... Sir, we've lost all power in Engine 1. It was Barton. He took out our systems. Naruto, you know what to do. Naruto noted and activated his M's to quickly warp himself away. He's headed for the detention level. Does anybody copy? Lower equipment room, carrier. Still shaken by the Hulk ordeal, Natasha sits there, rocking back and forth, after crying for a while. Summoning back all her coolness, she touches her earpiece. This is Agent Romanoff. I copy. Natasha springs up and runs for Barton. Helicarrier port side. Iron Man begins to push the rotor using boosters from his boots. Opening square bracket ... Stark, we're losing altitude. Yeah, nauseated. He replied with sigh. Opening square bracket ... Naruto, are you in there? Opening square bracket ... Yeah. Naruto appeared just below the helicarrier and exclaimed, Susanoo. Suddenly a white-flamed giant warrior in samurai in fox mask appears out of nowhere. He grabs the aircraft with his arms and flaps his wings with all his might. Slowly helicarrier is rising up. Huag. Naruto gave a mighty roar as he struggled the damn ship. Opening square bracket ... Shit. This thing's is heavier than I thought. Come on Naruto. Give us a few seconds. Tony said with chuckle. The rotors start propelling faster and faster as Iron Man's boosters get more and more bright. On the other side, Cap continuously shoots at Barton's men. Blinking at the wrong moment, Cap loses the upper hand and slides off the railing, but grabs onto a loose cable. End of Ost. Helicarrier detention section. Thor runs into the detention section where he finds Loki, escaping. No, he shouted as he charges at his brother. Loki walks up to him and crouches down to attack. Thor only goes through him. The false Loki dissipates into nothingness. The real Loki comes out from behind the cell door, which closes on Thor, locking him up. Loki smiles. Are you ever not going to fall for that? He asked rhetorically. Lower equipment room, carrier. Barton walks alone down the catwalk. In a lightning-fast move, Barton knocks an arrow, and points it at Natasha. A hand-to-hand fight ensues. Natasha crawls her way around Barton, making Barton to drop his bow, but he pulls out a knife on her. Helicarrier detention section. Thor, in a fit of anger, slams his hammer onto the glass cell. To his surprise, the cell door only cracks, but violently shakes the ship. Loki stands there in caution, as does his guarding soldier. Loki smiles, as he walks over to the control panel. The humans think we're immortals. Should we test that? He inquired. Suddenly, guarding soldier falls down like a tree. Coulson stands there, holding Phase 2 weapon prototype. Move away, please, he ordered, and Loki step away from Switch. You like this? We started working on the prototype after you sent the destroyer. Even I don't know what it does. Do you wanna find out? A loud gasp. Coulson is impaled through the heart. The real Loki stood behind. No, Thor shouted, as his brother ripped his scepter out of Coulson's body. Loki sends Agent Coulson against the wall. Agent Coulson slumps down, breathing fast. Loki makes his way to the control switch. He gives his brother one last look. Thor looks at him, hopeful. Loki opens the hatch. Thor still hopes. Loki hits the button and drops Thor out of the ship. Lower equipment room, carrier. Barton and Natasha continue attacking each other. Natasha kickboxes Barton's face. Feeling that, Barton takes a swing at her, but she grabs his arm, twisting it. Barton writhes in pain. Using his other arm, he tosses the knife over and begins to sloss at Natasha. She dodges every move, but finds herself in a lock hold with him. As he forces the knife down, she bites his wrist. Barton lets go of the knife. Natasha wraps her legs around his neck, flips him over and arm locks him. She slams his head into a pipe's rail. Barton goes down, hard. He looks up her, almost coming to his real senses. Natasha cold cokes him and Barton is out. Helicarrier detention section. Loki has no remorse as he looks down. He closes the hatch and proceeds to leave. But a weak voice stops him. "You're gonna lose," Coulson said with dry chuckle. "Am I?" he inquired, turning to fallen agent. "It's in your nature," he explained. "Your heroes are scattered, your floating fortress falls from the sky." "Where is my disadvantage?" he asked curiously. Loki was amused at how this man was stubborn to die already. "You lack conviction," Coulson retorted, spitting a bit of blood. "I don't think I." Coulson shoots Loki with his Phase 2 weapon, causing Demigod to be blown through the wall behind him. "That was awesome," Coulson remarked. Helicarrier bridge. Back in the bridge, Y sees on his view screen that the hatch has been open. Knowing Agent Coulson was sent there, he springs to detection section. Helicarrier port side. Iron Man continuously spins engine 3, giving it all he has. Naruto was doing the same, maintaining balance of Helicarrier. The rotors are propelling properly and fast. The Helicarrier was going back to previous level. In his suit, Jarvis was showing him that he can slowly stop his work. "Cap, I need a lever. Opening square bracket ... I need a minute here. Lever. Now," he demanded. Opening square bracket ... "Please Steve. I don't know how long I can hold Helicarrier." With Steve. Cap limbs up the loose cable and reaches the railing. Barton's man opens fire once more. Captain America pulls himself up and finally pulls the lever. A vent opens up from engine 3. Iron Man falls out, but the suit heavily damaged. Hardly keeping him up, Iron Man heads for Cap. Barton's man turns his aim to Iron Man, who tackles him into the wall. Iron Man rolls over, tired. Cap lets out a sigh of relief. Naruto, on the other hand, quickly drop his Susanoo and warp himself away, before passing out in the Helicarrier bridge. Outside of Helicarrier, the carrier that brought Barton and his team now leaves, taking Loki and his scepter. The carrier flies into the distance. Helicarrier detention section. Fury runs into detention section to find Agent Coulson still alive, but barely. "Sorry, boss. They got rabbited." He apologizes with light chuckle. "Just stay awake. Eyes on me," Fury demanded. "Not an option," Coulson replies with his last breaths. "It's okay, boss. This was never going to work, if they didn't have something, too." Agent Coulson looks away, sighs his last breath. Nick Fury looks on grimly at Coulson's body. The medical team arrives. Helicarrier bridge. Naruto slowly wakes up and sit on the chair by table. He takes a few deep breaths and he stands up. Opening square bracket ... Agent Coulson is down. Agent Hill is being treated for a gash on her head, listens on her headset. She stands up and looks at Naruto. He gave a sad sigh. Before nursing his shoulder. Opening square bracket ... Paramedics are on their way. Opening square bracket ... They're here. Helicarrier port side. Steve and Tony listen in as well. They were taken the Coulson death. They didn't accept that. Back at Helicarrier bridge, Fury gathers Tony and Steve back into the briefing room. Everyone there has a look as if in a daze. A look of numb shock is shown on their devastated faces. Naruto was meditating to calm his mind and heal his body, but he was listening to the conversation. "These were in Phil Coulson's jacket. Guess he never did get you to sign them." Fury throws Coulson's Captain America trading cards on the table towards Steve. Steve picks them up, stained with blood. "We're dead in the air up here. Our communications, location of the cube, banner, Thor. I got nothing for you. Lost my one good eye. Maybe I had that coming," he said, giving a dry chuckle. "Yes, we were going to build an arsenal with the Tesseract. I never put all my chips on that number though. Because I was playing something even riskier. There was an idea, Stark know this and so does Naruto since it was his idea. He paused looking at Naruto whose close eyes twitched. It's called the Avengers Initiative. The idea was to bring together a group of remarkable people, see if they could become something more. See if they could work together when we needed them to fight the battles that we never could. Phil Coulson died, still believing in that idea, in heroes. Tony gets up and walks off, not wanting to hear it anymore. Naruto opened his eyes, showing the eyes of an old man who was feeling like losing part of himself. He tried to make this team, but Loki ruined that in a big way. Maybe it was time to actually become a god in Earth. It's his project isn't going to work. There was no other way and go all out and stop Loki by himself. If he would find him in time, that is. A bonded building. Banner wakes up, in human form. He looks around and sees he is in a pile of rubble and looks up at the open ceiling he crashed in. And he completely naked. A security guard stands there, amazed. You fell out of the sky. Guard said with small smile. Did I hurt anybody? Bruce asked, once he spot the guard. There's nobody around here to get hurt. You did scare the hell out of some pigeons though. He replied with chuckle. Lucky. Banner sigh in relief. Or just good aim. You were awake when you fell. Guard remarked. You saw? He asked a bit anxious. The whole thing. Right through the ceiling. Big and green and buck-ass nude. Here. He throws Banner a pair of big pants. Banner pulls on his pants. I didn't think those would fit you until you shrunk down to a regular size fella. Thank you. Are you an alien? Guard inquired. What? Banner asked confused. From outer space, an alien. He asked more specific. No. Banner replied shortly as he stood up. Helicarrier medical room. Barton is strapped down. Natasha watches over him as Barton tries to shake off Loki's mind control. Clint, you're gonna be alright, Natasha assures him with smile. You know that. Is that what you know? I gotta go in though. I gotta flush him out. He answers with chuckle. We don't have that long. It's gonna take time. She replies with shrug. I don't understand. Have you ever had someone take your brain and pull you out and send something else in? Do you know what it's like to be unmade? He asked, finally understanding what Natasha went through. You know that I do. She answered frowning. Why am I back? How did you get him out? He inquired. Cognitive recalibration. I hit you really hard in the head. She explains with chuckle. Then Natasha unfastens the restraints. Tasha, how many agents? Widow only shook her head, while looking at Clint. Don't do that to yourself, Clint. This is Loki. This is monsters and magic and nothing we were ever trained for. At that Barton snorted. Loki. He got away. Nat give a long sigh before nodding. Yeah, I don't suppose you know where. At that Clint shake his head. I didn't need to know. I didn't ask. He's gonna make his play soon though. Today, Barton said as he sit on the bed. We gotta stop him, she said as it was simple task. Yeah, who's we? He asked curiously. Those who are left, she replies with shrug. Well, if I put an arrow in Loki's eye socket, I'd sleep better I suppose. He lauded, while Nat chuckled. Now you sound like you. Natasha sits next to her partner and friend. But you don't. You're a spy, not a soldier. Now you want to wade into a war. Why? What did Loki do to you? He asked worried about his friend. He didn't. She looked down, while Clint narrowed his eyes at her. Natasha. He calls her name, to get her attention. I've been compromised. I got red in my ledger. I'd like to wipe it out. She said with wink. Helicarrier detention section. Tony look at the empty cell container. He stands not saying a word. Steve walks in. Was he married? Steve asked referring to Phil. No. There was a cellist. I think. He replies with shrug. I'm sorry. He seemed like a good man. He confessed looking down at first then at the empty cell. He was an idiot. Tony remarked with chuckle. Why? For believing? Rogers inquired. For taking Loki alone. He admitted shaking his head. He was doing his job. Steve said trying to convince Tony. He was out of his league. He should have waited. He should have. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by new voice. Sometimes there isn't a way out, Tony. Naruto said as he stepped out of the shadows. Right. How did that work for him? He asked rhetorically, while walking away. Is this the first time you've lost a soldier? Steve asked with his arms crossed. At hearing that, Tony turned sharply. We are not soldiers. I am not marching to Fury's fife. He shouted. Neither we are. He's got the same blood on his hands as Loki does. Right now we've got to put that aside and get this done. Now Loki needs a power source, if we can put together a list. Naruto pondered. Tony glanced at the blood stain on the wall with frown. He made it personal. That's not the point, Steve said. That is the point. That's Loki's point. He hit us all right where we live. Why? Tony inquired. To tear us apart, Naruto answered. He had to conquer his greed, but he knows he has to take us out to win, right? That's what he wants. He wants to beat us and he wants to be seen doing it. He wants an audience, he concluded. Right. Just like in Stuttgart. Steve pondered. Yeah, that's just a preview. This is opening night. Loki's a full-tilt diva. He wants flowers, he wants parades, he wants a monument built in the skies with his name plastered. He pauses at the sudden realization. Son of a bitch. End of chapter. Hope you'd like it. Please leave a review, favorites and follows. It helps a lot. Chapter 18. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 18. Battle of New York Part 3 Inches. Stark Tower. New York, Manhattan. Selvig works around the CMS device that has already been set upon the rooftop of Tony's tower. Everything was going smoothly, as Arc Reactor was powering Cube to its limits. Soon the reactor won't be needed. Selvig couldn't wait until he would see it. The things beyond human imagination. His dream and goals will finally be complete. Helicarrier. Medical room. Naruto walks into medical room in his new uniform. Well, it wasn't much of uniform, it was his training jumpsuit. Black and orange jacket with his clan's crests, Uzumaki on the back, Uchiha on left shoulder. Senju on right one and Sarutobi just below Uzumaki crest. He wore black pants with multiple pockets for scrolls and few pouches around his belt, mainly for smoke bombs, medical kits and other stuff. His also had black combat boost. Natasha turned around and looked at him unprepared. Time to go, he said flatly. Natasha raised an eyebrow, obviously wanting more details. Go where? She asked with crossed arms. After Loki, of course. Can you fly one of those Quinjets? He asked, as Barton came out of bathroom. Naruto looks at Natasha, who nods to confirm that Kling was back on their side. Good to see you, Naruto. I can fly Quinjet, but why can't you use that teleport thingy? He inquired. I can't do longer jump between markers. Kurama said I need at least an hour before my full chakra control will return to normal. He explained with shrug. I was lucky that I was able to lift Helicarrier. He added with pride. By the way, do you have a suit? I could ask the same about you, Uzumaki. Clint retorted, chuckling, while blonde sweat dropped. Oi, my shinobi outfit got a little destroyed during my transformation, he said, wincing at the sight of his suit. It had a few holes there and there, so he really wasn't in mood to still wear it. Montage. Thor grabbed the Mjolnir and a blinding bolt of lighting strikes down from above, colliding on Mjolnir. The explosion is massive, but Thor stays still, feeling the power rushing through his body. Captain America puts on his helmet and shield. Tony welds his Iron Man helmet. Light slips down over Iron Man's eye holes. Black Widow attaches a glove gauntlet with her rounds on her wrist. A red light charges, making her smirk. Hawkeye slips on his quiver of arrows. Montage end. Helicarrier. Docking bay. Naruto, Cap, Widow and Hawkeye walk towards and into the Quinjet. A young SHIEL D pilot looks and stands in their way. You are not authorized to be here, young pilot said, which caused Naruto to create two clones. One put pilot in genjutsu sleep, while other grabbed him and took him somewhere before dispelling. Was that necessary? Steve asked, sweat dropping. Yep. Naruto shoot flatly as he sit down. Helicarrier. Bridge. Fury looks through the window of the ship, contemplating. Agent Hill walks up to him. She knew what he was planning. Hill was only hoping that everything will work out well. Sir, she started, getting Fury attention. Agent Hill, she gulped, before speaking. Those cards, they were in Coulson's locker, not in his jacket. she stated. They needed the push, he explained, looking at Coulson cards. A loud noise screeches. Fury looks out to see Iron Man flying off as well as the Quinjet. They found it. Get our communications back up, whatever you have to do. I want eyes on everything. At that, Hill saluted and went back to her position. New York City skyline, Stark Tower. Iron Man arrives at Stark Tower where Selvig activates the CMS device, holding the Tesseract. Because of the damage, Iron Man could barely hover in air. Opening square bracket ... Sir, I took off the arc reactor. The device is already self-sustained. Shut it down, drive. Selvig, he ordered, but Selvig only lauded. It's too late. It can't stop now. He wants to show us something. A new universe, he exclaimed with stars in his eyes. This dreamly expression made Tony to frown. Okay then. Iron Man aims his hands toward the CMS and fires. The energy from his boosters shatters with a deafening crack. Selvig falls backwards. Down below, citizens of New York look up at Stark Tower. Iron Man stares in disbelief at the CMS, unharmed. Opening square bracket ... The barrier is pure energy. It's unbreachable. The Mark 7 is not ready to be deployed. Skip the spinning rims. We're on the clock. Tony lands his suit and goes through the gauntlet and unsuits him. Loki looks up at him, smiling. They proceed to walk into the penthouse. With THR Group, Quinjet. Both Natasha and Clint were piloting the Quinjet, while Steve is sitting and preparing his shield for battle. It was important to keep it sharp and well balanced. Naruto, on the other hand, was meditating and gathering Sage Chakra. With it, he would speed up the process of getting his perfect chakra control back. So, what's the plan, boys? Natasha inquired, pressing a few buttons and generally checking if everything was fine. It's simply, Naruto started as he gathered a not natural sage to get frog-like eyes and orange eyelids. The marks of the sage. You two will stay on the Quinjet, while I and Steve will go and aid Tony. What about Thor and Dr. Banner? Steve asked in concern. I wouldn't stress about Thor, Steve. Naruto stated in calm tone. If Thor was able to find us with Loki and Quinjet, then certainly he'll find his way to New York. About Bruce, I'm not sure if my marker is still working. Loki mess with both of us. 'Cause this whole fight with Four Tails stayed in Hulk. He could mess up something, but let me try. He closed his eyes for a few seconds. Naruto opened them and smiled. My mark is still working. I can get Bruce here. Go grab him, Steve said. With all due respect, Captain, but that's not good idea. Hawkeye confessed. We're talking about a guy who can turn green giant monster and destroy pretty much everything. Beside, haven't Naruto told us that Loki messed with him too? What if he's still under his control? At that, Natasha noted, and both Naruto and Steve pondered the possibility. True, Clint, Naruto admitted, but really don't want to leave him out of nowhere. Sorry Hawkeye, but I'm going. Before he flashed away, Naruto left a marker on Quinjet. Few seconds later, Naruto was back with Bruce. Got a little dizzy. Easy there, Bruce. The first time is always like this. You'll feel better soon. Not. Where am I? Bruce asked, confused. In 1 second he was on motorbike and now he was in some type of plane. Naruto helped him, sat next to Cap. Quinjet, Steve explained, offering a bag, but Bruce waved him off. And where are we going now? He asked another question. To New York to stop Loki. Naruto said, and Banner shake his head. No. Naruto, you know what he done to us, right? At that, Blonde noted. Are you even sure that he won't do that mind thingy on us again? Clint chuckled, while Natasha sighed. Told you. Barton chirped, still chuckling. Naruto glared at him and then gave a sigh. Don't worry, Bruce. I've closed the Kurama gate and I'll put a special on your spirit and mind. It's sound weird and hard to do, but don't worry. I've done that before, he assured with thumb up. Now unbutton your shirt so I can have access to your heart. With gulp, Bruce did what Naruto told him. Then blonde fingers ignited with blue flames. He quickly touched Bruce's chest and head. Instead of burning sensation, he felt somehow frozen. Then he spotted a tattoos coming from Naruto's finger, slowly covering his entire body. What are those? Bruce asked, curious, as those tattoos were making an interesting patterns on his body. Seal arrays. Don't worry, no one will be able to get into control over your soul and mind. It might help you get control over transformation, he explained, as he took a breath. Fuinjutsu. Seishin to Kokura no Haisa. Fuin. Naruto exclaimed, as seals start to glowing before fading away. Uzumaki took his finger and let Bruce button his shirt again. How are you feeling? Better. Far better than before. Thanks. At that Naruto patted his back and grinned. Now let's go and kick Loki ass, he declared, bumping his fight high in the air. We're flying into Manhattan, Natasha informed, as they were flying past Brooklyn Bridge. Stark Tower, New York, Manhattan. Why was trying to pay time for Naruto and the rest to came here? Well, it worked mostly, but after Loki tried to take control over him, which didn't work at all. That damn demigod throw him though the window. Tony Free falls down the tower. From behind Loki, an elevator opens and a red pod shoots out. The pod laser signals the Kolantot. Bracelets on Tony. The pod begins to transform into the Mark 7 suit. It latches onto Tony, Iron Man. The suit flies up before he hits the ground or the gazing people. Loki looks up, angry as he sees metal men before him. And there's one other person you pissed off. His name was Phil. Loki raises the scepter. Iron Man fires at Loki, sending him on his ass. Avengers assemble outside of Stark Tower. Selvig looks up at the sky. The Tesseract's energy beams into the sky. The beam then forms a vortex, which then opens up. Vastness of space. A hole in space rips open, and from it, the Chidori army spills out in flying chariots, carrying energy rifles with a bayonet on the end. Inside of the suit, Army, Tony said as he changed normal mode to battle mode in his suit. Iron Man flies up towards the portal. From his shoulders, a miniature multiple rocket launcher pops out and fires. Like the Jericho missile, several targets are taken down, unlike no missile. It's useless. Thousands of Chidori fly out. Iron Man flies towards the city. The Chidori are unleashed. New Yorkers fill the streets, staring at the firefight in the distance. The Chidori unleashes blasts as it goes, blowing up cars, setting storefronts aflame. Everything turns into chaos. An explosion rips out the windows of the top corner of buildings. Flame and stone rain down. A domino effect of explosions rippling ACRSS the Brig. Quinjet, with Naruto group. Everyone winded at the sigh of Chidori army unleashed. Naruto gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Slowly a killer intent was coming out of Naruto, which make the group feel uneasy. As they were next to Stark Tower, Naruto walked and opened the ramp. I'm going out, Naruto said seriously. Go and close that portal. With that he jumped and crossed his finger together. Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Suddenly, equal amount of Naruto clones pop out into existence. Few of clones landed on flying chariots and kill the Chidorus and make the crash into the streets. The rest went after Chidorus on the ground. He real Naruto with small group of clones were looking for people to teleport them away from Manhattan. Stark Tower. Loki walks onto the balcony as the sounds of the Chidori rings out. He admires his soon-to-be kingdom. Suddenly Thor lands on the tower. Loki turns to his enemy. Loki, turn off the Tesseract or I'll destroy it. Thor shouted, while Loki simply chuckled. You can't. There is no stopping it. There is only the war. Loki declared with satisfaction. So be it. Loki and Thor rush at each other. They and their weapons collide. The two battle. Loki unleashing another pent-up rage and jealousy. Thor having no choice but to defend himself. Manhattan. Soldiers and cops have taken positions covering the streets. They see from the sky, Iron Man leading a trail of Chidori towards his tower. Other than that, they also saw copies of a one-masked man helping in evacuation of civilians and killing Chidorus with various of things. Kunai, firing a literal fire from his mouth, water too. Slamming blue spinning orbs into them or pierce them with electricity from his hand. Stark Tower. Iron Man banks around his tower. Sees Thor and Loki still going at it. Iron Man swoops down the street, causing a Chidori to crash. Flying up, Iron Man puts the following Chidori in view of the Quinjet. Black Widow takes out machine gun and fires at the Chidori. Hawkeye banks the jet towards Stark Tower. Aims the minigun at Loki. Loki aims the scepter at the Quinjet and fires a blast of energy. Thor gets to his feet, tackling Loki down hard. The Quinjet is soon caught on fire. Hawkeye maneuvers one wing of the jet. They spin and slow, dropping out of the air as it passes over skyscrapers. Then, they slam into the street. With everyone okay, Hawkeye, Black Widow and Banner unfasten their seatbelts and open the ramp. Captain America runs down, followed by Hawkeye, Banner and Black Widow. Each one has their respected weapons in hand. Well aside from Bruce, the group arrives in the middle of a four-way street. Then Naruto appeared next to them. "I'm glad that you're okay guys," Naruto said with smile. "Those damn Chidori are everywhere now. I don't know if there is end of them. We have to find way to close the portal." Thor is here, probably still on Stark Tower. Tony is in the air, shooting those are getting away from here. Your clone's doing pretty much the same. Dr. Banner, if you sure we would like your help. Banner gulped a little, before everything seemed to calm down. A deep, primal rage bellows out. With that roar, a shadow comes over them. From the portal, Chidori Leviathan flies out. Leviathan was carrying hundreds of soldiers. The Chidori Leviathan passes over the group. They look up, out of their element. From both sides, Chidori soldiers cling off and attach themselves to the sides of the buildings. Sliding down, some crash into these buildings and begin firing from their energy rifles at innocent people, who Naruto clones had yet to save. "Tony, you seeing what I'm seeing right now?" Naruto asked as his eyes winded. Opening square bracket ... "I'm seeing, still working on believing. Where's Banner? Has he shown up yet?" "Yeah, he's with us right now," Steve replied. Opening square bracket ... "Tell him to suit up then. I don't know, even with Naruto, we don't know how toad is this thing." On Stark Tower, Thor holds down Loki's face straight ahead, forcing him to watch the city falling to ash. "Look at this. Look around you. You think this madness will end with your rule?" Loki only looked away and snorted. "It's too late. It's too late to stop it," he replied with hollow chuckle. "No, we can. But only together, brother," he said, looking at any sight of hope in Loki's face. Then, Loki stabs Thor with a small knife. Thor keels over. Sentiment. Thor gets up, kicks Loki and lifts him into the air. Thor then slams him down, hard. Loki, bleeding, rolls over the edge. Thor looks down and sees Loki riding on a flying chariot. Dozens of Chidori follow his lead. The group runs behind upside taxis. They look up and see Loki taking his band down the street and fires at the street in a chain of explosion. Smashing cars and hurling people as it goes off in one final conflagration. Terrified people running from Loki, looking over their shoulders, coming straight at us. Naruto looked down on the bridge. "Damn it, I thought my clones saved those people already," Naruto cursed, before avoiding another blast from Chidori. Hawkeye shoots an arrow into the creature's head, gaining a few seconds for Cap and Naruto as they falls down the bridge, followed by an explosion. Cap races over to the plaza, jumping over dozens of exploding cars, while Naruto has simply created few clones and send them toward civilians. Hawkeye WITN blonde clone runs over a bus full of people. From the windows, child, Ren are held by their parents for Wakai and clone to pull them out to safety. Clone runs over to the jammed door and jerkily opens it. People begin to run out. Black Widow empties out her clips and refill them, while protecting Bruce. Hawkeye fires arrows, while Blonde throws shurikens into the ranks of the Chidori, hitting their mark each time they shoots. Cap was saving a group of people from Chidori trapping them. Skyline. Iron Man swerves around a building and faces the Chidori Leviathan. Suddenly a dozen of Naruto clones jumps out of the building roof with Rasengans ready to go. Rasengan. Leviathan was slammed with barrage of Rasengans, which barely dent the Leviathan armor. The clones dispelled as sudden electricity came from Colossal body. He pulls out his miniature multiple rocket launcher and fires. The Chidori Leviathan roars in annoyance. The Leviathan turns to him and went after him. "We got his attention. What the hell is step 2? Tony said to Jarvis, as he flies away. Manhattan. The cops continuously fire at the flying chariots. It's pretty pointless. A young cop runs over to his police sergeant. "We need to get out. They gotta bring the National Guard." Young cop shouted. National Guard. Does the army know what's happening here? Sergeant asked rhetorically. Do we? Young cop retorted, as Captain America jumps in front of them. They look up at this ridiculous-looking man. I need men in these buildings. There are people inside that can run into the line of fire. You take them through the basement or through the subway. You keep them off the streets. I need a perimeter as far back as 39th. Cap ordered. Why the hell should I take orders from you? Suddenly, an explosion comes up from behind Cap. An energy blast is blocked by his shield. 2 Chidor soldiers attack. The cops watch in shock as Cap fights them off with ease. The sergeant turns to his officer. I need men in those buildings, lead the people down and away from the streets. I need a perimeter as far back as 39th. Bridge Street. Hawkeye trips a Chidori soldier and rams an arrow down its throat. Black Widow gets her hands on an energy rifle and stick fights the hell out of them. Cap and Naruto joins back in and Rogers using his shield, swaps and whack oncoming Chidori soldiers. Naruto use a Kaiden jutsu to fry few soldiers. Then lightning strikes down from the sky, channeling the blast, firing the electricity out at the Chidori soldiers around them. They're blasted back in a massive shockwave. The Chidori soldiers convulse, drop dead to the ground as Thor touches down. Crap, that bastard wounded you huh? Naruto asked rhetorically, while start to healing his wounds via magic. So how story upstairs? The powers surrounding the cube is impenetrable. Thor explained. Opening square bracket ... Thor is right. We gotta deal with these guys. How do we do this? Widow asked, as Bruce came from his hideout. As a team, Naruto replied seriously. I have unfinished business with Loki. At that Clint lauded. Yeah, then get in line. Save it. Naruto hissed. Loki's gonna keep this fight focused on us and that's what we need. Without him these things could run wild. We got Tony up top and my clones, he's gonna need us too. ... Before he could finish, they heard Tony through their earpiece. Opening square bracket ... I'm bringing party to you, guys. Iron Man comes out from behind a building. The Leviathan follows, impatiently. The rest of the Avengers look up, getting ready and standing still. Yeah, I see the party. Naruto sighed, before he cover everyone with Susanoo body. Iron Man swoops down the street. The Leviathan also swoops down, barreling down the street like a freight train that keeps building and building its looks behind. Everyone looks at him. Banner begins to walk towards the monster. Bruce are sure about that. I've never been this sure in my life. Banner's body starts to swell and stretch and harden. Green shoots through his body. The Hulk. On smash, Hulk pops the Leviathan in the nose. The creature flips over a 360. Iron Man, in mid-flight, extends his arm out in a rocket, ready to shoot. Iron Man fires. The rocket hits a soft spot large. Leviathan are blown completely away. Real pain from the Leviathan. Other pieces of meat catch fire and withdraw, sizzle as they hit the pavement. Naruto blocked them with his Susanoo. From above and on the buildings, the Chidori army watches in horror as a group of Earth heroes find themselves united against a common threat. To fight villains no single superhero could withstand. The Avengers assembled. The entire group stand to each back, watching what Chidorus will do now. Hulk gave a primal roar. Hawkeye prepared his arrow, Thor lifting his hammer, Widow was holding her guns, Cap adjusting his shield, Naruto narrowing his M. Ange at the army with his kunais ready and Tony looking around and scanning how many Chidori were pointing their guns at them. End of Ost in the skies. Loki watches below, motionless. But then he smirked. Sent the rest. He ordered. Also I have a small surprise for you Uzumaki. He added with dark chuckle. End of chapter. Hope you like it. Leave many favorites, follows and reviews. Chapter 19. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 19. Battle of New York Part 4 inches. Bridge Street, New York. With Avengers. From the portal, 1,000 more of Chidori soldiers and even more Leviathans fly out. The Avengers look up, way out of their fucking element. Even Naruto was slowly getting tired of those aliens. So Naruto. Widow called. What's the plan? Call it, Blondie. Iron Man said. Alright, listen up. Until we can close that portal up there, we're gonna use containment. Clint, I want you on that roof, eyes on everything. Call out patterns and strays. Tony, you got the perimeter. Anything gets more than 3 blocks out, you turn it back or you turn it to ash. You'll have 8 of my clones, he explained, narrowing his eyes at Stark Tower. Hey Cap, I guess you need to change your nickname. Clint chuckled, making everyone sweat drop. Maybe Patriot would be better. Anyway could give a lift. He said pointed to Tony. Rye, better clench up, Arrow. He said in cheeky tone. Then Iron Man lifts Hawkeye up to the building. Thor, you've gotta try and bottleneck that portal. Slow them down. You've got the lightning. Light the bastards up. After that Thor flies out and both Widow and Cap look at Naruto. You two and I, we stay. Here on the ground, keep the fighting here. And Hulk, smash. The Hulk smiles with the most magnificent eye grins and leaps. Soaring high up into the nearest building, Hool runs up wall hits several Chidori soldiers, snapping in Hulk. He dives toward soldiers on the other side of the street, throwing the dead soldiers toward other soldiers. The Chidori fire at him. The Hulk backhands them, seizes them and with raw power, throws them down. Suddenly Naruto gasped, feeling new dark and powerful chakra signature. It was very familiar to him. Yet different. It was coming from Central Park. What the hell was that? Central Park. As soon as civilians saw that giant portal coming from middle of the city, everyone run for their lives. Few policemen stayed and looked for those who remained in the park. A couple, in their 40s, lost their nephew during the panic. One of the policemen saw a kid in the middle of the park. He dashed to him and grabbed his shoulder. Are you okay? No response. Listen, I'll take you away from to your aunt and uncle. It's dangerous to be here. Slowly boy lift up his head and look straight at the policeman eyes. Policeman take a step back, seeing that boy eyeballs become bloody red. AAAARRRRRGGGHH. Boy roared as red aura start to surround his body. Then thick dark chakra dome formed around him. The dome exploded revealing a monster with bloody river-like skin, 8 tails and with horns on its head. AAAAARRRRRGGGHGGGH. The beast gave a primal roar, which could have been heard in entire Manhattan. Bridge Street. No way. Naruto muttered under his nose. Kurama isn't the Biju chakra. You're right. This damn bastard. Kurama roared. He used some type of spell and take control on one of my siblings. It's Gyuki, the 8 tails. At that blonde gulped. Aside from Yin Kurama, he never face another tail beast. Don't worry, everything is going to be alright. Let's save my brother and kick Loki ass. Later. Kage Takamemasu Bunshin no Jutsu. Naruto called and single clone poofed out to existence. This is enhanced shadow clone. I'm sorry, but something bad is happening in Central Park. Good luck. With that he flashed away, leaving both Steve and Nat confused. Random building roof, with Naruto. Naruto flashed on one of the hotel's roof next to Park. He scanned the A-ray and spot a slowly transforming into true 8-tailed beast. Kurama, do you feel other chakra in Gyuki? Naruto asked as he flashed throat series of hand seals. Yeah, I can't believe that Loki was able to create a Jinchuriki. Kurama replied growling. Then suddenly a dark purple chakra ball formed around Hachibi mouth. Kongo Fusa. Naruto exclaimed, as adamantine chains shoot from the ground around Hachibi and wrap themselves on him. But that didn't stop Beast from shooting Bijudama toward Naruto. Hiraishin. Durai. Naruto shouted, while holding Hiraishin Kunai in his fingers. This rear technique incorporated with the Flying Thunder God formula to erect a barrier space capable of warping away anything which comes in contact with it. Once erected, the barrier has proven powerful enough to warp away tailed beast ball. With Sai Naruto, throw a kunai at Hachibi and once it pierced the beast, Naruto flashed to kunai. Hachibi tried to shake him and chains off. Suddenly Naruto and Hachibi vanish in bright yellow light. Empire State Building. Thor grabs onto the tower, raises his Mjolnir and summon lighting. A blinding bolt of lighting strikes down from above, colliding on Mjolnir. Thor aims this massive shockwave toward the portal. Thor channels the blast and fires the electricity out at the Chitauri soldiers flying out of the portal. They're blasted back in massive shockwave. The soldiers convulse, drop dead to the ground. He even rips the shit out of a Leviathan, which then explodes. Helicarrier Bridge. Back in the bridge, Fury sees on his viewscreen the destruction going on in New York. Agent Hill walks up to him. "Sir, the council is on." Fury mentally cursed and then press his screen. Rooftop building, with Hawkeye. Atop the rooftop, Hawkeye fires arrows into the streaming flow of the Chidor riders, hitting his mark each time. Hell, he even aims his bow behind him, without looking, and releases the arrow, exploding a rider. "Stark, you got a lot of strings sticking to your tail," Clint reported. Opening square bracket ... Just try to keep them off the streets. Well, they can't bank worth a damn. Find a tight corner, Barton suggested. Opening square bracket ... All roger that. Iron Man does so in. D leads towards tight corners and in Hawkeye's view, who fires arrow upon an arrow, exploding the Chidori riders. Iron Man keeps leading riders under tunnels, through open parking garages. He looks back. None left. Inside of the suit. "Nice call. What else you got?" Tony inquired with grin. Opening square bracket ... Well, Thor's taking a squadron down on 6th. And he didn't invite me. He mocked a fake pout. With Naruto. Desert. Suddenly out of nowhere Eight Tails and Naruto appeared on the desert. Blonde quickly move away from the beast and active his Susanoo. The warrior lands on his feet and drag his katanas out. "What should I do? I can't fight him too long. Avengers need me. Kurama, do you have any idea?" He asked mentally his friend. "I would advise you to find a way to cut Loki from controlling Gyuki. If I stand correct, then Loki must be using something similar to what once was used on me. In order to free my brother and save a human, your clone must knock out Loki." Kurama explained and Naruto noted. Naruto quickly make a shadow clone, which quickly flashed away. "Sorry Gyuki, but I'll have to beat you up a little," Naruto said, cracking his fingers. Hachibi roared and sent his tentacles at Naruto. Uzumaki created Mangekyo-shaped shurikens and throw them at the tentacles. Upon impact, his shurikens wrap and rip Hachibi tentacles. The beast roared in pain, before a Bijudama formed around his mouth. He quickly shoot it, but Naruto quickly jumped away and formed a giant Rasengan in his hand. He slammed it on Hachibi torso, which caused his fall on his back. "Come on, what's taking you so long?" Naruto thought, as suddenly Hachibi wrap his tentacles around his neck and legs. Then beast send a barrage of punches towards Susanoo head and torso. New York, office building. In Onference room where office workers sit around a table, came noise that caught one worker's eye, then another, and soon they are all rising, stepping to the window, mesmerized by what lies beyond. Workers' Pova Leviathan swims right in front of them. Suddenly, another noise catches the workers' attention. The Hulk crashes through their floor, slashes his through the room, pouting away and jumps out onto the jaw of the Leviathan. Leviathan begin to head down, trying to wave off Hulk. Briggs Street. Black Widow, using the energy rifle, is taken off her feet by a Chidori soldier. She tiresomely takes it down by cutting its throat. She grabs the energy rifle, turns to attack. Cap stands there, holding his shield. She slumps back, tired. Then Naruto flashed next to them. "Captain, Naruto, none of this is gonna mean a damn thing if we don't close that portal," she said, looking at Stark Tower. "It's difficult to get there. My clones tried to destroy the device, but they were vaporized," Blonde said, wincing a little from memories of his clones. "We have to try something else." Suddenly there was another flash of yellow and Shadow Clone appeared. "Oh, hey, what's going on? Boss said that you knock Loki out, so you can save both Gyuki and his hoster." Clone explains before dispelling. "Hold on, who's Gyuki? And the hoster?" Widow asked, confused. "It's one the Kurama siblings. Loki created a Jinchuriki, a hoster for better control over Gyuki. Anyway, we need to find him." At that she looks up and nods. "I may have an idea of how to lure him out," she said, gesturing the chariots above them. "You wanna get up there? You're gonna need to be fast." Cap smirked and prepared his shield. Black Widow backs up, giving herself a running start. Then she runs at Captain and does a parkour move, using her feet to run up the car and jumps on Roger's shield, who gives her a boost with his shield. She quickly grabs onto a flying chariot. Black Widow climbs onto the chariot and cuts the turret shooter's linkage to it. She then MPS on the rider and sticks her knives into his nervous system. She gets him to bank over a building. Iron Man arrives and shoots any other Chidori riders following her. He makes his way down to Cap and Naruto, who fights off more Chidori soldiers. Iron Man points his hand boosters at his shield. The energy comes off and Cap uses it as a reflection beam and takes down nearby Chidori. Naruto jumped and poured a rain of fireballs, killing dozens of alien soldiers. After then he quickly follow Natasha on chariot. From above them, Hawkeye sends down remaining arrows. He sends one across the street, taking down a Chidori riders following Iron Man. Thor and Hulk with Naruto clones fight on top the back of the Leviathan, tearing apart and fighting soldiers. Hulk breaks off a massive piece of AR. More and slams it down onto the spice of Leviathan. Summoning all his strength Thor, drawing lighting to it from the sides, Naruto preparing his chakra-enhanced punch, they bring their attacks down with terrible blows. The Leviathan crashes into a history museum, dead. Thor and Hulk stand on the back of Leviathan after bringing it down. They stand still, admiring as clones in the background cheers. Hulk punches Thor with his enormous hand. Thor goes flying as Hulk smirks. Clone on the other hand sweat dropped. With Naruto. Desert. Naruto jumped away from series of uncompressed Bijudamas. And he quickly created Rasenshuriken and throw it at Hachibi. Beast wanted to simply reflected it back at Naruto in Susanoo. But upon impact, Rasenshuriken explodes and consumes. After jutsu ended, Hachibi was on the ground, barely able to lift his head. Naruto dropped his Susanoo and landed on Hachibi's head. He quickly took a piece of paper from his pocket. It was a seal with kanji for suppression. Naruto placed a seal on Hachibi's forehead. The seal glowed in bright blue color, as Beast was slowly transforming and becoming smaller. After a minute, from giant Beast there was only a kid left. The kid was about 10 to 11 years old. He brown hair reaching his neck, black glasses and blue jacket and red pants with green shoes. He was seemingly sleeping, which caused Blonde to sigh. Then suddenly his eyes start to bleed, same with his nose and mouth. Naruto tensed as he kneeled next to the boy and performed medical ninjutsu. The kid was dying. On top of that Gyuki chakra that was somehow attached to him, was leaking out. If he would do anything then, he will die. He quickly created 2 shadow clones. While he and one clone will work on sealing chakra back to the boy, the other one will be healing the boy wounds inside and outside. Loki knew he will defeat Tail Beast, so he planned to kill the boy in order to break Naruto. But little did Loki knew that Naruto was a seal master and great, well not the greatest like his grandmother, medical ninja too. He won't let this kid die, not if he can prevent it. Kurama wasn't saying anything about sealing his brother inhuman again, so he guessed that he approved making new Jinchuriki. Manhattan, New York. Widow, still driving the chariot with the rider, is hit at her side. She looks about, wondering whose energy fire it was. She looks behind. Oh, you, she smirked, as Loki followed her in hot pursuit. They race downward, trailing between buildings. They race madly, driving and dodging. Hawkeye, from his spot, looks at Black Widow, astonished. Nat, what are you doing? He asked in disbelief. Opening square bracket ... Little help. Hawkeye pulls the trigger twice, nocks an arrow, and points it at Loki, smiling. I've got him, Barton assured. He fires the arrow, which streaks down the city, straight at the Loki's head and snatch. Like a CA, Loki grabs the arrow straight out of the air. He looks straight at Hawkeye, amused. Then arrow exploded in his face and he was sent flying at Stark Tower. Widow looks down and building her momentum, she jumps of the chariot, lands on top of Stark Tower, rolling herself to the edge. Stark Tower penthouse. As Loki looks up, shocked at what just happened, the Hulk is leaping up and kicks Loki, hurtling toward the glass window. He collapses as he hits the wall. The Hulk jumps in, ready to attack. Loki rolls himself up in a flurry of broken glass. Standing up to the Hulk. Enough. All of you are beneath me. I am a god, you dull creature, and I will not be bullied. Hulk grabs Loki by the legs and smashes him. Again. The floor repeated ly and finally throw him aside to the ground. Puny god. Hulk snorted as he walked away. Second later, Naruto flashed to the room and is confused. He looks around, until he hears Loki whimpering in pain. Blonde sweat dropped and kneeled next to Loki. That's why you don't make Hulk angry, Naruto said, as he shook his head. Second, he punched Loki straight in the face, knocking him off. To be sure, he also cut his link to magic. A little trick that Asgardian taught him. With Naruto, desert, all three Narutos were sweating heavily. Not only it was difficult to seal Chakra Ba, CK and make sure that Boy also survived this, but the heat in the air was making things worse. Naruto had to create an array of seals to sustain his life and at the same time leak a bit of Biju Charka, WH. It would allow his chakra coils to adapt slowly to massive chakra. It wasn't so simple. Blonde also decided to create a special seal that would allow Kid to absorb a natural chakra to make his body stronger. Though, those would be only drops of natural chakra, so Boy would not turn into stone. Suddenly Naruto was pulled into the seal for Gyuki. Inside of the seal, Naruto found himself in a sewer. He saw a cage with kanji for seal in front of him. A bit smaller Kurama appeared next to him. From the shadows of the gate, Gyuki appeared. He was nursing his head a bit. Did you really had to kick my ass so much? Gyuki asked, while both Naruto and Kurama chuckled. It's good to see you. Kurama, I'm guessing that this kid is your new hoster, huh? So you must be Kushina and Minato's son. You look a lot like your father. And Naruto smiled. Anyway, could you explain what happened to me? We'd hoped you could tell us that, Kurama said, while Naruto walked over the seal and add few more things to it. The last things I remember was having a nice nap, before a weird dressed guy came and wake me up. That's all I remember, Gyuki admitted. A guy named is Loki, who from other world. He took control over you to make me fight you. On top of that, he somehow sealed you into 10-year-old kid, so to prevent his death I had to seal you in him again. Blonde explained sadly, while Gyuki waved him off. Don't worry, it's been a while since I had Jinchuriki, so I could use a little company. Gyuki said with smile. Beside, you saved this kid life. What's your name? Naruto. It's Naruto. Gyuki noted and looked at Kurama. You got yourself a nice Jinchuriki, Kurama. Now I'll go for a nap. Before he could go deeper into the cage, Blonde stopped him. Wait a second. Before you go, I have something to say about the seal. At that, Gyuki looks at Naruto and waits. You won't be able to contact your Jinchuriki for a while. The seal needs to adjust to Kid's body and mind, so you can't force him into his mind space. I've added a special seals for nature chakra, so in next few years his chakra coils should be developed enough to use your chakra. It will also strengthen his body enough to allow him to be normal like other kids. Another seal will cause leaking your chakra from his system. What do you mean by that? Gyuki asked confused. Since this kid don't have any shinobi training, his body is so weak that it wouldn't handle your chakra. That's why Naruto added 2 seals, one natural chakra that would strengthen his body while second to leak out most of your chakra, so it would be easier for him to adapt. Having this massive chakra in your body without any type training would cripple him. Kurama explained and Naruto noted. I see. That's good thinking. Now then, if that's everything, I'll take a nap. Gyuki then vanishes in the cage. Outside of the seal, once he was done, Blonde dispelled his clone and dropped on the hot sand. A minute later, the kid woke up and get up. He started to look around, confused and scared. There was sand everywhere and no civilization to be seen. There was only a man next to him, who was taking heavy breaths. Hey mister, Kid called, getting Naruto attention. Blonde quickly get up and look at the boy. Where are we? Hi there, Naruto greeted with grin. We're on Sahara. I know that you must be scared, but don't worry. We're going to be fine. What's your name? Blonde asked. My aunt said to never talk to strangers. Kid protested, which caused Naruto to smile sheepishly. Okay, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. He introduced himself, while offering a handshake. Kid grab and shake Blonde hand. My name is Peter Parker. He introduced himself too with smile. Naruto smiled back, before they break a shake and stood up. What are we doing in here? It'll take too long to explain. So how about I'll take you back to Manhattan, huh? You live there, right? Peter shook his head. No, not in Manhattan, I live in Queens. He said. Well then, do you have keys to your house? Blonde inquired. Yeah, but I barely know you. I can't show where exactly I live. At that, Blonde chuckled. I'll only drop you in Queens, so don't worry. Naruto assured with smile, before he placed his hand on Peter's head. Now take a deep breath and close your eyes. Peter narrowed his eyes at Naruto, who waved him off. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, he assured as Peter did as Blonde said. Second later, they flashed away, leaving only dust in their place. Manhattan, Stark Tower. Black Widow walks up the CMS machine. Selvig, slumped down, weakened, looks at her desperately. The Tesseract's energy is firing towards the portal, gaining in strength, at the surge of energy moving through the sky. Doctor, Natasha called, as she spotted Selvig on the ground. Loki's scepter, the energy, the Tesseract can't fight. You can't protect against yourself. The guilt in his voice was clear as a diamond. It's not your fault. You didn't know what you were doing. She protested, kneeling in front of him. Well, actually I think I did. He admitted bitterly. I built in a safety to cut the power source. Loki's scepter, she concluded, and Selvig nods. It might be able to close the portal. Selvig looks down. He sees gold gleam. Manhattan. Thor rides on top of chariot, smacking several riders with the hammer. As Thor takes the reins, Leviathan crashes through a building, knocking him down to where Cap is. Fighting off soldiers. Iron Man flies right next to the Leviathan and aims his laser booster at it. Nothing. Opening square bracket ... Sir, we will lose power before you cut through that shell. Iron Man flies up ahead, facing the oncoming monster. Jarvis, you ever hear the tale of Jonah? He inquired. I wouldn't consider him a role model. Before Iron Man get any close to Leviathan, Zen of Naruto clones appeared out of nowhere, jumping into monster mouth and going further into his insides. Then a bright light come from Leviathan mouth and suddenly the whole monster exploded into the piece of flesh. Iron Man flew past the now gone Leviathan and one of leftovers knock him down. He crashes on the ground and quickly stands up to see a Chidori dashing toward him. Rooftop building. Hawkeye turns to fire his last arrow. Using his bow as a staff, he knocks some Chidori soldiers, before yanking his last arrow off the dead body of soldiers. Hawkeye knocks his arrow, dives down the building and fires his grappling arrow up into the side of building. Falling down, Hawkeye finds the momentum and swings himself into a building and cannonballs in. Manhattan. The Hulk holds soldiers by the face and slams them down. More keep coming. Hulk looks up. Hundreds of riders hove over him. Then, they begin to fire energy blasts. Hulk take them like he's running thought a light rain, blocking the stream of streaking blasts. As thought swatting at bees. Helicarrier deck. A lone pilot sits in his cockpit, listening. 7 Alpha 11, confirmed. Prepare to take off. 7 Alpha 11, confirmed. Prepare to take off. Pilot said, igniting his engine. Helicarrier bridge. Back in the bridge, Agent Hill sees on her screen 7 Alpha 11 preparing to leave. Sir, we have a bird in motion. Anyone on the deck, we have a rogue bird. We need to shut it down. Repeat, takeoff is not authorized. She declared. Helicarrier deck. Nick runs out of the deck, holding a Airtronic RPG-7. He takes aim and fires, hitting the tail end of the jet. The jet skids off towards the edge. Pilot unharmed. Suddenly, another 7 Alpha 11 jet flies off. Fury stands there, knowing he can't do anything about it. Stark, you hearing me? We have a missile headed straight for the city. Nick informed. Opening square bracket ... How long? 3 minutes, at best. Stay low and wipe out the missile. He ordered. Manhattan. Iron Man fight. Off as many Chidori soldiers as he sustain. Jarvis, put everything we got into the thrusters. Tony ordered, as he fly out and heads for the missile. Opening square bracket ... I just did. Sky. 7 Alpha 11 arrives outside the city. He flips the switch to press the button. He presses it. The missile is flying out to Manhattan. Destination is in 2 minutes, 30 seconds mark. Manhattan. Captain America and Thor battle, side to side. Cap and Thor both throw their respected weapons. Thor catches his hammer, but as Cap turns, An energy blast strikes him down hard. Thor runs over to a broken car, swings the hammer, and flips the car over and over on its side, crushing a few Chidori's. Cap tries to get up. Thor helps him back to his feet. Cap raises his shields back up. Selvig, back in scientist mode, clacks away at his laptop. Henids. Black Widow grabs Loki's scepter, slowly breaks into the force field, almost touching the Tesseract. I can close it. Can anybody hear me? I can shut the portal down. Natasha informed though her earpiece. Manhattan. Do it, Steve ordered. Opening square bracket ... No, wait, Stark, they still coming, Steve said ungently. Opening square bracket ... I got a nuke coming in, it's gonna blow in less than a minute. And I know just where to put it. Sky. Iron Man catches up, now comes at the missile from behind. The missile speeds on. Iron Man grabs it from behind, gripping it tightly. Suddenly Iron Man feels as something landed on the missile. He look up to see Naruto with smirk on his face. He then active his Mangekyo and a pair of white wings formed on his back. He start to flip them to help Tony. With Naruto help, he wrenches the rocket off its course. Steering it from behind, he accelerates quickly, flying straight up into sky, towards the portal. Naruto then let go of the missile, thinking that Tony did the same. He was wrong. Tony went straight through the portal. Tony, Naruto shouted. Space. Tony's looks in horror. An armada. The black sky is filled with what must be 90 ships in a vague cluster. Most of them hang still in the air. Some move swimmingly about. Iron Man lets go of the missile. It whistles off into the blackness as Iron Man idly falls back down the portal's opening. The missile reaches the main ship. The main ship implodes, causing the entire armada to burst into a supernova, creating a spectacular heavenly display. Manhattan. Suddenly, all of the Chidori soldiers and Leviathans keel over and begin to shake. Then stop. They all fall over. The Avengers look up at their consultant L, not sure if he'll make it through. Stark Tower. Still holding the scepter in hand, Black Widow shifts around, waiting. Naruto flashed next to her, still looking at the portal. Come on, Stark. Natasha pleased. Manhattan. Thor and Cap see the supernova coming towards them. Thor nods to Cap. Close it, Steve said to Black Widow. Stark Tower. Without hesitating, Black Widow pulls the scepter out, the Tesseract turns off its energy beam. The portal quickly closes. A small figure is hurled backwards into the open now closed portal. Iron Man. Plummeting to the earth, Naruto quickly active his Mangekyo and with help of his Susanoo and fly and grab Tony. Then he drop his Susanoo and flashed to Black Widow. Naruto placed Ton on the floor and rip his mask off. His heart stopped. Naruto quickly performed a medical jutsu and sent a jolt of lighting through the armor to arc reactor. Tony's eyes snap open, as he took a deep breath. What happened? Please tell me nobody kissed me. At that both Naruto and Natasha chuckled. We won, Natasha said softly. Not yet, we still have one thing to do, Naruto said, getting their attention. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 20. Aftermatch. Stark Tower penthouse. Loki crawls onto the stair, looking like a piece of shit rag doll. He takes a few breathers, senses someone is behind him. He turns to find the Avengers staring at him, pissed. If it's all the same to you, I'll have that drink, Loki said, trying to ease up the tension. Hulk snorts at him. Weeks later, S.H.I.E.L.D. analytical room. In TV news montage about the Avengers, we see various reports of what happened. Some people agree that the Avengers did good, protecting the city. Others believe it was their cause. Opening square bracket ... Superheroes. In New York. Give me a break. Opening square bracket ... These so-called heroes have to be held responsible for the destruction done to the city. This was their fight. Where are they now? Opening square bracket ... What? That this was somehow their fault. Captain America saved my life. Wherever he is, wherever any of them are, I just wanna say thank you. Central Park. The Avengers take Thor and Loki, who is handcuffed and muzzled, to a blocked area. Thor shakes hands with his team and gives Selvig a hug. Tony opens the Tesseract's case. Banner takes it out and places inside a glass tube, held by Thor. Thor gives Loki the other end, who reluctantly takes it. The Asgardians leap into the energy beam. Gone. Then, one by one, the group splinters off, strolling into different directions. Banner climbs in with Tony in his sports car. Steve rides away in his Harley. Natasha and Clint climb back into S.H.I.E.L.D. cars. Naruto smiles and simply flashes away. They all part. For now. S.H.I.E.L.D. Analytical Room. Fury is facing once more members of the World Security Council. Opening square bracket ... Where are the Avengers? I'm not currently tracking their whereabouts. I'd say they've earned a leave of absence. Nick replied with shrug. Opening square bracket ... And the Tesseract? The Tesseract is where it belongs, out of our reach. Nick replies again, this time more harshly. Opening square bracket ... That's not your call. I didn't make it. I just didn't argue with the god that did. Fury retorted. Opening square bracket ... I bet Agent Uzumaki could take on him. Why didn't you order him to take the cube? You probably know about it, but Naruto does not always follow my orders. Beside, if it wasn't for his decline, Agent Uzumaki would be director long ago. Nick explains with sigh. Opening square bracket ... So you let him take it, and the war criminal, Loki, who should be answering for his crimes. Oh, I think he will be. He replies sweetly. Opening square bracket ... I don't think you understand what you've started. Letting the Avengers loose on this world. They're dangerous. Add Uzumaki and you have disaster. They surely are. And the whole world knows it. Every world knows it. Nick assured with smirk. Opening square bracket ... Was that the point of all this? A statement. A promise. Fury walks out, towards the bridge. Helicarrier Bridge. Fury and Agent Hill walk together, toward the window looking out into the world. Sir, how does it work now? They've gone their separate ways, some pretty extremely far. We get into a situation like this again, what happens then? Hill inquired. They'll come back. Nick replies, looking at the sky through window. You really sure about that? Maria asked with small doubt. I am. He replied sternly. Why? Because we'll need them too. He said, turning to her. Agent Hill turns around and walks away. Fury looks out, smiling. 1 year later, Malibu. Tony is sitting around at home and decides to test out his new tech. Engage assembling mode, Tony commanded. Each individual piece of his new armor launches itself straight at his junk, except the gloves which land on his hands. Then back of the suit lands on his back and knocks him off. He quickly use high S hand boosters and quickly regain balance. Then the rest of the suit assembled and Tony smirked. I am awesome, he exclaimed with grin. Then suddenly he saw a flash of light. Once light died, Naruto was sitting on the table with smile on his face. Oh Naruto, where have you been all this year? No call or massage. Is everything okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. I had few things to do. Like searching for bijus and visiting old friends. He explained, narrowing his eyes at Tony's new armor. Sweet suit. Which mark is it now? Mark 20. Mark 42. He replied, shocking the blonde Jinchuriki. You gotta be kidding me. Where are they? Naruto asked. Tony pointed at the podium. Under the podium. At that Naruto sweat dropped. You have too much free time. Stark chuckled as he came out of his suit. Shoal, didn't you be making bigger steps with your relationship? I'm doing this for her. She's my world, okay. What I saw in the portal made me do this. I want to protect her and everyone around me. He explained with tired sigh. I see, but you seem to forget that I am protecting the earth. Alongside with you, he said with crossed arms. Anyway, I'll be going. I'll visit Steve in Washington, D.C., see ya. With that he flashed away. Well, that was fast, Tony commented with snarl. Better get to work, I guess. With that he get back to armor. There was a lot to do. Night. Tony was sleeping next to Pepper, who wrapped her arms around him. While she was smiling, Tony was shaking his head and sweating. Same nightmare. All over again. He was fighting with Chidori. Only Tony was left of all Avengers, including Naruto. Everyone was lying dead on the ground. Same missile was heading straight at New York. Just like last time, he grabbed the missile and take it to portal. But this time without blonde Shinobi. He went rough the portal and helped missile hit the mother ship. Sadly, he dies as blast hit him quicker. Last thing he hears is Pepper scream. Pepper tries to wake him up, but she can't. Suddenly something metallic grab her arm and pull her. It's Mark 42. Tony quickly open his eyes and look at the Mark 42, which tries to pull her out of the bed. Stark make a gesture and suit fall apart. Tony sat up on the bed, while Pepper was ready to leave. Wait Pepper, don't leave. Tony grunted, as he was about to close the doors. I'm going to sleep downstairs. Do something with this suit, he demanded, while shooting the doors. Tony sat now on the edge of the bed and thinks hardly. He sigh and look at the black sky through the window. Washington, D.C., 7:50 a.m. Steve Rogers, aka Captain America, was having a jog around Lincoln Memorial reflecting cool. It was a routine for him. It was helping him, allowing to forget about the past life. As he was running, the blue blur was passing him from time to time. He stopped and sighed tiredly. Suddenly Blur also stopped, revealing to be Naruto, who was grinning at him. I see your age is finally showing up, huh? He remarked with laughed. You know Naruto, not everyone is immortal or have a centuries of shinobi training, he retorted with cross arms. Anyway, I'm done. How about we get back to my apartment and change our clothes? Then a breakfast in the dinner. Naruto noted and grabbed Steve's shoulder. Second later they flashed to Roger's apartment. Steve's apartment, 9 a.m. It wasn't a big apartment. Just enough for 3 people with bathroom, kitchen, living room and bedroom. As styled to appear like rooms in 40s of previous age. After small change of cloths and shower, the two went to the dinner. They sat by the bar and a waitress walked to them. What can I get for you boys? Asked a young waitress with wink. Eggs and bacon, Steve ordered. Same for me, Naruto added with foxy smile. So, what you've been doing lately? Nothing much. I have break from missions to end of the year. Other than that, training. Watching TV and movies. He answered with shrug. What about you? Researching Biju's whereabouts and visiting old friends. So far I have 8 tails, 7 tails and 1 tail. Naruto explained. Suddenly they heard TV getting louder. They looked at the screen and saw Tony house in Malibu. Or rather was left of it. Opening square bracket ... Millionaire and superhero, Anthony Stark aka Iron Man, was attacked by terrorists and is presumably dead. The only survivors are Virginia Potts and Maya Hansen. God, Steve whispers as he and Naruto stand up. Do you think he's really dead? I guess we need to find out. With that Naruto grabbed Steve's shoulder and flashed away. Everyone was staring dumbfounded at the spot where they stood second ago. Malibu, ruins of Tony house. Pepper was laying down on the ground looking at the ocean before her. There were still policemen and firefighters around helping to clean the mess. Suddenly a flash of light appeared, which caught everyone's attention. Both Naruto and Steve were standing on the in the middle where once was a garage. Full in their gears. Steve in his new dark blue suit from S.H.I.E.L.D. with famous shield and Naruto in his old shinobi attire from World War II. It's Captain America and that ninja guy. It's Shinobi, you dumbass. I thought that Cap is taller. With sigh Naruto active his Sharingan and glare at the policemen. Cut the crap, he said coldly, making everyone flinch. Then they went to Pepper, who was still gazing at the ocean. Steve put his hand on her shoulder, making Pepper look at him. Miss, I know what you've been through was taught. But we need to know what happened exactly. He said gently, helping her stand up. We were attacked suddenly. By the terrorists. Everything happened too quickly. Tony used his suit to protect me from the impact. I took Ms. Hansen and get her out of the house. Later Tony called his suit to him. Then everything fell apart. Her voice was slowly cracking into black tone. She slowly started walking around and then she saw crack Iron Man helmet. Pepper grabbed him and hold it to her head. Then she saw a red light coming out of the crack in the helmet. She quickly flipped it and helmet open, so she could put her head in it. I think she's losing it. Steve whispered to Naruto. He shook his head with tiny smile. Why is he smiling? Guys, Pepper called and both walked to her. Tony is alive. He sent a message. Better keep quiet. Those who killed Tony are still thinking he's dead. Let's keep it that way for now. We'll take you somewhere safe in S.H.I.E.L.D. to wait it out. I and Saint Eve will go for Tony and discuss the plan. Naruto explained. Please no, I want to help you. She protested with crossed arms. With sigh, Naruto looked her in the eyes with his Sharingan and she quickly fell asleep. Steve grabbed her and lifted her in bridal style. Could you drop us by S.H.I.E.L.D. HQ in Washington? Steve asked and Blonde noted. Then they flashed away, leaving Maya Hansen who just walked in dumbstruck. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 21. Christmas, Tennessee, with Tony. The day, or rather night, was getting better and better. First, his ex show up suddenly, which caused a quarrel with Pepper. Second, terrorists attack his house, blowing it up. Third, now he was in the Tennessee. Could it be worse? Ah, yes, a kid, who was pointing a potato gun at him. Just great. Freeze. Don't move. Kid treated, while Tony chuckled. You got me. Nice potato gun. Barrel's a little long. Between that and the wide gauge, it's gonna diminish your FPS. The boy points his gun at a glass on a shelf and shoots at it, breaking the glass. And, now you're out of ammo. What's that thing on your chest? Kid asked, glancing at Tony arc reactor. It's a electromagnet. You should know, you've got a box of them right here. Stark said, pointing at the other shelf. What does it power? Tony stands and points the desk light at his suit sitting on the couch behind him. Oh my god. Harley drops his toy gun and takes a step towards Tony. Is that Iron Man? Technically, I am. Tony responded with shrug. Technically, you're dead. He give Tony a newspaper which has Tony's picture with the headline, Mandarin attack, Stark presumed dead. A valid point, Tony admitted with sigh. Suddenly a yellow flash of light appeared in the middle of the farmhouse. About damn time, Naruto and Steve, he said, confused at the sight of Captain America beside blonde Shinobi. Yeah, he was worried too. Naruto replied with grin. Anyway, let's get you to Avengers Tower. Cap said, looking at Tony. Sorry, but I can't. I need to find who wanted my death. Better do this, while everyone thinks I died. Tony replies, which caused Blonde to smirk. Here's what I need. A laptop. A digital watch, a cell phone, the pneumatic actuator from your bazooka over there, a map of town, a big spring, and a tuna fish sandwich. At that, Naruto throw him a bag. Bag with everything he needed. Wait, how did you? Forget it. It seems like I know you better. Naruto said with smile. So what are you going to do? I can't believe I have Avengers in my garage. Kid exclaimed with vigor. The three adults looked at the kid bouncing around and chuckled. If you're sure, then just send chakra through it. Naruto said, tossing him his Hiraishin kunai. Rose Hills, Tennessee. Tony and Harley walk in town at night. Tony had to admit, for such a young age, Harley was very smart. If he would just as rich as he, Harley could pull the same feats like him. Maybe he would help the kid out. Well, after dealing with Mandarin and his goons, of course. They stop and Tony looks at the remains of the local explosion site that Tony came to investigate. What's the official story here? What happened? I guess this guy named Chad Davis used to live roundabouts, won a bunch of medals in the army. One day, folks said he went crazy and made, a bomb. Then he blew himself up right here. Tony looks around at the remains. 6 people died, right? Tony asked and boy noted. Including Chad Davis. Yeah, Harley replies. Tony keeps looking around at the remains of the explosion site. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. He sits next to Harley. Think about it. 6 dead, only 5 shadows. Yeah, people said these shadows are like the mark of souls gone to heaven. Except the bomb guy, he went to hell on account of he didn't get a shadow. That's why there's only 5. Harley explains with shrug. Do buy it? Tony asked, amused. That's what everyone says. You know what this crater reminds me of? Stark knew what boy was thinking. He didn't like it. No idea. I'm not. I don't care. He replies coldly. That giant wormhole, in New York. Does it remind you? He said, getting annoyed and angry glare from Tony. That's manipulative. I don't want to talk about it. Stark snarled with frown. Are they coming back? The aliens? Harley asked with concern. Tony gave a long sigh. This will be a long mission. Washington, D.C., SHIELD HQ. Pepper was sitting in her room, with crossed arms. He was pissed at both Naruto and Captain America. She only wanted to help. But they lock her in the freaking cell. Suddenly the doors from her cell open, revealing both Naruto and Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Yo, Naruto greeted, waving at Pepper. Sleep well, after you put me in this Genju something. No, she yelled, which caused Blonde to flinch. I brought ramen, he said weakly, showing the tray with streaming ramen. You like it right, Miss Potts. I know that you're mad but you're safer in SHIELD rather than on your own. Nick said, getting her attention. If this Mandarin finds out that Stark is alive, he'll come after you. Let's Stark deal with him personally. It's could be great experience for him. To learn do things without his armor. Naruto added, putting ramen on the table. I'm still worried, she admitted, looking down. We understand that, but you need to let him do this. Nick said, as he walked to the doors and left the room. Nick is right. If anything will happen, I and Avengers will go and save him. Naruto assured with grin. Hey, PPER gave a small smile and began eating her ramen. Rose Hills, Tennessee. Tony was walking towards a bar and he bumps into a woman. Sorry, he apologized. The woman drops something. Lady, this he picks up the item and hands it back to the woman. Thank you. Tony notices the woman has burn marks on one side of her face. Nice haircut, suits you. Tony commented. Nice watch. Woman retorted. Yeah, limited edition. Tony added with grin. Oh, I don't doubt it. Well, have a good evening. The woman turns and walks off. Tony enters the bar and walks up to Mrs. Davis, who sat at table drinking alone. Mrs. Davis, mind if I join you? Tony asked. Free country. She nods and Stark sit next to her. Mrs. Davis looks at Tony for a moment. All right, where do you like to start? I just want to say I'm sorry about your loss. I want to know what you think happened. Tony said gently. Look, I brought your damn file. You take it and go. She drops the file in front of him. Whatever was in here, he wanted no part of it. Tony opens the file. Clearly, you're waiting for someone else. Yeah, supposed to meet somebody here. Stark inquired. Yeah. Tony looks at the file again and notices a photo of Taggart next to the photo of Chad. Mrs. Davis, your son didn't kill himself, I guarantee you. He didn't kill anyone. Someone used him, Tony assured, shocking the grieving mother. What? She inquired. As a weapon, he explained. You're not the person who called me after all, are you? Suddenly a cell phone is slammed on their table. Actually, I am. Tony looks up and it's the woman he bumped into outside of the bar. Suddenly she grabs hold of Tony's arm and twists it, slamming his head onto the table. Tony manages to quickly grab hold of Chad's dog tags that were on the table. Hey, what's all this about? What the hell's going on here? Sheriff demanded. It's called an arrest. She pushes Tony to the ground and steps towards the sheriff. He quickly activates his Sharingan and tries some low genjutsu that Naruto taught him. But she wasn't affected. Sheriff, is it? Things are getting worse and worse. Tony thought with mental sigh. About 4 days later, Naruto was sipping a hot green tea in Japan along with Steve, Natasha and Clint. They all were gear up and ready to head out. The President of United States was kidnapped by Mandarin, so Naruto team was ordered to track him and get him back to White House. Before going, he get his team for small tea. They agreed, eventually. Can we go already, Naru? Natasha asked with sigh. Nick was already pissed when he heard word tea. Naruto took final sip, put the cup down and grinned at his friends. Let's go Avengers. Seaport, with Tony and Rhodes. Tony and Rhodes sneak onto Aldrich's oil drilling platform. Come on, Tony said, as they kneel over. Ad took a cover. I need a gun, only if you're not gonna freak out on me. Rhodes replies as he looks up and spot the president in his Iron Patriot armor. Oh, my god, he said to Tony. He's strung up over the oil tank. They're gonna light him up, man. Viking funeral, public execution, Tony concluded, getting nod from his friend. Yeah, death by oil. They sneak further in to find a way to save the president. Rhodes gives Tony a gun. See if anyone is front of us. Tony quickly rises then sits back down. What did you see? Too fast. Nothing. Here we go. He rises again and this time takes a good look before getting back down. 3 guys, 1 girl, all armed. Tony informed as they face the extremist soldiers. God, I'd kill for some armor right now. Rhodes grunted. You're right, we need backup. Tony agreed with smile. Yeah, a bunch. Rhodes points his guns at extremist soldiers, who are getting closer and closer to them. You know what? Tony nods for Rhodes to look ahead. We see Tony's suits flying toward them. Is that? He asked, not believing. Yep, he assured, patting his back. All of Tony's Iron Man suits arrive. Merry Christmas, buddy. The suits surround the extremist soldiers. Jarvis. Target extremist heat signatures. Disable with extreme prejudice. Opening square bracket ... Yes sir. Suddenly there a flash of yellow light behind them. Both turn to see Naruto leading a part of the Avengers. We're not late, are we? Naruto asked with grin. I quest Stark took a page from your book. Clint commented. Then won the armors. Called server Centurion landed behind Tony. Stark took step back and went into the suit. You're just in time for Christmas party. At that Naruto cross his fingers and shouted. Avengers, attack. Both Black Widow and Hawkeye went after the extremist soldiers. Cap, you and Colonel Rhodes will go and rescue the president. Tony and I'll find the main enemy and take him out. My clone's gonna aid you. With that 4 clones pop out, scatter. Iron Man fly out and real Naruto went after him. Natasha jumped and pouted rain of bullets at the extremist soldiers. Iron Legion make sure that to defend her if anything would happen. Hawkeye was taken by one of the armor to high spot, where he could put down every soldiers. In the meantime Cap and Rhodes were going though the hordes of extremist soldiers. But with cage bunions they quickly defeat them. After some time they reach the president. Mr. President, just hold on, alright. We're coming. Just hold on. Hold on. They get surrounded by 10 extremist soldiers. He starts shooting at them but they just regenerate. See. AP is kicking their asses and 2 remaining clones are helping him. Then Rhodes falls onto a rig, and as the soldiers come after him, Rhodes shoots the metal hook holding the rig up, making the extremist soldiers fall to their deaths. Bye-bye. Rhodes manages to get to the president. Brace yourself. He shoots hooks holding the president up and the president manages to swing safely to the ground. How do I look? President asked. You look damn good, Mr. President, but I'm gonna need that suit back. Then Cap appeared next to them and look at President. Mr. President, good to see you fine. Colonel Rhodes take Mr. President to safety. Avengers will clean this mess. Captain ordered and jumped toward upcoming extremist soldiers. Rhodes is now in the Iron Patriot suit with the president standing next to him. Ready, sir? Rhodes asked looking at the president, who was confused. What do you mean by ready? Suddenly Rhodes grabs hold of the president and flies off. With Tony and Naruto, Shinobi and Iron Man landed on top of the platform and saw smiling Killian. I'm honored to have the famous Avengers in here, he said with open arms. It's over, Tony declared. Your soldiers are outnumbered and pretty soon you'll be the only left. That's why I recommend you to surrender. Naruto offered, but if you want fight, then that's your call. I wouldn't mind kicking his ass. Tony said smirking as he pointed his glowing palm at Killian. You're sure? Naruto asked with cross arms. Tony noted and Blonde shrugged his shoulders. He's all your, but if anything I'll sure there will be only dust after him. He threatened with M's active. Iron Man and Killian dashed toward each other and prepared a punch. Tony knew that Killian wanted to give a right punch, grab him, lift him, and slam his body on the ground. Star K quickly ducked the punch, use his repulsor beam to send Killian at the piles of pipes. He was glad that his arc reactor activated his Sharingan and that Naruto taught him how to use it. Killian quickly get back at his feet. Grab and throw the pipe at Iron Man. Tony blasted pipe out of the way, but he wasn't quick enough to avoid his fire breath. He pointed the flame at his helmet, slowly melting it. Tony had no other choice that leave the armor and jump back. He then summoned the parts that were still available for him. So Stark, are you prepared for the end? Killian asked with sick smile. With BL. Ending speed, he appeared in front of Tony's face and prepared another fire stream to melt his entire head. But the smirk Tony's face confused him. Suddenly something metallic hit his face and wrapped itself around his head. Then other metallic things hit his body and wrapped themselves around him. Jarvis, blow up Mark 42. Tony ordered, and second later the whole armor on Killian blow up. Naruto grabbed Tony and teleported away from the explosion. That was fast and rather easy. I didn't knew I was that good. Yeah, sure, but I guess it's not over. Naruto said as they jumped away from Killian punch. He was still alive, but his body was burning. I won't die. I won't fall. I am Mandarin, he shouted, ready to launch himself at Tony. Boring. Amaterasu. Naruto yelled and jet black flames consumed Killian's whole body. After few screams, there was only dust after him. Well, I guess we're done here, right? Tony asked, earing tired nod from his friend. Let's get you to Pepper, Naruto said, as they walk away to the rest of the team. Few weeks later, New York, Avengers Tower. The entire Avenger Tower was finally finished. It was higher advanced than Stark Tower ever was. It was one big cherry on the cake. Naruto was waiting for both Tony and Pepper to appear. Suddenly he heard a giggles and saw them both in white bathrobes. Yep, Pepper jumped, while Tony rolled his eyes. Yo, how you've been doing? He asked with grin. Don't do that ever again. Pepper scolded, making Naruto chuckling. Sorry about that, I couldn't help myself, he replied, making them sweat drop. Anyway, what are you doing here? Tony inquired with crossed arms. I need your help, he said seriously, making him gulp. If Naruto was serious, then it was something really important. You might be the only person who can help me. What is then? Tony asked eagerly. My disciples vanish. I can't find their chakra signatures. They're not dead, I know this, he said sadly, as he rushed his hand through his hairs. For some time I can't find myself trust shield well enough. I don't know why, so you're the only one who can help me. Well then, I'm not going to decline my friend request. At that Naruto looked at Tony and smiled. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 22, Meeting. Sokovia. 2 years later. It's been 2 years since Naruto asked Tony for help. Many things happened. SHIEL. D was in reality infiltrated by Hydra for decades. Naruto was angry, sad and confused at the same time. He was angry that Hydra was still alive. He was sad for some NY lives wasted in war and confused of how this happened under his nose. Yes, he became hermit for some time, but Naruto was still paying attention to what S.H.I.E.L.D. was doing. If it wasn't enough, Steve's friend and old comrade, Bucky, was turned into Hydra's secret weapon. He was still alive, but brainwashed by Nazis. Hydra wanted to use their newly made helicarriers to kill every enemy to them, including him and other Avengers. All of this happened when he was looking for Pietro and Wanda with Tony. If he'd only, but it didn't matter anymore. Right now, they have to destroy last Hydra base. Report to your stations immediately. This is not a drill. We are under attack. We are under attack. The Avengers are in the process of infiltrating a Hydra base in Sokovia. Naruto clones take a chunk of Hydra soldiers, while real one with Avengers proceeded toward the base. Iron Man decided to fly straight at the base, but quickly hit the invisible wall of energy. Opening square bracket ... Shit. Language. Naruto scolded, while punching Hydra soldier in the face. Jarvis, what's the view from upstairs? The central building is protected by some kind of energy shield. Strucker's technology is well beyond any other Hydra base we've taken. Loki's scepter must be here. Strucker couldn't mount this defense without it. At long last, Thor said, punching Hydra soldiers. Natasha knocks out some soldiers. At long last is lasting a little long, boys. As some soldiers shoot at him. Yeah, I think we lost the element of surprise. Opening square bracket ... Wait a second. No one else is going to deal with the fact that Naruto just said, language. I know, Naruto said, throwing exploding kunais at Hydra soldiers, killing them on spot. It just slipped out. Hydra research base, Sokovia. Who gave the order to attack? Strucker demanded as he passed few of his soldiers. Herr Strucker, it's the Avengers. They landed in the far woods, the perimeter guard panicked. One of them explained, they have to be after the scepter. Strucker concluded, can we hold them? They are the Avengers. Soldier exclaimed, deploy the rest of the tanks. Strucker ordered, yes, sir. Concentrate fire on the weak ones. A hit can make them close ranks. Everything we've accomplished. But we're on the verge of our greatest breakthrough. Strucker ordered loudly, then let's show them what we've accomplished. Send out the twins. Doctor, List whispered looking at the twins. No, he replied sternly, they're not ready yet. You sense him, don't you? A man with white hairs asked a woman next to him. Yes, she replies shortly, looking down. Why is he here? And with him? Man wondered bitterly. I don't know. That man is a monster. Woman said with frown. But it doesn't matter. He didn't change and that important. Outside of the base. Opening square bracket ... Sir, the city is taking fire. Well, we know Strucker's not going to worry about civilian casualties. Send in the Iron Legion. Tony ordered. The Iron Legion flies in, to the civilians in city. This quadrant is unsafe. Please back away. We are here to help. This quadrant is unsafe. Please back away. Please back away. We wish to avoid collateral damage and will inform you when this current conflict is resolved. We are here to help. Quote, back at the Hydra base. We will not yield. The Americans sent their circus freaks to test us. We will send them back in bags. No surrender. Strucker declared and soldiers roared in approval. Then he quietly whispered to Dr. List, I am going to surrender. You will delete everything. If we give the Avengers the weapons, they may not look too far into what we've been. The twins. Dr. List whispered back and Strucker gave him a look. I told you, they are not ready to take on. He hissed, but drive. List pointed his finger at the empty space. Oh no. Outside of the base, one of the twins speeds through the forest and knocks down Barton. Clint slowly get up and see the man passing by. He look at him with smirk. You didn't see that coming. Man zooms off. Before Clint can shoot him with an arrow, then Barton gets shot at. Clint. Natasha shouted as she jumped to her friend. Oh God. This looks bad. What happened? Some white-haired dude. Very fast. Clint grunted. The same man knocks down Steve as he speeds past him. We have an enhanced in the field. Steve said as he rushed to the Hydra base. Back to Natasha. She tries to treat Clint wounds. The Hydra soldiers are trying to shoot her. Clint's hit. She dodges another beam. Somebody want to deal with that bunker. She sees Recentrican flying toward the bunker and destroying it upon impact. Thank you. Naruto, I need you here. In flash he appeared next to them. Crap. This looks bad. Naruto commented, kneeling and examining Barton wound. Blonde created a single shadow clone and noted to him. Clone slowly pick up Clint and flashed away. My clone took him back to Avengers Tower. How did that happen? We have some enhanced guy on the field. He's very fast. Natasha replied. I see. We done here, so go to Bruce. With that, Blonde flashed away leaving Natasha. She quickly rushed to where Hulk was. Naruto appeared on top of the tree and looked at Hydra base. He active his M's and jumped as Susanoo armor embraced his body. He flied to the base and formed Rasengan in his right hand. Susanoo slammed it into the force field, breaking it. Blonde smiled and dropped his Susanoo, landing on the base. Drawbridge is down, people. Blonde informed, and he quickly saw Tony flying in. Steve, you said something about the enhanced, right? Opening square bracket ... He's a blur. All the new players we've faced, I've never seen this. In fact, I still haven't. Okay then, let's secure the scepter. Naruto said, making his way to inside of the base. If possible, we'll deal with him later. Opening square bracket ... Copy that. Stark enters the Hydra base and the soldiers start firing at his Iron Man suit. Guys, stop, we gotta talk this through. Stark shoots down the soldiers using his suit. It was a good talk. Quote, no it wasn't. Hydra soldier whined. Stark finds List and knocks him out. He then steps out of his Iron Man suit. Sentry mode. Tony walks over to the computers. Okay, Jarvis, you know I want it all. Make sure you copy Hill at HQ. I know you're hiding more than files. Hey, Jay, Give me an IR scan of the room, real quick. Opening square bracket ... The wall to your left. I'm reading steel reinforcement and an air current. To himself as he walks over to the wall. Please be a secret door. Please be a secret door. Please be a secret door. He pushes and the wall opens up. Yay. He enters through to a secret passageway. With Steve and Naruto. After some time Naruto and Steve founded Strucker. Baron Strucker. Hydra's #1 thug. Steve commented. Technically, I'm a thug for S.H.I.E.L.D. Strucker retorted. Well then technically you're unemployed. Naruto remarked with chuckle. Where's Loki's scepter? Don't worry, I know when I'm beat. You'll mention how I cooperated, I hope. Strucker said putting his hand on the back of his head. I'll put it right under illegal human experimentation. Suddenly a woman creeps up behind them. Naruto is slightly behind Steve, Sensa present behind. At first he was confused, since he couldn't detect any chakra from person behind them. But still, he prepared his kunai to attack enemy, only to freeze in his place. He just saw the most beautiful woman in his life. Woman was in her 20s with long chestnut shade of hairs. She had a light makeup on her face. Girl had a black dress that show her rather large cleavage, she had DD cup breets, and a red jacket. She also had stocking and black boots. Her eyes winded at the sight of blonde man. How many are there? Steve asked, as woman quickly shake her head and knocks Steve down using her telekinetic powers and leaves. We have a second enhanced. Female. Do not engage. He looks at Strucker and then at Naruto. Hey, are you okay? I'm fine. Blonde quickly replied, looking at the spot where girl was just second ago. Wanda. Naruto thought with small blush. Single quote ... So, the other one must be Pietro then. You'll have to be faster than. Steve uses his shield to knock out Strucker. Guys, we have Strucker. Steve informed and glanced at Naruto. Something was off. With Tony. Yeah, I got something bigger. Inside the secret passageway Tony finds a room with recovered artifacts from the Battle of New York, including a gigantic Chidori Leviathan. And some of his Iron Man scrapped armor. He then spots the scepter. Thor. I got eyes on the prize. Same girl creeps up behind him and uses her powers on him. Suddenly the Chidori comes to life. Stark sees the rest of the Avengers team are all dead. He goes over to Naruto's body to check his pulse when Blonde suddenly grabs him. You could have saved us. Naruto dies but Stark continues to hear his voice in his head. Why didn't you do more? Stark sees that he is in the Chidori realm. That's when he snaps back, biting his lips. Did somebody just put him in genjutsu? It was impossible. There was no one in the room. So he decided to summon his Iron Man glove and grab the scepter. Avengers Quinjet. Natasha interrupts Banner, who's listening to opera with his headphones. Hey, the lullaby worked better than ever. She said with gentle smile. Just wasn't expecting the code green. He said with weak smile. If you and Naruto haven't been there, there would have been double the casualties. She said. You know, sometimes exactly what I want to hear isn't exactly what I want to hear. It's strange. Bruce replied, looking away. How long before you trust me? Natasha asked, hiding the fact that she was a bit hurt. It's not you I don't trust. Bruce assured, knowing the tone in her voice. Hey Banner, drive. Cho's on her way in from Seoul. Is it okay if she sets up in your lab? Tony asked, giving Jarvis the wheel over the Quinjet. Yeah. She knows her way around. He replied with shrug. Both Tony and Steve saw Naruto sitting on the corner, thinking very hard. How could this happen? How could I make such a mistake? He thought bitterly. Because I left them, they've became Hydra. Weapons. Damn it. He punched the wall next to him, making Quinjet shake. Hey Naruto. Steve called, getting his attention. Are you okay? I'm okay. He replied, annoyed. If something is bothering you, then tell us. We're on the same team, remember? Thor said, looking at Naruto. It's about those enhanceds, he admitted, while Tony's eyes winded. You're not saying that they... He trailed off and Blonde noted. Damn, what do you mean, Stark? Steve asked, curious. Those were my disciples, he explained, making everyone gasp. I left them on their 18 birthdays, because I didn't wanted to get them hurt, but in the end, they're used as Hydra weapons. I don't know why. They're strong on their own already. What did I do wrong? Naruto suddenly felt two hands, one on each shoulder. He looked up to see Steve and Tony. Don't worry, we'll find them and help them, Steve assured. Yeah, so don't worry. We won today. Hydra is no more, Tony said with smile. That's why let's party in next few days. Naruto gave a small smile and noted. He'll get them. That's a promise. They decided to leave Naruto for now and went to discuss few things. Avengers Tower. The Avengers aircraft lands at the Avengers headquarters where Barton was taken to treat his wound. Maria walk up to Stark, Naruto and Cap. Labs all set up, boss. Hill informed Tony. Actually, he's the boss, he corrected pointing at Naruto. I just pay for everything, and design everything and make everyone look cooler. He added with grin. What's the word on Strucker? Naruto inquired. NATO's got him, she replied glancing at the group. Do you want get infos about the enhanced? No, there is no need. Naruto waved her off. I know everything about them. Alt-out I don't know much about their new powers. He's got increased metabolism and improved thermal homeostasis. Her thing is neural electric interfacing, telekinesis, mental manipulation. She informed and Naruto noted in understanding. Only Steve looked confused, so Hill decided that rephrasing the statement so he can understand was a good idea. He's fast and she's weird. But Naruto growled, making her chuckle nervously. Ah, right. Barton is healed and ready for your party, guys. Banner's lab. How he's doing? Bruce asked, referring to lying Clint on the medical bed. Naruto clone is beside him and ends his medical ninjutsu. Oh, unfortunately, he's still Barton. Tony joked, making Clint chuckle. Naruto clone smiled before poofing away and real one appeared in his place. That's terrible, right? Naruto said with grin. He's fine. He's thirsty. All right, look alive, Jarvis. It's play time. We've only got a couple days with this joystick, so let's make the most of it. Update me on the structural and compositional analysis. With that, Tony vanished into his own lab. Bruce went after him and Naruto was left alone. With sigh, blonde look at Clint, who was slowly getting up. Easy there, Clint. It was a bad wound, he warned. But Barton waved him off. I had worse. At that, Naruto sweat dropped. No, you didn't. I remember every wound and you're whining about it. Stop playing tote, Naruto scolded. Take it easy and don't drink too much by the end of week. Sure, Mom, Clint joked and get on his feet. Gonna see what the rest is doing. Wanna come? Naruto shook his head and Clint rose his eyebrow. Why? I need to do something alone, he replied in tone, which caused Clint to nod. I see, it's important then, he said with smile. Take your time. With that, he left and Naruto looked down. He walked to the window and glanced at his team. He smiled and flashed away. End of chapter. Chapter 23, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 23, Ultron. Avengers Tower. End of the week. Everything was ready for a party. They invited everyone they knew. Everyone was drinking and having good. Naruto was sitting by the end of the bar, drinking his beer. He looked to his left to see Natasha pouring a drink behind the bar when Banner walked up to her. How did a nice girl like you wind up working in a dump like this? Bruce joked, which caused her to smile and Naruto to chuckle. Fella done me wrong, she replies, taking a sip of her drink. You got a lousy taste in men, kid. Bruce remarked with chuckle. He's not so bad. Well, he has a temper. Deep down he's all fluff. Fact is, he's not like anybody I've ever known. All my friends are fighters. And here comes this guy, spends his life avoiding the fight because he knows he'll win. She explained and Bruce gave small smile. Sounds amazing, Bruce said, scratching the back of his head. He's also a huge dork. Banner looks embarrassed. Chicks dig that. So what do you think, should I fight this, or run with it? Run with it, right. Or, what did he do that was so wrong to you? At that point Bruce wasn't sure what to say. Not a damn thing. But never say never. Natasha walks away. That was cute, Naruto commented, shocking Bruce. Ah, hey, how long have you been here? Bruce asked, a bit nervous. What is? From the beginning, he replied, causing Bruce to gulp. As for other question, you and Nat. No, we haven't. That wasn't, he mumbled, which caused Naruto to grin. It's okay. Nobody's breaking any bylaws. It's just, she's not the most open person in the world. But with you she seems very relaxed. He said with smile. No, Natasha, she likes to flirt. Banner protested. Listen, I know her for years now. I've seen her flirt, up close. This ain't that. Look, as maybe the world's leading authority on waiting too long, don't. You both deserve a win. He said, as if he was professional. Blonde left Banner with his thoughts. Wait, what do you mean, up close? Bruce asked, but Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Later, with Avengers. The Avengers were sitting in the circle around the table. Everyone was laughing and talking about fun things they did together. It's a trick, Clint said referring to Thor hammer. Oh, no, it's much more than that. Thor said with smile. Whosoever be he worthy shall haveth the power. Whatever man, it's a trick, Clint stated with crossed arms. Well please, be my guest, Thor said pointing at his hammer. Come on, Tony insisted. Really? Barton asked looking at Thor. Yeah, Clint get up and walks to the hammer. Oh this is gonna be beautiful. Rhodes said, who just sit down in Clint place. Clint, you've had a tough week, we won't hold it against you if you can't get it up, Naruto joked and everyone lauded. You know I've seen this before, right? Barton grabs Thor's hammer and can't lift it. To Thor after he fails to lift the hammer. I still don't know how you do it. Smell the silent judgment. Tony wondered out loud. Please, Stark, by all means. Stark gets up. Natasha was already smiling. Oh, here we go. Never one to shrink from an honest challenge. Tony admitted gripping the hilt of hammer. Right, so, if I lift it, I then rule Asgard. Thor noted with smile. I will be reinstituting Prima Nocta. Stark tries to lift the hammer but fails. I'll be right back. Wearing his armored hand, Stark tries to lift the hammer again and fails. Wearing their armored hands, Stark and Rhodes both try to lift Thor's hammer. Are you even pulling? Rhodes asked and Tony glanced at him. Are you on my team? He asked back, trying to pull the hammer as hard as he could. Just represent. Pull, he replied annoyed. All right, let's go. They both pull as hard as they can, but in vain. Banner tries to lift the hammer. He roars trying to change to the Hulk but fails, and everyone but Natasha and Naruto stares at him warily. They grinned. Next Steve gets up to try. Come on, Steve. Naruto encougared, as Steve star. TS pulling on the hammer and manages to budge it a little. Thor looks a little alarmed. Steve still fails to lift it. Thor laughs with relief. Maybe someday. All deference to the man who wouldn't be king, but it's rigged. Tony snorted, while Clint chuckled. You bet your ass, Clint said and Stark pointed at him. Naruto, he said a bad language word. At that Naruto sighed and looked down. Did you tell everyone about that? Tony chuckled at Blonde's sweat dropped. I won't see end of this do I? The handle's imprinted, right? Like a security code. Whosoever is carrying Thor's fingerprints, is, I think, the literal translation. Tony wondered, while Thor lauded. Yes, well that's a very, very interesting theory. I have a simpler one. He gets up and tries to lift his hammer, but Naruto grabbed it and lifted it himself. Shocking everybody. You're all not worthy. Something along those lines, right? Naruto asked with the look and everyone said, burn. Suddenly there's a loud screeching noise, causing everyone to cover their ears. They let their hands down as it fades. And broken Iron Legion armor shows up. Worthy. No. How could you be worthy? You're all killers. The armor said with snarl. Tony. Naruto called, pulling out his kunai. I'm sorry, I was asleep. Or, I was a dream. Armor wondered, tapping his device. Reboot. Legionnaire OS, we got a buggy suit. Tony mumbled. There was a terrible noise. And I was tangled in strings. I had to kill the other guy. He was a good guy. Armor moved around looking at his missing arm and few string-like lines hanging on it. You killed someone? Steve asked narrowing his eyes at the armor. Wouldn't have been my first call. But, down in the real world we're faced with ugly choices. Armor said looking straight at Avengers. Who sent you? Thor demanded, while Hill prepared her gun. I see a suit of armor around the world. Armor replay Tony words. Ultron. Bruce concluded looking at shocked Tony. In the flesh. Ultron said proudly. Or, no, not yet. Not this, Chrysalis. But I'm ready. I'm on a mission. Quote, what mission? Natasha inquired. Naruto charged Chidori in his left hand and glared at Ultron with his Sharingan. Peace in our time. Suddenly the Iron Legion bots smash through the walls and attack the team. Bursts after landing on top of Natasha. Look at her as the Iron Legions continue to attack the rest. I'm sorry. He apologized with blush. She blushed too and said, don't turn green. I won't. He assured. Naruto jump at the Iron Legion armor and cut it with his Chidori. Clint throw. Cap his shield as he launch himself at the Iron Legion armor. After 2 minutes, Avengers were done with Iron Legions. That was dramatic. I'm sorry, I know you mean well. You just didn't think it through. You want to protect the world. But you don't want it to change. How is humanity saved if it's not allowed to evolve? Ultron picks up one of the dismembered Iron Legions. With these puppets, there's only one path to peace. The Avengers, extinction. Suddenly Thor throws his hammer at Ultron and smashes him to pieces. After Thor destroys his body, Ultron started singing. I had strings, but now I'm free. There are no strings on me, no strings on me. Banner Lab, all our work is gone. Ultron cleared out, used the internet as an escape hatch. Bruce said, clenching his hand. Ultron. Naruto repeated slowly, walking back and forward. Steve leaned on the table and looked at Tony intensely. Ultron. He's been in everything. Files, surveillance. Probably knows more about us than we know about each other. Natasha said, running through the computer. Maybe except Naruto. He's in your files, he's in the internet. What if he decides to access something a little more exciting? Rhodes wondered. Tony with Bruce basically screw up everything. Nuclear codes. Look, we need to make some calls, assuming we still can. Nukes. He said he wanted us dead. Natasha stated. He didn't say dead. He said extinct. Steve corrected, with crossed arms. He also said he killed somebody. Clint added, nursing his shoulder. One of Iron Legion throw him at wall pretty hard. But there wasn't anyone else in the building. Maria Hill said confused. Yes there was. Stark bring up the now destroyed 3D image of Jarvis consciousness. This is insane. Bruce looking sadly at image of Jarvis. Jarvis was the first line of defense. He would have shut Ultron down, it makes sense. Naruto stated, as he stops and looks at everyone. No, Ultron could have assimilated Jarvis. This isn't strategy, this is rage. Suddenly, Thor grabs hold of Stark by his throat and holds him up. Come on, use your words, buddy. He said to Thor, who snarled. I have more than enough words to describe you, Stark. He hissed, as Naruto looked straight at him. Sending his key at Thor. Drop him, he demanded, and so Thor let go of Tony. Trail went cold about 100 miles out, but it's headed north, and it has the scepter. Thor reported. Now we have to retrieve it. Again. The genie's out of that bottle. Clear and present as Ultron. Natasha said, looking at Tony. I don't understand. You built this program. Why is it trying to kill us? Maria asked, and Stark starts laughing. Banner subtly shakes his head at him to get him to stop. Do you think this is funny? Steve demanded, angry. No, it's probably not, right? Is this very terrible? Is it so? Is it so? It is. It's so terrible, he replied, looking at the Avengers. This could have been avoided if you hadn't played with something you don't understand. Thor stated, pointing at Stark's face. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is funny. It's a hoot that you don't get why we need this. Tony said, angry, confusing Naruto and rest of Avengers. Tony, maybe this might not be the time to. Bruce tried to stop Tony. But he waved him off. Really? That's it. You just roll over, show your belly, every time somebody snarls. He asked, glaring at him. Only when I've created a murder bot. Banner retorted. We didn't. We weren't even close. Were we close to an interface? He wondered, until he heard Naruto's voice. Well, you did something right. And you did it right here. The Avengers. We're supposed to be different than S.H.I.E.L.D. Naruto stated, glaring at him with his M's. Anybody remember when I carried a nuke through a wormhole? Recall that. A hostile alien army came charging through a hole in space. We're standing 300 feet below it. We're the Avengers. We can bust arms dealers all the live long day, but, that up there. That's the end game. Not even you can fight with. Something like that, Naruto. How were you guys planning on beating that? Tony asked in defeated tone. Together, Steve stated, and everyone noted, beside Tony. We'll lose. Then we'll do that together, too. I'll die to protect this planet. Naruto said seriously, and Stark looks at him for a moment before turning away. Thor's right. Ultron's calling us out, and I'd like to find him before he's ready for us. The world's a big place. Let's start making it smaller. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 24. Reunion. Sokovia. Church. With Pietro and Wanda, the twins walk into a church feeling something strange coming out of it. It wasn't chakra, but something close to the energy of powers they had now. The two felt that it was something they had to face. As they walk in, twins saw a cloaked figure sitting on the chair. Talk, and if you are wasting our time, Wanda warned, ready to attack either with her shinobi skills or new powers. Did you know this church is in the exact center of the city? The elders decreed it so that everyone could be equally close to God. I like that. The geometry of belief. Figure said. You're wondering why you can't look inside my head, right? Quote, sometimes it's hard, but sooner or later, every man shows himself. Figure stands and faces them, revealing himself to be Ultron in new body. Wanda briefly looks shocked. Oh, I'm sure they do. But you needed something more than a man. That's why you let Stark take the scepter. He said knowingly. I didn't expect, but I saw Stark's fear. I knew it would control him, make him self-destruct. She explained, understanding Naruto teachings. Everyone creates the thing they dread. Men of peace create engines of war, invaders create avengers, people create smaller people. Children. I lost the word there. Children. Designed to supplant them, to help them, end. Ultron said, looking at the twins. Is that why you've come? To end the Avengers? She inquired. He wasn't worrying about Naruto. She still loved him, but Wanda knew that Naruto was basically a god in heart. Even this creation that she helped create Eldn't be even close enough to defeating old shinobi. I've come to save the world. But also, yeah, we'll move out right away. They moved to the castle where they were once held. This is a start, there's something we need to begin the real work. Quote, referring to Ultron's bots, Wanda wondered. All of these are me. I have what the Avengers never will. Harmony. They're discordant, disconnected. Stark's already got them turning on each other. And when you get inside the rest of their heads, Ultron said toward Wanda, who slowly felt uneasy. Everyone's plan is not to kill them. Pietro finally said. He didn't like idea of fighting with Naruto. He only wanted Stark death and nothing more. Pietro also wanted to know why Blonde never told them anything about Stark being the responsible for his parents' death. And make them martyrs. You need patience. Need to see the big picture. Ultron replied with chuckle. I don't see the big picture. I have a little picture. I take it out and look at it every day. He said sadly, and Ultron caught that. You lost your parents in the bombings. I've seen the records, he said, faking his sympathy. The records are not the picture, Pietro stated, causing Wanda to put her hand on his shoulder. We were 10 years old, having dinner, the four of us. When the first shell hits, 2 floors below, it makes a hole in the floor. It's big. Our parents fell down, and the whole building starts coming apart. I grab her, roll under the bed, and the second shell hits. But it doesn't go off. It just sits there in the rubble, 3 feet from our faces. Then Naruto came in and saved us. He takes us out of the collapsing building to our dying parents. They died after a minute or two. I don't remember. After that, Naruto took us in and raised us, trained us until we're 18. Then he left us and went saving the world. Some time later, we found that Stark was responsible for killing our parents. He wanted nothing more than kill him. So we wanted more power than we already had. I wondered why only you two survived Strucker's experiments. Now I don't. We will make it right. You and I can hurt them. Ultron promised. He looked to Wanda, but you will tear them apart. From the inside. Wanda gulped. She didn't want to hurt anybody besides Stark. He was a bad guy. There was no point in pointless killing. But if the Avengers will protect him, she'll have no other choice. She could only pray to God that she won't fight with Naruto. Avengers Tower, morning. He's all over the globe. Robotics labs, weapons facilities, jet propulsion labs, reports of a metal man, or men, coming in and emptying the place. Maria informed, walking into a room full of Naruto clones and rest of Avengers. Fatalities. Steve asked, worried. Only when engaged. Mostly guys left in a fugue state, going on about old memories, worst fears, and something too fast to see. He explained, while one of Naruto looked down. Wanda and Pietro. Damn it. Naruto slammed his hand on the table. Well, that makes sense, he'd go to them. They have someone in common. Not anymore. She hands Naruto a tablet showing photo of Strucker's dead body with the word, peace, written in blood on the wall next to him. He then called the rest to see the picture. What is it? Tony asked, looking at the tablet. Oh, nice graffiti. A message. Ultron killed Strucker. Naruto said in grave tone. This is a smokescreen. Why send a message when you've just given a speech? Natasha wondered, not really understanding. Strucker knew something that Ultron wanted us to miss. Steve concluded. Everything about Strucker was erased. Bruce informed. So the team went through the physical files they had on Strucker. Known associates. Well, Strucker had a lot of friends. Steve commented. Well, these people are all horrible. Bruce added, showing pictures of various men. Wait, I know that guy. Banner passes to Tony the photo he was looking at. From back in the day. He operates off the African coast, Black Market Arms. Naruto and Steve gives him an accusing look. There are conventions, all right. You meet people. I didn't sell him anything. Tony pointed his finger at the man named Ulysses Clow. He was talking about finding something new, a game changer. It was all very Ahab. Naruto glanced at Clow and his eyes winded. Shit. Naruto cursed and everyone looked at him confused. This brand on his neck. It's a word in an African dialect meaning thief, in a much less friendly way. What dialect? Steve asked with crossed arms. Wakanda. Naruto replied seriously. If this guy got out of Wakanda with some of their trade goods. I thought my father got the last of it. Tony said confused. I don't follow. What comes out of Wakanda? Bruce asked and the three look at Steve's shield. Strongest metal on the planet. Vibranium or rather chakra metal. Naruto explained with frown. Salvage yard, African coast. With Clow. Don't tell me your man swindled you. I sent you 6 show. RT range heat seekers and got a boat full of rusted parts. Clow said through his phone. Now, you will make it right, or the next missile I send you will come very much faster. He ends the call and connects to another call. Now, Minister, where were we? Suddenly the lights go out causing a commotion in the salvage yard and the twins enter Clow's office. Yeah, the enhanced. Strucker's prize pupils. Clow picks up a plate from his desk. Want a candy? Oh, sorry to hear about Strucker. But then, he knew what kind of world he was helping create. Human life, not a growth market. The twins look at each other. You didn't know. Is this your first time intimidating someone? I'm afraid that I'm not that afraid. He said with chuckle. Everybody's afraid of something. Wanda stated with crossed arms. Cuttlefish. Deep sea fish. They make lights. Disco lights. Womb, womb, womb. To hypnotize their prey, then womb. I saw a documentary. It was terrifying. Pietro speeds over to pick up a candy from Clow's desk, and Clow jerks back. Expecting to be attacked. So if you're going to fiddle with my brain, and make me see a giant cuttlefish, then I know you don't do business, and I know you're not in charge. And I only deal with the man in charge. Suddenly Ultron breaks through the glass window and knocks down Clow. There is no man in charge. Let's talk business. They walk out of the office. Clow gives Ultron some vibranium from his stash. You pawn this rock, I will build my church. Vibranium. You know, it came at great personal cost. It's worth billions. Ultron chuckles and remotely puts money in Clow's bank account. Now, so are you. It's all under your dummy holdings. Finance is so weird. But I always say, keep your friends rich and your enemies rich, and wait to find out which is which. Ultron said, looking down at Clow. Stark. Clow stated with snarl. What? Ultron asked confused. Tony Stark used to say that, to me. You're one of his. Clow glared at, while Ultron frowned. What? I'm not. He grabs Clow. I'm not. You think I'm one of Stark's puppets, his hollow men. I mean, look at me, do I look like Iron Man? Stark is. Suddenly he chops off Clow's arm. I'm sorry. I am sore. Ooh, I'm sure that's going to be okay. I'm sorry, it's just I don't understand. Don't compare me with Stark. He kicks Clow down the stairs. It's a thing with me. Stark is, he's a sickness. Stark appears in his Iron Man suit. Ah, Junior. Naruto appear with Steve in the flash of yellow. You're gonna break your old man's heart. If I have to. Ultron retorted and glared at Stark. Please, we don't have to revert to violence and break anything. Naruto said, looking at both Pietro and Wanda. They tried not to look at him. Clearly you've never made an omelet. Ultron stated with smirk. He beat me by 1 second. Tony said, while Naruto's sweat dropped. Naruto asked to reach a person. Ah, this is funny, Mr. Stark. It's what, comfortable, like old times? Pietro asked, making Naruto close his eyes and clench his fist. This was never my life. Tony stated, ashamed of his actions. Pietro, Wanda, Naruto started getting their attention. Please don't do this. You can still go with us. He's using you for your powers. You know that, right? He said, and second later he was punched in his guts. Naruto knew it was Pietro. But he decided to let the guy punch him. Pietro, why? Why didn't you tell us that Stark was responsible for killing our parents? You knew from the begging. Why? Pietro demanded, while Wanda looked away with tears in her eyes. Blonde looked at them and saw the 2 kids he raised not long ago. Now in their places stood 2 angry and confused people. They suffered just like him. All they wanted was an answer. Like him when he wanted to find people who killed his parents. Because I didn't want you to suffer even more. He replied, looking down. You suffered just like me. You felt the pain that children should never feel. You went through much in your life. I wanted you to be still happy and not fell down into the darkness. I did everything I could to not let you suffer more. And I failed. Seeing the pain in your eyes breaks my heart. He admitted, already at the brink of tears. The memories flow through his head like a river. The good memories with them, when they're together. Also those bitter ones, but still they're precious memories to him. He wouldn't trade them for nothing. Never. If I'd told you who did this, you would want nothing more than revenge. The pain leads to anger. Anger leads to hatred. Hatred leads to suffering. It's an endless circle that I didn't want you to fall in. I was there once, when my friend died. It brought a monster out of me. I didn't want that to happen with you. In the end I cause even more pain to you. I'm so sorry, Wanda. Pietro. I'm sorry. He finishes, the tears drop down from his face. Wanda gasped. She started to shake at sight of her crush crying. She and her brother never saw Naruto crying. Never. It pained her so much to the point where she could have heart attack. One part of her wanted to rush to him, hug him and let him cry on her shoulder. Telling him that he didn't hate him and that she forgives him. But the second part didn't want to be near Stark. She couldn't understand why Naruto was with him of all people. End of Ost. Oog. Naruto Uzumaki. God's righteous man. Pretending you care about them. You left them alone and didn't visit him. I bet. I can't physically throw up in my mouth, but Ultron said, which caused Naruto to grit his teeth and glare at him with his Sharingan. He really wanted to pierce his head with his Chidori. If you believe in peace, then let us keep it. Steve said, looking at Ultron, hiding his worry about Naruto. I think you're confusing peace with quiet. Ultron snorted. What's the vibranium for? Tony asked, ready to attack. I'm glad you asked that, because I wanted to take this time to explain my evil plan. Suddenly Ultron pulls Iron Man to him with his magnetic power and shoots a beam toward him, sending him flying back at the wall. The Iron Legions appears out of nowhere and attack the Avengers. Thor, Natasha and Clint appears too and start to attack them. Naruto just stood there as everyone was around was fighting. Twins look at Naruto and take their battle stances. Blonde gives a long sigh, before looking at them with tired eyes. Come. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 25, Our Feelings. Salvage Yard, African Coast. Come. Naruto said Kately to the twins. Pietro tapped into his speed and dashed at Naruto. A crack of electricity formed around his right hand. Chidori, the jutsu that Naruto taught, HT him on his and her sister 14th birthday. He prepared to pierce his right shoulder, but his hand was caught by Naruto's tight grip. His eyes winded in horror at the sight of Naruto Mangekyo penetrating his soul. Naruto quickly flipped him and slammed him down. Pietro gritted his teeth and used his bloodline, swirl release to teleport away. He appeared beside Wanda, who just looked at Naruto with tears. Is that all? Naruto asked with tired sigh. I thought that with Nei powers you got stronger. But you seem to be like before I left. Shut up. Pietro yelled, dashing again at Naruto, but this time he avoided Blonde block. He tried to kick him, but he passed through him. Naruto pulled of his kunai and attacked Pietro, who blocked it with his own one. Naruto pushed him and Pietro lost balance, grabbed his jacket and throw him away with a not forced to knock him off. Naruto asked 3 nostalgia. He then went after Wanda, who used her new and old power to push him away. Naruto was pushed at all and got closer to her. Suddenly, a crash of their power caused a blinding light that consumed them. They found themselves in new surrounding. The place looked like heaven. There no ground, just purely white ground, clouded sky and a sun. They look at each other for what seems like hours. Tired and old sight versus worried and painful sight. Naruto, listen, I'm. Before she could finish, Wanda was embraced by Naruto. She gasped, and looked up and saw forming tears in his eyes. Don't. I should say sorry, he said, his tone showing the pain inside of him. I was so selfish. I was only thinking about my feelings, not yours. I choose the Avengers and saving the world instead of you. I'm so sorry, Wanda. You probably must hate, right? Now, I can't blame you or anything, nor Pietro. I can only beg you to forgive me. His tears fell down on her jacket. Wanda bit her lips and cupped his cheeks, making him look at her. Please stop this. Not everything is your fault. She yelled at him, snapping him out. Some things are made to happen. You can't control the destiny and people lives around. Just because they are around doesn't mean that they will die. Look at Captain America, he was your friend, right? She asked and he noted. You thought he died, but he's right here right now, fighting alongside with you again. His eyes winded at the realization. Wanda was right. I'll admit, I was hurt that you left. Same with Pietro. We didn't hate. We were sad and confused. And after we learn about what Stark did, we let our hate control over us. We wanted more power to make Stark pay and regret everything he did. Even right now, I hate him very much. I can't understand why are you with him. You know what he did. She said bitterly. I know what you mean. At first I really hated him, but after some time, I saw the regret and pain in his eyes. At that moment I truly knew that he was just like everyone. A person who made mistakes, and tries to do the right thing to atone his sins. That who's Tony Stark is right now. I'm sorry that you and Pietro can't see that. He explained with weak smile. Listen, you two can still come with us and destroy Ultron. Then we can figure everything together. Please, Wanda, we can stop this. Wanda took her hand and broke the hug. She took a few steps back, as Naruto tried to grab her. I can't. Pietro won't agree and we make decisions together. She explained, wiping her own tears. If I find out that he's planning on killing anyone beside Avengers, then we'll come to you. Okay. With sigh and small smile he noted. Quest, we gotta get back, huh? Yeah, he replied shortly, before flash of light blinded them. End of Ost. Naruto was thrown away from Wanda, as she fall on the ground. Pietro saw that and dashed at Naruto, grabbing him and throwing him at the metal boxes. He quickly get back, to his sister's side and take her out of the ship. He traveled out of the ship near to Avengers Quinjet. He put Wanda gently on the box and looked if she was hurt. What can I do? Pietro asked as she was nursing her head. Ah, it hurts, she replied, and Pietro was about go and fight with Naruto again. No, I'm over it. I want to finish the plan. She looks at the Quinjet where Banner is waiting. I want the big one. With Iron Man. Closing square bracket. After some time, Tony was finally able to corner Ultron. Ah, the vibranium's getting away. Ultron said with chuckle. And you're not going anywhere. Iron Man added with snarl. Can't believe I created another mistake. Quote, don't worry, I'm going to be your last. I'm already there. By the way, you'll catch on. But first, you might need to catch drive. Banner. Stark angrily shoots Ultron and flies off to find Banner, who's turned into the Hulk and ready to wreak havoc on the nearest city. News or footage. Keyword. Hulk. He sees news footage of Hulk destroying the city. Natasha. I could really use a lullaby. Barton sat with Natasha, who's biting her lip from the pain in her leg. Opening square bracket ellipsis dot. Well, that's not gonna happen. Nat got shoot in her leg. The sum of the team is down. You only got Naruto and Thor back up here. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Tony, I teleport to Hulk and take him back here to docks. We'll deal with him quickly and go into hiding. Got that. I'll call Veronica just in case. Tony replied shortly, before heading back to the docks. As Hulk is wreaking havoc on the nearest city, Naruto flashed to him. Hulk saw him and roared at him. Blonde dashed toward Hulk and jumped. He used his Kamui to pass right through him. Green Monster was looking around confused, before Naruto appeared on his back and flashed both of them out the city to the docks. Calm down, Hulk, Naruto said, as he jumped away from Hulk, who wanted to shake him off. Suddenly Hulk is punched by Hulkbuster armor. You listening? That little witch is messing with your mind. You're stronger than her, you're smarter than her. You're Bruce Banner. Hulk roars in anger. Right. Don't mention puny Banner. Hulk throws himself at Stark and attacks him. Okay. Quote. Suddenly Tony hears a swirling sound and smirks. He punches Hulk in the face and backs off to let Naruto hit him with his giant Rasengan. Hulk is sent flying away and crashing at the empty container. Iron Man flies to him to finish the job. But Hulk suddenly jumps out of the container with aimed punch at Tony arc reactor. One powerful and concentrated punch was about enough to crash the arc reactor and chest piece in Hulkbuster's suit, disabling it. Dully noted. Increase protection of the chest area. Thank God that just a prototype. Tony said, before jumping out of armor. Any idea, Naruto? Naruto smirked, revealing that he was in Sage mode already. About one, he replied shortly. Kongo Fusa. Suddenly adamantine chains shoot out of the ground and wrap themselves around Hulk body. Hulk tried to move, slowly breaking them. Naruto made single hand seal. Senpo. Mayayanman. Suddenly out of the sky fell 10 red gates and landed on Hulk. One on top of the other. Now Hulk couldn't move at all. I'll put him in sleeping genjutsu. Naruto informed. Releasing Sage mode, he walked to the Hulk and looked at his furious green eyes. He activated his Sharingan and tried to pull the strongest genjutsu. Hulk wasn't falling asleep at all. Wanda got even better at genjutsu. Time for Eternal Mangekyo, he thought as his eyes Sharingan evolved to M's. Slowly green humanoid was turning back to Bruce. Good, let's get rest of the team. Quinjet. Sometime later. Opening square bracket. The news is loving you guys. Nobody else is. There's been no official call for Banner's arrest, but it's in the air. Stark Relief Foundation. Tony asked. Opening square bracket. Already on the scene. How's the team? Closing square bracket. We took a hit, but's nothing we can't shake off. Naruto replied. Opening square bracket. Well, for now I'd stay in stealth mode, and stay away from here. So, run and hide? Steve inquired with cross arms. Opening square bracket. Until we can find Ultron, I don't have a lot else to offer. Neither do we. Tony switches off the monitor showing Maria ending the call. Hey, you wanna switch out? He asked Barton. Who's flying the Quinjet? No, I'm good. If you wanna get some kip, now's a good time, cause we're still a few hours out. Clint replied with smile. A few hours from where? Naruto asked, confused at first. But then he gasped in realization. Oi, you don't mean. Yeah, there. Nobody knows about this place beside you, Nat and Fury. Barton replied, glancing at Naruto with grin. After few hours, morning. The Quinjet lands outside a large farmhouse and they all walk towards the house. What is this place? Thor asked, confused. A safe house. Naruto replied shortly. It's not bad, but one of my secret bases would be better. Yeah, maybe, but this place was closer. Clint stated with shrug. They all enter the house. Honey, I'm home, Clint exclaimed with happy tone. Laura, where are you? Barton's heavily pregnant wife, Laura, walks in from the kitchen. Hi, company. Sorry I didn't call ahead. She rushed to Clint and gave him a kiss and look at the Avengers. My, those must be Avengers. Naru and Nat, it's been such a long time. Yo Laura, long time no see. Naruto greeted with grin. Hi Laura, I see you're doing pretty well. Natasha commented. Ooh, incoming. Barton's son and daughter run in. Dad, his daughter exclaim and Barton picks her up. He then huff his son hair and smile at him. These are smaller agents. Tony said, surprised to the others. Did you bring Auntie Nat and Uncle Naru? Barton's daughter asked. Why don't you hug them and find out? Lila rushes towards Naruto and Natasha, who she hugs. Sorry for barging in on you. Steve apologizes. Yeah, we would have called ahead. But we were busy, having no idea that you existed. Tony added. Yeah, well, Fury helped me set this up when I joined. He kept it off S.H.I.E.L.D.'s files. I'd like to keep it that way. I figure it's a good place to lay low. Clint explained, embracing his pregnant wife. Honey, I missed you, she said lovingly, while kissing his cheek. Both Naruto and Natasha walked toward Laura and hugged her too. How's little Natasha? Huh? Natasha asked, touching Laura's stomach. She's Naruto. Laura replied with weak smile. Naruto lauded and pat Natasha back, as she gave him $5. Traitor, she pouted, bending towards Laura's pregnant stomach. Could I check on little Naruto? Blonde asked and Natasha moved. He put his hand on the stomach and green light cover her belly. After few seconds, Naruto smiled. Everything looks fantastic. You're gonna have a strong kid. I can bet. Laura chuckled and touched her stomach. Sometime later, if they're sleeping here, some of them are gonna have to double up. Laura stated and Barton lauded. Yeah, that's not gonna sell. Clint retorted. What about Nat and Dr. Banner? How long has that been going on? Laura asked, curious. Has what? He asked back, confused. You are so cute, Laura said with chuckle. I'll explain when you're older, Hawkeye. Oh, okay, he said with shrug. You know I totally support your avenging, I couldn't be prouder. But I see those guys, those gods. He noted. You don't think they need me, he stated. But still, only Naruto and Thor are real gods on this team. You need to be sure that this team is really a team and that they have your back. Things are changing for us. In a few months' time, you and me are gonna be outnumbered. I need, just be sure, Laura said, embracing her husband from behind. Yes, ma'am. He kisses her. Then as Laura places her arm around his waist, she touches his wounded side. I can feel the difference. He lauded again. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 26. Beginning of End. Eugene Genetic Research Lab, Seoul, Korea. As Cho enters her lab, she sees Ultron. She wanted to scream, but Ultron stopped her by putting his finger on his own lips. Scream, and your entire staff dies. He promised. I could have killed you, Helen, the night we met. I didn't. Quote. Do you expect a thank you note? Helen retorted. I expect you to know why. Ultron stated with chuckle, placing his hand on the cradle. Cradle, she asked, confused, before hearing her own recorded voice. This is the next thing, Tony. This is the next me. Ultron explained. The regeneration cradle prints tissue. It can't build a living body. She stated, looking at the inside of cradle. It can. You can. You lack the materials. You're a brilliant woman, Helen. He commented. But we all have room to improve. Ultron uses the scepter to mind control Cho. Barton House. Banner walks out of the bathroom and sees Natasha waiting outside for him. I didn't realize you were waiting, he said, looking at Natasha who was blushing a bit. I would have joined you, but it didn't seem like the right time. She explained, as her blush became more visible. They used up all the hot water, he said, rubbing the back of his head. I should have joined you, she stated with sigh. Missed our window, Bruce joked and Natasha looked at him sadly. Did we? She asked and Bruce noted. The world just saw the Hulk. The real Hulk, for the first time. No, I have to leave, he said clenching his fist. For the first time he felt like he found it home, but because of that witch, everything was falling apart, and for the first time, he felt love again. But you assume that I have to stay. I had this, dream. The kind that seems normal at the time, but when you wake. She paused and Bruce looked at her with sad eyes. What did you dream? He inquired, fearing the answer. That I was an Avenger. That I was anything more than the assassin they made me. She explained and Bruce frowned. I think you're being hard on yourself. Despite whatever happened in your past, I think you're a great person. Bruce stated, causing her to chuckle. Here I was hoping that was your job. She leans close into him, causing him to blush. What are you doing? He mumbled, as she hugged him. I'm running with it, with you. If running's the plan, as far as you want. She said cutely, which caused his heart to melt. Natasha, where can I go? Where in the world am I not a threat? Bruce protested. You're not a threat to me. She stated firmly. But the world will become treat to you. I can't put you into this. I finally have feeling for somebody and I simply can't. His eyes winded, when Natasha pressed her lips against his own. He wanted to push her away, but he couldn't. He wanted to do this for a long time and now he can't push her away. Outside of the house, Steve and Stark are chopping wood outside Barton's house. Thor and Naruto were outside too, playing with kids and telling them about their tales. Earth's mightiest heroes, pulled us apart like cotton candy. Steve commented with bitter chuckle. Seems like you walked away all right. Tony stated. Is that a problem? Steve asked, narrowing his eyes at Stark. I don't trust a guy without a dark side. Call me old-fashioned. Tony replied with shrug. Well, let's just say you haven't seen it yet. Rogers assured. You know Ultron is trying to tear us apart, right? Tony asked and Steve noted. Well, I guess you'd know. Whether you tell us is a bit of a question. At that Stark gave long sigh. Banner and I were doing research. He explained. That would affect the team. Steve added. That would end the team. Tony corrected. Isn't that the mission? Isn't that the why? We fight, so we can end the fight, so we get to go home. Every time someone tries to win a war before it starts, innocent people die. Every time, Steve assured and Tony looked away. Suddenly Naruto appeared in the flash of yellow. Boss is calling you to the house. Clone said and poofed away. They looked at each other and noted. Both went into the house to see whole team around the table. There was also Nick Fury who leaning on the doors. I get it. Maria Hill called you, right? Was she ever not working for you? Tony asked. Tony, please stop. Naruto said. Let's hear what he has to say. Artificial intelligence. You never even hesitated. Nick stated with disappointment. Look, it's been a really long day, like Eugene O'Neill long, so how's about we skip to the part where you're useful? Tony said, making everyone to sigh. Look me in the eye and tell me you're going to shut him down. Nick demanded. You're not the director of me. Tony stated with crossed arms. But I am. Naruto said, standing up. So what's your answer? Tony didn't reply, making Naruto clench his fist. Well, I'm not the director of anybody. I'm just an old man, who cares very much about you. Nick said, making everyone look at him. And I'm the man who killed the Avengers. Tony said, making everyone confused. I saw it. I didn't tell the team, how could I? I saw them all dead, Nick. I felt it. The whole world, too. It's because of me. I wasn't ready. I didn't do all I could. The Maximoff girl, she's working you, Stark. Playing on your fear. At that Naruto looked down with close eyes. I wasn't tricked, I was shown. It wasn't a nightmare, it was my legacy. The end of the path I started us on. He admitted with frown. You've come up with some pretty impressive inventions, Tony. War isn't one of them. Nick said, pointing his finger at him. I watched my friends die. You'd think that'd be as bad as it gets, right? Nope. Wasn't the worst part, Tony replied, gritting his teeth. The worst part is that you didn't. Nick concluded, crossing his arms. Tony, we won't die so easily. Naruto stated. Just because Wanda show you something doesn't mean it'll happen. I've seen much in my life. People die. You won't stop that. But that doesn't stop the new generation to take the place the previous one. Someday, they will come new heroes. I'll probably guide them someday. But right now, we'll have to save the world. As a team, friends and family. We'll do whatever it takes to save people's lives. Do you understand? Naruto asked. Tony looked at the whole team and slowly he smiled. He nods and everyone smiles. Ultron took you folks out of play to buy himself time. My contacts all say he's building something. The amount of vibranium he made off with, I don't think it's just one thing. Nick concluded, scratching his beard. What about Ultron himself? Steve asked. He's easy to track. He's everywhere. Guy's multiplying faster than a Catholic rabbit. Still doesn't help us get an angle on any of his plans though. Nick retorted with snarl. He's still going after launch codes. Natasha asked, who was clinging to Bruce. Yes, he is, but he's not making any headway. Nick replied. I cracked the Pentagon's firewall in high school on a dare. Tony admitted with chuckle. Yeah, well, I contacted our friends at the Nexus about that. Nick said, raising Naruto eyebrow. Nexus? Steve asked, confused. It's the World Internet Hub in Oslo. Every byte of data flows through there. Fastest access on Earth. Bruce explained. So what did they say? Clint asked, picking up her daughter. He's fixated on the missiles, but the codes are constantly being changed. Nick replied. By whom? Naruto asked. Parties unknown. Nick replied shortly. Do we have an ally? Thor asked. Ultron's got an enemy. That's not the same thing. Still, I'd pay folding money to know who it is. He explained with chuckle. I might need to visit Oslo, find our unknown. Tony stated. Well, this is good times, boss, but I was kind of hoping when I saw you, you'd have more than that. Natasha said with fake pout. I do. I have you. Back in the day, I had eyes everywhere, ears everywhere else. Here we all are, back on Earth, with nothing but our wit and our will to save the world. So stand, outwit the platinum bastard, Nick said seriously. Naruto doesn't like that kind of talk. Natasha chirped. Come on, Nat. Natasha smiles mischievously at him. So what does he want? Nick wondered out loud. To become better. Better than us, Steve stated. He keeps building bodies. Person bodies. The human form is inefficient. Biologically speaking, we're outmoded. But he keeps coming back to it. Tony explained. When you two programmed him to protect the human race, you amazingly failed. Natasha said, shaking her head, making Bruce chuckle nervously. They don't need to be protected, they need to evolve. Ultron's going to evolve, Bruce stated with frown. Wait, you don't mean, has anyone been in contact with Helen Cho? Naruto asked and everyone tensed. Eugene Genetic Research Lab, Seoul. Back in Korea, Cho is creating a new body for Ultron. It's beautiful. The vibranium atoms aren't just compatible with the tissue cells, they're binding them. And S.H.I.E.L.D. never even thought. Cho said, amazed, and Ultron chuckled. The most versatile substance on the planet, and they used it to make a frisbee. Typical of humans, they scratch the surface and never think to look within. Ultron Brea. KS opened the scepter's blue gem, and a yellow gem that was inside floats out and lands in his hand. He places it in the head of the body. Barden Farm. I'll take Natasha and Clint. Steve said, looking at Naruto, Tony and Nick. All right, strictly recon. I'll hit the Nexus, I'll join you as soon as I can. Tony said, I'll send my clones with all of you. I have the idea where our main battle will be. Naruto said, and they noted. If Ultron is really building a body, he'll be more powerful than any of us. Maybe beside Naruto, an android designed by a robot. Steve stated, you know, I really miss the days when the weirdest thing science ever created was me. I'll drop Banner and Thor off at the tower. Nick informed. Do you mind if I borrow Ms. Hill? She's all yours, apparently. What are you gonna do? Tony asked. I don't know. Something dramatic, I hope. He replied smirking. I'm gonna finish re-flooring that sunroom as soon as I get back. Clint promised to his wife. Yeah, and then you'll find another part of the house to tear apart. She retorted, while hugging him. No, it's the last project, I promise. He kisses her. Later Laura watches them fly off in the Quinjet. Nexus Internet Hub, Oslo, Norway. A hacker who's faster than Ultron. He could be anywhere, and as this is the center of everything, I'm just a guy looking for a needle in the world's biggest haystack. Tony said with smirk. How do you find it? One of Naruto clones asked. Pretty simple. You bring a magnet. He starts playfully singing as he conducts his search. Oh, I'm decrypting nuclear codes and you don't want me to. He said, referring to other people around. Come and get me. Korea with Cho and Ultron. Cellular cohesion will take a few hours, but we can initiate the consciousness stream. We're uploading your cerebral matrix. Now, Helen informed and Ultron noted. I can read him. He is dreaming, Wanda said, as she and Pietro walk into the lab. I wouldn't call it dreams. It's Ultron's base consciousness, informational noise. Cho corrected. Soon. How soon? I'm not being pushy, Ultron assured. We're imprinting a physical brain. There are no shortcuts, even if your magic gem is. Wanda, reading Ultron's mind, sees a vision of global annihilation, which horrifies her and she screams. How could you? Naruto was right after all. Wanda said, shocking Ultron. You said that you'll make world better. It will be better, he stated. When everyone is dead, she added for him, which caused him to frown. That is not. The human race will have every opportunity to improve. He promised, but Wanda shook her head. Pietro looked down and gritted his teeth. And if they don't? She inquired. Ask Noah. Ultron said coldly. You're a madman, she stated with snarl. There were more than a dozen extinction-level events before even the dinosaurs got theirs. When the Earth starts to settle, God throws a stone at it, and believe me, he's winding up. We have to evolve. There's no room for the weak. Ultron stated with crossed arms. And who decides who's weak? Pietro asked. As Ultron was distracted, Wanda broke the scepter's hold off of Cho. Life. Life always decides. There's incoming. The Quinjet. We have to move. Cho cancels the upload to Ultron's consciousness. That's not a problem. Ultron blasts Cho. Wanda and Pietro run off. Ah, wait, guys. He blasts Cho's technicians. They'll understand. When they see, they'll understand. I just need a little more time. He unplugs himself from the cradle. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 27. Vision. Yu-Jin Genetic Research Lab. Naruto clone and Steve flashed inside of the lab to see Cho on the ground. Dr. Cho, Steve said worried, while clone was Ulraya. Die by her side and heal the wound in her chest. What happened here? Let me guess. Ultron. Clone asked and Helen slowly noted. He's uploading himself into the body. She panted and they gasped. Where? Steve asked, as Naruto finished healing Cho. The real power is inside the cradle. The gem, its power is uncontainable. You can't just blow it up. You have to get the cradle to Stark. Cho explained, as the two help her get up. First, we have to find it, Steve said looking at Clone. He grabbed him and flashed away. Quinjet, with Clint and Natasha. Opening square bracket ... Did you copy that? We did, Clint replied pressing few buttons. I got a private jet taking off, across town, no manifest. That could be him, Natasha informed. There, Barton said noticing a truck leaving the lab. It's the truck from the lab. Right above you two, on the loop by the bridge. It's them. I got 3 with the cradle, 1 in the cab. I could take out the driver. Opening square bracket ... Don't. If the truck crashes, the gem could level the city. We need to draw out Ultron. On streets, Naruto and Steve jumps onto the roof of the truck, causing Ultron to lose his concentration. Ultron gave annoyed snarl. No, 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 no. Leave me alone. He blasts the truck door as Clone and Steve tries to enter. Clone uses his Kamui to avoid the blast and enters the truck. Naruto, you bother me. Clone grinned and jumped straight at Ultron, easily avoiding his minions. He grabs Ultron and leaves only final message. I'm leaving things to you, he said, before wrapping him and Ultron. You heard him, Steve said through his earpiece. Let's take the cradle, with Naruto clone and Ultron. Ultron hit the hard surface, while Naruto landed gracefully. Ultron got up and looked around. He saw dark sky and Earth cub around him and Naruto clone. What is this place? Ultron demanded, while Blonde smirked. There was nothing in files about this. Quote, because barely anyone know about this place. Beside, it's not like everybody can access it. Naruto explained. Welcome to Kamui. In this place you'll die. For good, he stated, while Ultron chuckled. You think? Why so sure? He asked, crossing his arms. Try to contact one of your bodies. Naruto said, and Ultron shrugged. After few seconds, he couldn't get anything. His eyes winded and Blonde smirked again. What did you do? Ultron asked, curious. This place is cut from the world. No internet, no nothing. Any type of running away isn't possible for you at this point. So how about you'll just stay in your spot and I'll destroy you? Naruto said, causing Ultron to laugh. What's so funny? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Go ahead, destroy me. He replied with grin, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes at him. I smell a trap, Naruto said, as a blue light and chirping sound echoed Kamui dimension. Don't worry, I'll admit that was good idea. You got me, simple. I guess it's over for my plans. Ultron said, before his head was cut off by Chidori's spear. It's not really over, Clone added, before poofing away. As Clone poofed away, Ultron head chuckled before shutting down. There are no strings on me. Back on Earth, Steve along with help of Wanda and Pietro defeated last Ultron bot. Cap turned toward the twins who look at him. Good that you picked the right side, Steve said with smile. So you must be Steven Rogers. Wanda stated. You're Naruto old friend, right? At that Steve's sweat dropped. Yeah, but I'm not that old, he stated with pout. Is that really Captain America? Twin wondered in unison. Anyway, we've secured the cradle, so let's head to Avengers Tower, Steve said, and twins followed him to the Quinjet. Is Naruto there? Wanda asked hopefully, while Pietro looked away. Yeah, along with Banner and Thor, Steve replied, which caused Wanda to gulp. Don't worry, Drive. Banner won't attack you or anything. But he probably hates you. At that, Wanda's shoulder lumped and her head fell down. Right, she agreed, while Pietro was patting her back. Avengers Tower. I'm sensing Steve, Clint and Nat, Naruto informed, getting up the chair. Thor and Bruce walked to the room and waited with Naruto for the rest of the team. Tony is coming too. After few minutes, Naruto saw Tony coming with smile on his face. Piece of cake, Tony said with thumb up. What do we have here? He asked as both Clint and Steve walk in with Cradle. Ultron new body. He used the gem to mind control Cho to create it for him, Steve explained, as Tony pointed where to put the cradle. Suddenly Naruto saw both Wanda and Pietro walking behind Natasha. Nat walked toward Bruce and hugged him in front of everyone, making him blush. On the other hand, Naruto was looking at the twins with smile on his face. Wanda, Pietro, Naruto said, getting Pietro attention. He looked at him and bit his lip. Naruto, listen, Before Pietro could finish, Naruto hugged him and Wanda. Both Bruce and Tony decided to leave and get into the work on Cradle. It's okay, I'm the one who should apologize, Blonde said with happy tone. He broke the hug and got better look at the two. What the hell happened to your hair? Did you bleach them or something? He demanded, making Pietro gulp and other chuckle. No. That's a side effect of. At that he got a hard pat on the back and almost fell over. I'm messing with you. You look kinda cool with them, Naruto assured with grin. Thanks, Pietro said, scratching the back of his head. Suddenly they saw a light coming out off the Banner lab. What is that? I think that another mistake, Naruto said, before flashing into the lab. After flashing into the lab, Blonde saw that a red and green humanoid jumped out of the cradle. Oh no, he formed a Rasengan in his hand and dashed at the humanoid. No, stop, Tony shouted, trying to stop Naruto with his repulsor glove. You don't know what you're doing. I can tell, same about you, Naruto retorted, before slamming his Rasengan only to pass the humanoid body and destroy the cradle. What the hell? It was familiar to my Kamui. I'm sorry, that was odd. Humanoid said, admiring his own body. The rest of the Avengers came to the lab and narrowed their eyes at Humanoid. Excuse me, Humanoid said, referring to Naruto. Why can I sense a familiar energy to mine around you? That's right, I can sense something coming from him too. Sudden memory of orange gem flow into his mind. He then glanced at Humanoid head and saw a gem in his forehead. My parents had very similar gem to yours. Maybe that the reason why we've similar energy around us. I see. Thank you, Humanoid said with smile. Why does your vision sound like Jarvis? Steve asked, confused. I like the name. Well, we reconfigured Jarvis's matrix to create something new. Tony explained. I think I've had my fill of new. Steve stated, crossing his arms. You think I'm a child of Ultron? Humanoid inquired. You're not, he asked, and Vision looked down at his hands. I'm not Ultron. I'm not Jarvis. I am. He wasn't sure what to say, the word was at the end of his mind. I looked in your head and saw annihilation. Wanda stated. Look again. Vision offered. Are you on our side? Naruto asked seriously, making Vision turn toward him. I don't think it's that simple. Vision replied, clenching his fist. Well, it better get real simple real soon. Clint said with his bow and arrow prepared. I am on the side of life. Ultron isn't. He will end it all. Vision stated. Well, I like his answer. Naruto said with nod. But, what's he waiting for? For you, Vision replied. Well, mainly for Stark and Naruto, but for the rest too. Where? Bruce asked. In Sokovia. I've checked it. Naruto replied. If we're wrong about you, if you're the monster that Ultron made you to be. Bruce treated and Vision look at him confused. What will you do? He looks at them all, realizing they will destroy him. I don't want to kill Ultron. He's unique, and he's in pain. But that pain will roll over the earth, so he must be destroyed. Every form he's built, every trace of his presence on the net, we have to act. Now, and not one of us can do it without the others. Maybe I am a monster. I don't think I'd know if I were one. I'm not what you are, and not what you intended. So there may be no way to make you trust me. But we need to go. He holds up Thor's hammer and hands it to him. Vision walks off and everyone stares in shock. Well, he bought me, Naruto stated with dry chuckle. Right. Thor pats Stark on the shoulder. Well done. Naruto asked departure of the front line. Listen up everyone, 3 minutes. Get what you need. They all start getting ready to leave. Stark loads up Friday into his Iron Man suit. Now that Jarvis is no longer available. Opening square bracket ... Good evening, boss. No way we all get through this. If even one tin soldier is left standing, we've lost. It's gonna be blood on the floor. Tony stated, gazing at the sunrise. I got no plans tomorrow night. Steve said with chuckle. I get first crack at the big guy. Iron Man's the one he's waiting for. Tony said with sigh. That's true, he hates you the most. Naruto and Vision said in unison as they walked past. Well, they bonded quickly. Steve said with smile. Sokovia, sometime later. Ultron knows we're coming. Odds are we'll be riding into heavy fire. And that's what we signed up for. But the people of Sokovia, they didn't. So our priority is getting them out. Naruto said through earpiece as his clones went into the city. Pietro speeds into the Sokovian police station. We're under attack. Clear the city, now. No one takes this seriously, so Pietro returns, takes a shotgun and starts shooting in the air. Get off your asses. Wanda uses her mind powers on the people of Sokovia to get them to evacuate. All they want is to live their lives in peace, and that's not going to happen today. But we can do our best to protect them. And we can get the job done, and find out what Ultron's been building. We find Romanoff, and we clear the field. Keep the fight between us. Ultron thinks we're monsters and we're what's wrong with the world. This isn't just about beating him. It's about whether he's right. Naruto added to further motivate his team. Opening square bracket ... Boss, your man's in the church. I think he's waiting for you. Stark flies into the church and land on the ground. He looks around to see much bigger Ultron than before. Come to confess your sins? Ultron asked with chuckle. I don't know, How much time you got? He asked back, feeling a little small, like a mouse, looking at Big Cat. More than you, Ultron stated. Have you been juicing? A little vibranium cocktail. You're looking, I don't wanna say, puffy. At that Ultron lauded. You're stalling to protect the people. At that Iron Man chuckled. Well, that is the mission. Did you forget? He retorted. I've moved beyond your mission. I'm free. Suddenly the vibranium core he's placed beneath the floor erupts. What? You think you're the only one stalling? Opening square bracket ... There's the rest of the vibranium. Function. Still unclear. This is how you end, Tony. This is peace in my time. Ultron's army of robots start attacking the city as everyone is evacuating. They came out of the rivers, the ground and houses, breaking them apart. Avengers. Naruto called with his mighty voice. Assemble. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 28. Save the World. Sokovia. Church. Naruto lost eternal sleep. After some time, Vision find Ultron. He flies into the church and hover above the ground. Ultron. Vision greeted, glancing at the core and Ultron. My Vision. They really did take everything from me. Ultron said sadly, clenching his fist. You set the terms, you can change them. Vision stated. All right. They start battling it out. Friday. The Vision. Tony asked, looking at the fight in awe. Opening square bracket ellipsis ... Boss, it's working. He's burning Ultron out of the net, he won't escape through there. You shut me out. You think I care. You take away my world, I take away yours. Ultron said as he activates the vibranium core and the earth around Sokovia starts to shake and break. Friday. Tony asked, flying out of the church. Opening square bracket ... Sokovia's going for a ride. As Sokovia is being destroyed. Do you see the beauty of it, the inevitability? You rise, only to fall. You, Avengers, you are my meteor, my swift and terrible sword, and the earth will crack with the weight of your failure. Purge me from your computers, turn my own flesh against me. It means nothing. When the dust settles, the only thing living in this world will be metal. Ultron declared, as the earth falling in around. Opening square bracket ellipsis ... The vibranium core has got a magnetic field, that's what's keeping the rock together. If it drops, Tony asked worried. After stopping, he blasted few Ultron bots and saw Naruto clones attacking a small battalion. Opening square bracket ... Right now the impact would kill thousands. Once it gets high enough, global extinction. Stark flies towards the city and a building starts to collapse as the ground shakes. Opening square bracket ... That building's not clear, 10th floor. Stark flies in to find a family still in their apartment. Hi, okay, get in the tub. Stark flies the family in the tub out of the collapsing building. Opening square bracket ellipsis ... I got airborne, heading up to the bridge. Naruto, Cap you got incoming. Tony informed. With Naruto clone and Steve. The two fight side by side with Thor and blonde clones. The bots are still coming. There is no end of them. Naruto pierce Ultron bot head. With his Chidori and waved series of hand seals. Kaden. Gukaku no Jutsu. He spat a large fireball at the group of Ultron bots. Incoming already came in. Tony, you worry about bringing the city back down safely. The rest of us have one job. Tear these things apart. You get hurt, hurt him back. You get killed, walk it off. End of Ost. With Naruto and Wanda. Naruto gets Wanda out of the way, before she could be blasted with 1000 blue beam, and into a building as Ultron's robots attach the city. Is there end of those metal cans? Naruto wondered out loud, before sweat dropping. That's an irony. Now I know why my enemies think, while fighting with me. How could I let this happen? Wanda starts to break down. Naruto look at her and shake her a little. Oi Wanda, now it's not really a good time for breakdown. It's not your fault, got it? Like you told me before, things happened. We can't control our actions every time. Sometimes emotions got best of us. Naruto explained, whipping her tears and looking at her deep in the eyes. Hey, look at me. Are you up for this? Are you? Look, I just need to know. 'Cause the city is flying. Okay, look, The city is flying, we're fighting an army of robots, and I'm basically a god in Earth. None of this makes sense. But I'm going back out there because it's my job. Okay. And I can't do my job and babysit. I can't babysit you. You are an adult, Wanda. You're strong, kind and good woman. The best things I seen in my life wasn't seeing my bees. Friends getting married or becoming a great parents or anything like that. You know what was it? It was seeing how you grow up to a beautiful woman you're today. You and my other friends show that everyone, despite their gender or race, can be strong and good. That's why Before Naruto could finish, he felt Wanda's lips pressing against his. His eyes winded at the sudden pleasure. Wanda broke the kiss and looked at Naruto with blush and warm smile. Me too. Thank you. It's about time. With that she walks to the doors and opened them with her powers. She walked out of the building and started tearing, crashing and smashing Ultron bots. Naruto was still there, stunned. He shook his head and slapped his cheeks. He rushed out of the building and saw Wanda destroying Ultron bots like they were a mere dolls. Well, I'll be damned, Naruto commented with chuckle, opening square bracket ... Naruto, I don't know which is real, but we need a backup. They're still coming and most of your clones are gone. Alright, coming to you. Blonde replies, just as Pietro speeds in, picks up Wanda and leaves. Keep up, old man. Naruto glares at Pietro and gives a sigh. He then teleports, leaving no traces of him. Back with Tony, opening square bracket ... The anti-gravs are rigged to flip. Touch 'em, they'll go full reverse thrust. The city's not coming down slow. The spire's vibranium. If I get Thor or Naruto to hit it, Tony said with smirk, opening square bracket ... It'll crack, but that's not enough. The impact would still be devastating. Maybe if we cap the other end, keep the atomic action doubling back. Tony concluded, flying past the building. That could vaporize the city, and everyone on it. With Steve and Natasha, the two fight side by side, defeating every Ultron bot coming at them. Rogers throws his shield at Nat. Asha says she could use it to protect herself from the attacking robot. The next wave's gonna hit any minute. What have you got, Stark? Steve asked, as Natasha threw his shield toward him. Opening square bracket ... Well, nothing great. Maybe a way to blow up the city. That'll keep it from impacting the surface if you guys can get clear. I asked for a solution, not an escape plan. He stated, piercing Ultron bot's head with his shield. Opening square bracket ... Impact radius is getting bigger every second. We gonna get civilians out. Where is Naruto? Opening square bracket ... You won't need him. Everything is under control. Suddenly a helicarrier show up. It was the same model that they met on. It brought old memories. Opening square bracket ... She's dusty, but she'll do. Suddenly Pietro speeds in and look in awe at the shield helicarrier. Naruto asked Naruto main theme 2016. This is shield, he asked, as Naruto flashed next to him. This is what shield's supposed to be. Naruto replied with warm smile. This is not so bad. Pietro commented, as the lifeboats flies out of helicarrier. Let's load 'em up, Naruto commanded, creating shadow clones. They all head toward civilians and flashed back. Sokovia Church, with Thor and Ultron. Both Thor and Ultron were fighting at the church. Suddenly, Ultron grabs Thor by the throat and lifts him up. You think you're saving anyone? I turned that key and dropped this rock a little early and it's still billions dead. Even you can't stop that. Ultron stated with dark chuckle. I am Thor, son of Odin, and as long as there is life in my breast, I am running out of things to say. Are you ready? Vision uses Thor's hammer to hit Ultron. Vision then throws the hammer back to Thor. It's terribly well balanced, Vision stated. Thor chuckled at that. Well, if there's too much weight, you lose power on the swing, so. Vision nodded his head, understanding the meaning of his words. As Tony was flying around the whole city, he finally came up with idea. I got it. Create a heat seal. I can supercharge the spire from below. Stark fights off the robots from the helicarrier's lifeboats. A heat seal could work with enough power. Naruto, Thor, I got a plan. Iron Man exclaimed. We're out of time. They're coming for the core. Okay guys, if civilians are safe, then head to the church. Iron Man informed. Opening square bracket. Already on it. Avengers, time to work for a living. With that, Iron Man heads straight to the church and helps protect the core. You good? Pietro asked his sister, as the rest of the team joins Thor and Vision. Yeah, she replied, as she stood with Naruto next to her. Witb blush. Pietro shaked his head with chuckle. Romanoff, you and Banner better not be playing, hide the zucchini. Tony joked, as the two lovebirds joined the team. I see Bruce is already in the suit. Quote, relax, Shellhead, not all of us can fly. What's the drill? She asked, glancing at Tony. This is the drill. If Ultron gets a hand on the core, we lose. Tony explained, pointing at the vibranium core. Ultron shows up. He hovers outside of the church with smirk of his face. Is that the best you can do? Thor shouted, as Ultron summons his army of robots to join him. You had to ask, Steve said, glancing at Thor. Now I really do know how it's like to be attacked by same face. Naruto stated with dry chuckle. You don't scare us. I can make even more clones. Really. Same goes for me. This is the best I can do. This is exactly what I wanted. All of you, against all of me. How are you going to stop me? Ultron asked with soft chuckle. Well, like the old man said. Together. Suddenly a golden fire cover Naruto's whole body. Everyone stares at him, as various patterns and cloak appears on his body. It's time, Kurama. Like you told me before, I can't run away from who I am. Hearing that, Kurama chuckled and D felt his chakra being taken by his Jinchuriki. Everyone, let's kick Ultron ass. Then they all fight off Ultron's attacking robots. They were coming from everywhere. It was hard for human eye to see even a glimpse of what was happening. Naruto created multiple Rasengans and used chakra arms to grab as many Ultron bots as possible. Hulk was smashing, slamming and rip robots apart. Natasha, Steve, Thor and Clint used their respective weapons to destroy the bots. Both Vision and Iron Man started shooting at them with energy beams. The twins used their new powers and shinobi skills to easily defeat robots. Ultron in rage flies at Vision and they battle it out. Vision used the laser beam from his forehead to push Ultron back. Naruto, Iron Man and Thor and they join him. Thor used his lighting, Iron Man his repulsor beam and Naruto was charging his Rasengan. Combined efforts of Iron Man, Thor and Vision cause Ultron armor to melt. As soon as they end, Ultron can barely stand. Then Naruto Rasengan changed color from blue to dark purple. You know, with the benefit of hindsight. Suddenly Naruto appears in front of Ultron and bends a little. Eat this, Biju Rasengan, he exclaimed, slamming his Rasengan on Ultron's chest. It started to pierce his body until it touched at hardcore and destroyed it. Then Ultron's body exploded into millions of pieces. With sigh, Naruto turned his Biju mode off and looked at his left. He see Ultron bots running away from him. After them, we can't let them escape. Ultron, Thor and Iron Man flies out and take down every one of Ultron bots. We gotta move out. Even I can tell the air is getting thin. You guys get to the boats, I'll sweep for stragglers, be right behind you. He said before flashing away. What about the core? Clint asked, looking at the said core. I'll protect it. It's my job, she replied. The Avengers nodded and left the church. But Pietro stayed. Get the people on the boats. I'm not going to leave you here. Pietro stated, crossing his arms. I can handle this. Just then she blasts off an approaching robot. Come back for me when everyone else is off, not before. Pietro hummed amused. Wanda snorted. You understand? She asked, putting her hand on her hips. You know, I'm 12 minutes older than you. Wanda chuckles. Go. With that Pietro speeds out and leaves his sister alone. With Tony. Opening square bracket. Boss, power levels are way below opt. Re-route everything. We get one shot at this. Tony said with small gulp. Barton and Natasha are making their way to the lifeboats. I know what I need to do. The dining room. If I knock out that east wall, it'll make a nice workspace for Laura, Put up some baffling. She can't hear the kids running around. What do you think? She asked and Natasha lauded. You guys always eat in the kitchen anyway. She retorted and Clint chuckled. No one eats in a dining room. They finally reach the lifeboats. We don't have a lot of time. So get your ass on a boat, Natasha said. Before jumping out the car and heads toward Hulk gets onto one of the lifeboats, but notices a woman calling out for her brother. Castell, we were in the market. Castell. Barton runs off to find the boy. Lifeboats. Opening square bracket ... Thor, I'm gonna need you back in the church. Is this the last of them? Thor asked, referring to the people getting onto the lifeboats. Yeah, everyone else is on the carrier, Steve assured, looking after people getting onto the lifeboats. You don't have to worry. I'll take out the city. They heard Naruto's voice and quickly get into the lifeboats. Pietro Hufu, ND Clint and Small Boy also got into the lifeboats with them. With Naruto Clone appeared behind Wanda via Kamui and took her with him. What they didn't saw a single Ultron bot that activated the vibranium core. With real Naruto. The real Naruto stood in the giant lake in his Biju mode. He looked up to see that city was falling. Suddenly Kurama Avatar formed and stood on the lake. Kurama Avatar looked up and opened his mouth. A giant dark purple orb formed around his mouth and 4 wind-like blades formed in the orb. Naruto rose his hands and pointed his hands at the falling city. Cho Biju Rasenshuriken. Biju Rasenshuriken shoot out of Kurama Avatar mouth and fly toward city. Not a minute later, Rasenshuriken exploded upon impact, destroying whole city. There was nothing left out of it. There was only a falling dust. It's over, he said with smile. Then he dropped his Biju mode and flashed out of the lake. End of Ost. With Vision and Last Ultron bot. You're afraid, Vision stated. Suddenly there was a flash of yellow and Naruto appeared next to Vision. Of you too, he retorted. Of death, you're the last one, Naruto said, crossing his arms. You were supposed to be the last, he said, referring to Vision. Stark asked for a savior, and settled for a slave. Quote, I suppose we're both disappointments. Ultron chuckles at that. I suppose we are, he said in amused tone. Humans are odd. We think order and chaos are somehow opposites, and try to control what won't be. But there is grace in our failings. I think you missed that, Naruto stated with light chuckle. That's what we are. Humans are doomed, Ultron said with snarl. Yes, but a thing isn't beautiful because it lasts. It's a privilege to be among them. Vision said sagely. You're unbearably naive, Ultron said and shook his head. Well, I was born yesterday. As Ultron goes to attack him, Vision uses the Infinity Stone in his head to destroy him. Few days later, Barton decided to retire and went back to his farm. Tony builded the new Avengers facility in upstate New York. Naruto looks through the pictures and see picture of Clint's third son, Naruto Nathaniel Barton. Fat, he stated with laugh. Then he goes through another picture. Naruto smiles and then grins. It was a picture of both Bruce and Natasha on cruise to Hawaii. The two retired too. After everything, they wanted to finally rest. But if needed, they're ready to get back. Pietro on the other hand, he went back to Sokovia and helped people rebuilding and cleaning the mess Ultron created. Just like others, if needed he'll help them. With Steve, Tony and Thor. The rules have changed, Steve stated with sigh. We're dealing with something new. Tony added. Well, the Vision's artificial intelligence. Steve started with chuckle. A machine, Tony said with shrug. So, it doesn't count? He asked curious. No, it's not like a person lifting the hammer. Stark stated with laugh. If he can wield the hammer, he can keep the stone. It's safe with the Vision in these days, safe is in short supply. Thor, referring to Ultron. Do you really have to leave? Steve asked, as they went outside of the base. I have no choice. I need to learn more about those stones. Something is coming and it's bad. If I find something, I'll contact with you. With that he rose his hammer and Rainbow Beam took him away. It burned a circle that he was standing second ago. That man has no regard for lawn maintenance. I'm gonna miss him though. And you're gonna miss me. There's gonna be a lot of manful tears, Tony said as they walk over towards Stark's car. I will miss you, Tony, Steve said honestly. Yeah, well, it's time for me to tap out. Maybe I should take a page out of Barton's book and build Pepper a farm, hope nobody blows it up. Tony said with chuckle. The simple life, Steve said stunned. He didn't expect that from Tony. You and Naruto will get there one day. Tony assured with smile. Especially with Naruto that he got this girl. I don't know. Family. Stability. The guy who wanted all that went in the ice 75 years ago. I think someone else came out. Stark turns to get into his car. About Naruto, it's just sad. You know he's immortal. He'll figure something up. Tony stated, nodding his head. Are you all right? I'm home. He replied lightly, looking around. Inside of Avengers base. Naruto Ost Road continues. Steve find Naruto staring at the wall. He smiled and shaked his head. You want to keep staring at the wall, or do you want to go to work? I mean, it's a pretty interesting wall. Steve stated with chuckle. I thought you and Tony were still gazing into each other's eyes. He said with grin. Steve eye twitched. How do we look? Well, we're not the 27 Yankees. Steve replied, giving Naruto a tablet. We've got some hitters. They're good. They're not a team. Naruto stated, walking toward the hangar. Steve followed him. Let's beat him into shape. Naruto opened the hangar doors, revealing new team of Avengers. They gather Rhodes in his War Machine suit, Sam in his Falcon suit, Wanda in her new suit, and Vision. Blonde smiles, as the team looks at him waiting. He takes a breath and Avengers. End of Ost. End of chapter. Chapter 29. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 29. Date and Immortality. 2 months later, at Avengers base. Naruto Ost Naruto's daily life. It's been 2 months since formation of the new team. Naruto and Steve worked on the teamwork the best they could, but because Rhodes had his own missions, it was rare for him to be full-time Avenger. But team was already big enough, so it didn't matter. Just like with previous Avengers, they figured everything out. During that time our young immortal haven't made any move with Wanda, after she kissed him. It was bothering Naruto at some many levels, that it was really scary. The worst part wasn't because he was afraid of being with her, but rather the fact that he was immortal. He would live forever and she would die from old age. Right now, Naruto and Steve were sitting by a table in living room of their HQ. The two were playing a shogi, a famous board game from Shinobi era. Which came to this era as well. Mainly thanks to Naruto. So, did you made any progress with Wanda? Steve asked, trying to figure out this board game. Naruto stared at him with massive blush. Why so sudden? You want me to lose focus? Naruto stated, crossing his arms. No, I'm just curious if you'll make a move. Steve replied, ripping his hair from his head. Why was this game so hard? Well, soon. He replied, a bit unsure. You said that 2 days ago. Steve said with sweat drop. I can't help it. It's just so nervous for me. When I'm close to her, everything is awkward and weird. Even teamwork exercise is terrible. What should I do? I've never been in situation like this. Naruto whined, while Steve chuckled nervously. And who was talking about of how I should get some girl? And those stories from your past where apparently you owned a fun house and seduced a queen of France. At that Naruto pouted. Those were weird times. I had a lot of missions and I was using mostly a genjutsus on women. Naruto explained with sigh. Beside, I only know about romance from the books. I don't know many stuff, just like you. And, checkmate, he lauded at the end, while Steve was sulking in the corner. Anyway, what should I do? Ask her for a date, of course. 1 day off would do good for both of you. Steve stated with smile. But where you should take her? You can go anywhere you like. Just what place would be the best? Maybe Paris. I heard that very romantic spot. Or maybe Japan. Naruto wondered out loud. Ah, so many great spots. I can't pick one. Oi, stop yelling. I can't sleep. Just take her to Paris. Kurama yelled from his seal and Naruto nodded slowly. I'll just take her to Paris. Do you know where Wanda is? Naruto asked eagerly. Last time I saw, she was heading for her room. Naruto grinned and flashed away. Wish I could do that too. Naruto flashed in front of Wanda's room and stood there for a good minute. He was so nervous that his hand couldn't stop shaking. Suddenly he heard a moans coming from Wanda's room. He blinked, as second moan appeared. He got his ear closer to the doors to check if it wasn't just his imagination. Just what the hell is going in there? He thought with gulp. He activated his M's and walked thought the doors silently. He saw Wanda on the bed watching something on her laptop. He peeked out to see that Wanda was watching adult movies. He blushed and almost gasped, only to cover his mouth with his hand. Those were not typical adult movies. Those were some hardcore movies. Why was she watching them? Suddenly in the left corner of the laptop, he saw that there was a text message. Text from Pietro, with quote, "Hope it'll help you when the time comes." Get it? Comes. No. Okie. That perverted brat. I swear to God, I'm going to kill him for corrupting Wanda mind. Naruto sweared with M spinning like crazy. Then he saw something red on her white blanket and that she was breathing quickly. Wanda didn't realize that Naruto was in her room. She got a massive blush and nosebleed. Oh no. It's too late for her. Wanda took her eyes out of the screen and Naruto in panic sank into the ground, vanishing from the sight. I should put headphones, she said and took a pair of pink headphones and plugged them into the laptop. I'm glad no one caught me watching this. Pietro Bacca. Naruto landed on the top of the Quinjet ad sit on it. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. I'll ask her out, tomorrow. And after that I'm going to kill Pietro. He declared and flashed away. Next day, Wanda room. Wanda was on her bed, reading a book that Pietro sent her. It was called 50 Shades of Grey. She was just starting and so far it wasn't terrible. She heard a knock of the doors and close her book. She smiled sensing familiar chakra signature. Come in. Naruto opened the doors and walked in. Wanda smiled at him and he at her. Hi Naruto. Do you need anything? She asked with warm smile, which caused him to blush. Well, I wanted to, ask you, for. He paused and gulped, while Wanda's eyes winded and excited. For a date. Datbeo. Naruto waited about 10 seconds before she replied. Of course, I'd love to go out with you. But when? Naruto sighed in relief and looked at Wanda with smile. How about tomorrow? He asked scratching the back of his head. Sure. She jumped out of the bed and locked herself at Naruto. Blonde grabbed her and she kissed him on the cheek, making Naruto blush. They looked at each other and then Wanda jumped out of him and winked at him. Date it is. With that she left her room, leaving Naruto alone. Naruto grinned and then looked at the book on Wanda's bed. He grabbed it and was curious what it was about. When he read the title, his blood boiled. Damn you Pietro, he hissed and decided to hide the book away from Wanda. It would be better this way. I really going to have a word with him. End of Ost. Next day, Avengers base. Naruto was walking back and forth next to Wanda's room, waiting for her. He was dressed in black suit with orange tie. He was so nervous that the only thing he could think of was his plan. First off, visit Paris and end it on Eiffel Tower, then head to Japan and end date there. Everything should go nice and easy. Naruto only hoped that media won't show up. That would cause a lot of problems. Suddenly he heard doors being opened, so he turned around to see Wanda. His eyes winded, as his cheeks blushed. Wanda was wearing a short red dress with choker neckline. A dress appeared a little bit too small and the proof that the dress was barely holding her breasts. She was blushing, while making sure that her dress will hold up to the end of her date. How do I look? She asked with massive blush. I put my measure size on the website and they send me smaller dress. She said in embarrassing tone, as her breast bounced causing Naruto to get small nosebleed. He quickly wiped it before Wanda could see it. It think you look gorgeous. Naruto assured with grin, which caused to smile. Don't worry, everything will be okay. Anyway let's get going. Wanda walked to Naruto and grabbed his arm. She put her breast between his arm and clung to him. Naruto smiled and in the flash, the couple was gone. Paris, 2:30 a.m. The Notre Dame Cathedral. Naruto suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of the Notre Dame Cathedral. There's so many people that nobody even seen them teleporting. Wanda looked at the cathedral in awe, while Naruto chuckled. They walked in and Wanda gasped at how beautiful inside was. Naruto explained her of how he helped build this place. Thanks to him they finished the build earlier. Next was Musée d'Orsay, the museum of breathtaking artwork. They spend there about an hour or so and then head elsewhere. As they were going for boat tour of the Seine River. As they heading there, many men stared at Wanda, whose breaths were bunching. She pouted and grabbed Naruto's arms. Her breast hugged Naruto's arm, which caused him to blush. As soon as they appeared on the boat, the two sighed in relief. Now all they had to do was to enjoy the tour. Then it was time for dinner. What better place than the Eiffel Tower? Naruto embraced Wanda and in flash the two vanish. They reappeared on the Eiffel Tower. Wanda gasped in awe at the view from here. It was so beautiful. While she was staring at the whole Paris, Naruto made a signal and two chefs walked in with plates. How about we sit down? Naruto offered, touching Wanda's shoulder. She snapped and looked at him with smile. They walk over to the table and sit down. Suddenly the chefs put the plates in front of them. Wanda looked at one of the chefs and blinked. It was Naruto in chef outfit and fake French mustache. She wanted to laugh so bad, but the look in Naruto's eyes made her calm down. The two look at her other with loving expressions. They've been chatting for like it seemed hours. They're laughing and having a good time, which was fantastic. Right now it was a night time and look at the moon together. Naruto asked 3 I've seen too much. Thank you Naruto. Blonde look at her with smile. For everything you done for me. At first you're my best friend. Then you became my crush. Now, you're my boyfriend. It's kinda weird how so many things happened in our life so quickly. Don't you think? Naruto noted with smile. Yeah, I've seen many things in my life. Nothing really can surprise me anymore. And despite witnessing so many bad things in my life, I'm still a happy man. That's mostly because of the Avengers. Pietro and you, Wanda. I never wanted to get attached, but I can't fight with my feelings anymore. I love you. That will never change. I only wish there was a way to be with you forever. And I don't mean in heart or something like that, he confessed a bit sadly. If there was some way. There is. Naruto heard Kurama's voice in his head. I have a jutsu I've been working on for the past 1000 years. What do you mean? Why you haven't told me before? Naruto asked in his thoughts. I could help you. Sorry. I wanted it to be my present once you'll reach my age, before you're born. You're about to reach my age in next 4 minutes. Anyway I have a special jutsu that I created combining both our chakra and this energy that Minato and Kushina passed to you. It took me that much time, because I was working on energy that even I could not understand. Kurama explained and Naruto slowly noted. Now what you must do is to allow me to take control over your body for a second. Now hug Wanda and after I'll make necessary hand seals, you'll repeat jutsu after me. Got that? Naruto noted and Kurama smirked. Let's begin. Naruto suddenly gave Wanda a tight hug, which caused her to smile and hug him back. Suddenly Kurama took control over Naruto's body. He waved a series of hand seals so fast, that even Wanda didn't realize it. Don't worry Naruto, she said lovingly. Everything will be okay. You're right. You just don't know how much. He stated with chuckle, confusing Wanda. Now repeat after me. Shin. An no inochi no tenso no jutsu. Kurama said and Naruto took a deep breath. Shin. An no inochi no kyoryu asterisk, Naruto exclaimed and sud. NLY he start to glow in bright orange color. Then orange beams start to shoot out of his body and enter Wanda's body. The two slowly start to hover above the ground and slowly getting higher and higher. The two now were glowing in bright orange light. Wanda's eyes winded as Naruto memories flow into her mind. Every memory, from his birth up to this moment. Naruto was the same, Wanda memories flow into his mind too. Not only that, but their feelings too, as if their souls were connecting. Right now, they were on top of the Eiffel Tower. They stopped glowing and now were looking at each other. What just happened? She asked panting. She felt dizzy and good at the same time. It's a jutsu of Kurama creation. I shared my immortality with you. Right now, you're like me. I can be with each other forever. He explained before kissing her passionately. Wanda was now at the bliss. Now Naruto wouldn't be alone anymore. She was only a little worried about Pietro. Wanda was unsure what he would say, but now she didn't care. It was her happy time. Nothing will ruin it, she was sure of it. End of Ost. End of chapter. Shin. An no inochi no kyoryu, God. Eternal life sharing. Chapter 30. Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 30. Newbie and being of an end. 4 months later, New York. Naruto woke up naked next to Wanda, who was naked as well. He smiled, before kissing her forehead. Last 4 months were amazing. It was the best time in his life. He finally felt at peace. Nothing could ruin things for him anymore. Blonde get out of the bed to prepare his lover a big breakfast. But first he walked to the window and gazed at New York City. Everything was so peak full. Amazing Spider-Man 2 Ost, I'm Spider-Man. Until he heard sirens. With sigh, he decided to check what it was. Then suddenly a red and blue blur came from above outside of the window and was free falling down toward the crowded street. Naruto thought to quickly jump out of the window to save a fool, until he saw a white string coming from person's wrist and attaching itself to a building. The person swinged on the string and went after the sirens. Get back to bed Tilda, Wanda purred like a cat. It's cold without my pillow. Naruto was already fully dressed. I'll be back in the flash, honey. Naruto said before flashing out of the room. Opening square bracket ellipsis dot. Good morning New York City. Another beautiful day. Lately, there were sights of a man dressed in blue and red, swining on what it seems like a web of some sort. Is new superhero an Avenger? We don't know, but if you have any information on interaction with said man, we would like you to call us in. Naruto quickly flashed to the place where the sirens were heading. He saw a burning building. His eyes winded at the sight of man dressed in blue and red, coming out of the building holding 2 kids with him. Then Naruto felt a familiar chakra. Uzumaki smiled as he saw man or rather teen going back to the building. End of Ost. Blonde threw his Hiraishin kunai toward at the window and quickly flashed into the building. He started to look around until he saw teen slowly picking up a baby in blanket and grabbing small girl. Hen he saw that ceiling will fall on them. He clapped his as his chakra cloak came to life. He created a large chakra hand, which he sent to hold the ceiling. The teen and kid look at chakra hand above. Them and then at Naruto was standing there and looking godly. Shinobi, they called in surprise and shock. Naruto was able to get a better look at teen as he turned toward him. He was dressed in red shish. IRT with blue sleeves and giant spider logo on his chest. He also wore a red mask and goggles. Spider, Ling, get the children out of the building. I don't think this building will hold up much longer. It's Spider-Man and I know that. Spider-Man whined a little, before helping girl to get on his back and quickly jump through the window. Spider-Man shoot a web from his wrist that attached to the building. Slowly he landed with children and then their parents rushed to him. Out children, mother called with tears in her eyes, as Spider-Man gave her baby. Thank you. Sure, but where is Shinobi? He asked looking at the collapsing building. Oh no, what a sad sight. It was orphanage, right? A new voice came next to Spider-Man. Spidey turned his head to see Shinobi next to him, glancing at the already collapsed orphanage. What, you expected me to die from something like that? Shinobi asked amused, while Spider-Man quickly shook his head. No, no, no. Of course not. How could I? Spidey choked, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Then reporters appeared and they were rushing to get some information from them. This isn't good. I got this, Naruto assured with grin, as media came with their microphones and cameras. Who are you? Are you a shinobi sidekick or candidate for an Avenger? Where did you get your powers from? Why do you wear tracksuit and goggles? Spider-Man was a little overwhelmed to put it lightly. Then Naruto snapped his fingers and everyone look at him. I'll answer your question, but only one at the moment, got it? He asked and everyone slowly noted with smiles. This hero names is Spider-Man. He's not my sidekick or candidate for Avenger. He glanced at Spidey, who looked down a little. Yet, and I do not know how he got his power, so I won't answer that question. He wears this outfit, because it's very difficult to find good material for a superhero suit. But someday, he'll get better suit. I'm sure of it, Naruto explained with grin, as everyone was taking picture of him and Spider-Man. Shinobi, what can you tell about Hell Kitchen Devil? Is he a superhero too? One of reporters inquired. Heard something about him. Never meet in person. I should keep an eye on the city. It seems like superheroes start popping out. Lately I heard that a wizard appeared in New York too. Naruto thought with sigh. Yeah, I heard something about him. If he's stopping bad guys, like dealers, then you can think of him as hero. That will be for today. Bye. He quickly grabbed Spidey and flashed away, before reporters would give him an headache. Some random rooftop. Okay, let me get this straight. Naruto groaned, nursing his temples. Peter, you're bitten by radioactive spider during your trip in Oscorp and get spider abilities. Then you decided to get some money by wrestling, and then your uncle got killed. So you decided then to become a superhero to help people? He asked, and Peter noted. Okay, that's fine. By the way, how is Gyuki? Well, he's doing good. Wanna talk with him? Peter asked, excited. Then Naruto smiled, before showing Peter his fist. Will you fist bump with me? Naruto asked with grin. Peter noted and fist bumped with Naruto. Suddenly Peter found himself in the forest. He looked around to see 8 tails waving at him. Then he spotted Naruto and a giant 9-tailed fox behind him. Yo Gyuki. Kurama greeted his brother with fist bump. Good to see ya, my brother. Gyuki greeted back with wide grin. Same for you, Naruto. Good to see you as well, Gyuki. Naruto greeted with thumb up. So what can you tell me about Peter? Well, for starters, he's a good person. Year after that Chidori attack, I started to talk with him and train him in arts of shinobi. Gyuki replied, making Peter smile. He can do only basics, like Henge no Jutsu, Kawarimi no Jutsu and Bunshin no Jutsu. After that I decided it was time for him to learn tree climbing and water walking. But right, now he only need water walking, ahehe. Gyuki chuckled and Peter scratched the back of his head. Once that was over, it was time to give him a pieces of my chakra. So far, he's able to enter initial Jinchuriki stage. Nice work, Peter. Naruto commented, making Peter beam with happiness. One of the Earth's greatest heroes just praise him. I think it's time for your cage to be open, Gyuki. Peter's body is strong enough to hold your chakra fully. With that he walked to Peter. Lift your shirt and show the seal. Peter did as Shinobi said and show seal on his stomach. Okay, let's get to it. His fingers tips flared with blue flames. He touched Peter's stomach. Hake no Fuin Shiki. Kai. Peter felt as volt went down his spine. He felt like more chakra was entering his system. It felt fantastic. Neat, isn't it? But I would recommend you slowly working on Gyuki chakra. Don't do anything flashy. I'll drop some scrolls for you and tools, but later. I need to get back to my girl. With that, Peter was pull out his mind. He was alone. Shinobi was gone. Ah, man. Well, gotta go back to school. He jumped out of the rooftop and swing his way to Midtown High School. Whoa, Naruto apartment. Naruto flashed back to his apartment and mentally begged for Wanda not being angry at him. He walked to the room and saw Wanda still naked to the bed in rather seductive pose. She smiled and blushed at him. You left me alone. How are you going to make me forgive you? She asked slowly, as the sheets covering her upper body fell off. Naruto gulped and without thinking pull off his cloths. Well, I do have a way or 2 or 4. He crossed his fingers and in 3 Naruto pop out. Let's just say that next couple of hours were quite hot for the two. Evening. Naruto apartment. So the kid you saved during Chidori attack became hero, now known as Spider-Man. Wanda asked during their dinner. And he's also Jinchuriki of 8 tails. Pretty much. It was kinda nice to see kid again. He grow into good young man. Naruto replied with smile. So tomorrow you're going to a mission in Lagos, right? Yeah, Steve, Sam and I have a mission there. We got hint that Crossbones will be there. Are you sure? Only our trio can handle this. Wanda asked taking a sip of her peach juice. Of course, beside Vision asked me to help him get better control over his gem. Rhodes is still busy in military, so he's out. Beside it's delicate mission and he's for toter fights. Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. I think you'll do great. He said, kissing Wanda in the forehead, causing her to giggle. So, how about a quick make-out session? Before we'll go back to Avengers base. Wanda asked and Naruto grinned. Tomorrow, Avengers base. Naruto gazed through the window to see Quinjet flying off. Suddenly Vision phased through the wall and walked next to Naruto. You're worried? Vision asked, glancing at the slowly fading Quinjet. Why wouldn't I be? Naruto retorted. I'm always gonna be. Anyway, let's head to training room. With T. Had Naruto grab Vision and they flashed to the training room few level below them. I'm used to phase through the objects, but this teleportation leaves unpleasant feeling in my body. Vision admitted, which caused Naruto to chuckle. Don't worry my friend, you'll get used to it, Naruto assured, while jumping away from him. Show me what you got. Blonde offered, activating his Mangekyu. The gem in Vision forehead glowed, as he flew toward Naruto. With pleasure. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. This chapter will include small crossover with my other story. Chapter 31, Sokovia Accords. Avengers Base. The mission in Lagos didn't went as planned. They did their job, by stopping Crossbones and his goons from releasing a biological weapon. But, Crossbones didn't want to get caught and rather wanted to die, taking Cap with him. He had a bomb on his. Steve didn't saw the bomb, because of what Crossbones told him about Bucky. Before he exploded, Wanda used her power to hold Crossbones and send up. She wanted to aim for the sky, but instead she hit the building. Crossbones exploded and killed a lot of people in the building. Only few survived and they were at critical state. Wanda was in mental shock and blamed herself that she killed those people. On top of that, Naruto was gone. Vision told Cap something about a man that Naruto went with through some portal. So, he decided to go and talk with Wanda. Try to said something to make her feel better. As he was a few steps from Wanda's room, Steve heard a sound from behind. He turned around to see a blue portal, similar to the one during Chidori invasion. Unsure what was going, Rogers took his fighting stance and prepare for the worst. Steve sensed that someone was coming, so he clenched his fists. Suddenly, Naruto jumped out of the portal and landed in superhero landing style. A black cloak that he wore floated behind, which gave him a cool and badass type of entry. Naruto slowly got up and adjusted his new black cloak with kanji for shadow. Naruto, Steve asked, blinking few times. Where have you been? What? Didn't Vision told you where I was? Naruto asked back, confused. He said something about a white-haired man who came out of the portal and took you with him. Steve replied, and Blonde sighed. I was on another Earth. He replied with nervous chuckle. Steve looked at him puzzled. Well, you see. Flashback. Whoa, that was great, Vision, Naruto said with grin. But we kinda destroyed the training area. Vision glanced at floor and wall around them. I see that. I hope the rest of our team won't be angry at us. Quote, don't worry, we'll fix this somehow. Naruto and Vision look at each other. They sensed something. Something was coming. Do you? Yes. A strange energy is rising. Vision pointed his finger at the wall on his right. There. Suddenly a large blue portal opened up on the wall. Naruto got a familiar feeling, like this back on Chidori invasion. He took his fighting stance, activating his Sharingan. Vision Mind Stone glowed on his forehead, ready to attack whoever it was. Then somebody came out of the portal. It was a man in his 30s with long spiky white hair. He wore a white cloak and armor underneath it. But what shocked Naruto was what he wore on his forehead. It was Hidden Leaf Village headband. Who are you? Where did you get Konoha headband? Naruto demanded, flashing in front of Cloaked Man. Answer me now. Easy, Naruto. Man said, chuckling nervously. Then he looked into his eyes and spotted his fully matured Sharingan. My goodness. So Earth 17 Naruto have the Sharingan, huh? Most interesting. Who are you? Naruto growled and Man smiled. Forgive for my rudeness. My name is Jir. Aiya the Toad Sanin and Time Dimension Traveler. He introduced himself with large grin. But you can call me Professor Paradox. What the shit? Naruto thought in panic. Kurama, wake up. I don't know what to do. Calm down. That's Jiraiya, alright. I can sense his chakra. It's similar and yet different. Ask him why he's here. Kurama said, and Blonde noted. Tell me, Jiraiya, why are you here? Naruto asked in more calm tone. He only pointed Vision to drop his guard. And what do you mean by Earth 17? I came here for your help, Naruto. Earth's 10 Konoha is in big trouble. We have alien invasion going there and our Naruto is not enough to stop it. Jiraiya explained shortly. Also what I meant by Earth 17, is that we live in multiverse. Many Earths, dimension and endless timelines. I get the part about multiverse. But alien invasion, is it that bad? Because we had one not long ago and I've pretty much stopped it with my team. Naruto said, remembering Avengers' first mission. Yes, Konoha isn't as advanced as this Earth seems like. He replied, glancing at Vision who was staring at him. So will you help me in Konoha? Kurama, what do you think? Naruto asked and heard Kurama's smirk. You should go. I don't sense anything bad coming from him. Beside, you won't get better chance to see Shinobi World. Kurama replied, which caused Naruto to grin. Well then, let's get going, Naruto said with grin, which caused Jiraiya to smile. Naruto, you just met his man. Vision stated and Blonde turned toward him with smile. Don't worry, this man trained my mother, in our timeline. He stated with chuckle. Let's get going, Arrow Sennin. Don't call me that. Geez, you're like your mother. With that, portal open up and they walk in, leaving Vision alone. End of flashback. Steve stared at Naruto in disbelief. Ultimately he shaked his head. You know what? I believe you. Strange things always happen to you. Steve stated with sigh. So, how was your mission? Naruto asked curious. Steve looked down and gritted his teeth. Don't tell me you all. We successed, but Crossbones wanted to take me out with him via bomb. Wanda stopped him from killing me, but accidentally she sent him toward a building with people. Many died and many are in critical state in hospital. Steve explained, which caused Naruto to gasp. Wanda, she's really blaming herself. I think she's having the worst moment in her life. She need you now. In flash, Naruto was gone. Wanda room. Wanda was sitting on her bed crying, while listening to the news on TV. She was listening about whole accident in El Agos and how she caused death of many people. Uncontrollably she used her powers to change channel, but next channel was the same. She was skipping through many channels, but all of them were the same. She couldn't stand this anymore. All those screams in her head were killing her. Wanda felt as if she was in small room with only floor and walls around. Slowly walls were getting closer to her. Closer and closer. Her head couldn't stand this. If no one is going to help her, she will. Suddenly everything stopped. Wanda heard a material floating as she was outside, hanging laundry on windy day. Then she felt somebody wrapping his arms around. She knew that feeling. She knew who it was. Naruto. Her lover. Naruto. Wanda choked, as she wrapped their arms around him. Crying into his chest. I've killed those people. ... Wanda, please don't blame yourself over this. This was an accident, Naruto stated, hearing how Wanda tried to say something, but ultimately could not. Did I ever told what happened when I was studying at college in Virginia? No. YUNN never said anything. She choked, while trying to stop crying. During that time I finally made a friend. His name was Humphrey Marshall. I called him Hump. We're in the same class. One day, he didn't come to college and I got worried. I went to town and started to look for him. When I found him, he was dying, because some bullies stabbed him. He paused for a second, fighting back the tears. Then I lost it. I've unlocked my Mangekyo and at the same time lost control over me. I took chakra from Kurama and transformed into monster. I wanted to kill them so badly, which I did. But I couldn't stop there and I almost destroyed the whole town. I was lucky that my mother sealed her chakra in me. In case if I would lost control. I was so afraid after all this. But I had to train to control Kurama chakra, even thought I was afraid. It took me a good decade because of that. Even then, I was still afraid that some part of that monster is still in me. But I was able to move forward and stop being scared of my friend power. Just like me back then, you're afraid of your powers and blame yourself for what happened. Wanda, please don't blame yourself, okay? Wanda stopped crying and rose her head to see Naruto's warm smile. Naruto wiped tears from her puffy eyes and then leaned and kissed her in the lips. Suddenly they heard a knock to the doors. Naruto grunted, while Wanda chuckled nervously. Blonde stood up and walked to the doors. He opened the doors and his eyes winded in surprise. It was Pietro. Oh, Naruto. It's good to see you again. Pietro greeted with smile. Is Wanda in her room? He peeked through Naruto and saw Wanda in her bed. Did I interrupt something? He asked with grin, until he felt a tight grip on his shoulder. Just calm down. I was kidding. Cool cloak by the way. Not the right mood, but it's good that you here. Naruto said with smile, taking his hand off. Well, of course I would visit my sister and you. Anyway, Captain America is calling you too. Stark is here and apparently, he's brought a guest. Pietro informed, while walking into the room and sitting next to his sister. You know who it is? Naruto asked, crossing his arms. He didn't like where this was going. The Secretary of State. Pietro replied grimly. Ah shit. Naruto cursed under his nose. Avengers base. Meeting room. Everyone was in the meeting, few sitting by the table and Naruto with Pietro standing next to Wanda. Tony was sitting on a chair behind Captain and the rest, waiting for Secretary Ross to start. Oh. 5 years ago. I had a heart attack. I dropped right in the middle of my batting swing. Turned out, it was the best round of my life because after 13 hours of surgery and a triple bypass, I found something 40 years in the army never taught me, perspective. The world owes the Avengers an unpayable debt. You've fought for us, protected us, risked your lives, Ross said, while Naruto snarled. That's it. You should stop right there. There is nothing else to be discussed. Not Sokovia, not Lagos or even Manhattan. We basically saved humankind, Naruto stated, crossing his arms and staring at Ross who didn't even flinch. While a great many people see you as heroes, there are some would prefer the word vigilantes. Ross informed and Pietro gave a long sigh. Want to say something, boy? And what word would you use, Mr. Secretary? He asked in bored and a bit angry tone. How about dangerous? Ross retorted. What would you call a group of US-based, enhanced individuals who routinely ignores sovereign borders and inflict their will wherever they choose and who, frankly, seem unconcerned about what they leave behind them? He pointed at the screen showing footage. New York, Washington, D.C., Sokovia, Lagos. Okay, that's enough, Naruto said, seeing as Wanda was slowly getting sick. For the past 4 years, you operated with unlimited power and no supervision. That's an arrangement the governments of the world can no longer tolerate. Ross stated and glanced at Wanda and Pietro. But I think we have a solution. The Sokovia Accords, approved by 117 countries. It states that the Avengers shall no longer be a private organization. Instead, they'll operate under the supervision of a United Nations panel, only when and if that panel deems it necessary. Naruto snorted, while Steve sighed. The Avengers were formed to make the world a safer place. I feel we've done that, Steve said, looking at his team. Tell me, Captain, do you know where Thor and Banner are right now? Ross asked in sarcastic tone. If I misplaced a couple of 30-megaton nukes, you can bet there'd be consequences. Compromise. Reassurance. That's how the world works. Believe me, this is the middle ground. Ross put accords on the table right in front of Wanda, who glanced at them. So, there are contingencies, Rhodes stated, looking at the accords passed by Wanda. 3 days from now, the UN meets in Vienna to ratify the accords. So, talk it over. With that, Ross was about to leave the room, until he heard Sam's voice. And if we come to a decision you don't like? He inquired, eyebrow cocked. Then you retire, Ross said, leaving the Avengers. Naruto lauded as he left and looked at him team who really wasn't amused. He chuckled nervously, while scratching the back of his head. End of chapter. Hope you liked it. Please a comment, likes and follows. Chapter 32, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 32, United we stand, divided we fall. Avengers base. Secretary Ross has a Congressional Medal of Honor, which is one more than you have. Rhodes retorted to Sam, who looked away with crossed arms. Naruto lauded, while spinning on the chair. So what? He asked with snort. I have all medals you can get in history of the world. So I guess I'm way better than him. You know. Naruto took a bite of his favorite Pocky and grinned. So, let's say we agree to this thing. How long is it gonna be before they low jack us like a bunch of common criminals? Sam inquired with sigh. A117 countries want to sign this. 117, Sam, and you're just like, no, it's cool. Rhodes said disappointed. How long are you going to play both sides? Blonde asked, glancing at Rhodes who looked at him with mixed reaction. I have an equation. Vision started, getting everyone's attention. Why do I have a feeling that you're about to spat some random wisdom? Naruto wondered out loud. In the 8 years since Mr. Stark announced himself as Iron Man, the number OF noted enhanced persons has grown exponentially. Vision explained, as everyone looked at him. And during the same period, the number of potentially world-ending events has risen at a commissive rate. Are you saying it's our fault? Steve asked. I'm saying there may be a causality. Our very strength invites challenge. Challenge incites conflict. And conflict breeds catastrophe. Vision stated, and Tony looked down, while clenching his fist. Oversight. Oversight is not an idea that could be dismissed out of hand. Stark, you're being uncharacteristically non-hyperverbal, Pietro stated, sitting next to his sister on sofa. That's because he's already made up his mind, Steve stated, glancing at Tony. Naruto glanced at his team, feeling sick of all of this. Boy, you know me so well. Actually, I'm nursing my electromagnetic headache. That's what's going on, Cap. Tony got up from the chair and went to the kitchen. Who's putting coffee grounds in the disposal? Am I running a bed and breakfast for a biker gang? Oh, that's Charles Spencer, by the way. He's a great kid. Computer engineering degree. 3.6 GPA. Had a floor-level gig. An Intel plan for the fall. But first, he wanted to put a few miles on his soul. Before he park it behind then desk. See the world, maybe be of service. Charlie didn't want to go to Vegas, which is what I would do. He didn't go to Paris or Amsterdam. Sounds fun. He decided to spend his summer building sustainable housing for the poor. Guess where? Sokovia. He want to make a difference, I suppose. I mean, we won't know because we dropped a building on him while we were kicking ass. There's no decision-making process here. We need to be put in check, Tony stated, walking toward Steve and Naruto. Whatever form that takes, I'm game. If we can't accept limitations, we're boundless. We're no better than the bad guys. Tony, someone dies on your watch, you don't give up. Steve said, hoping that Tony who see the reasoning. Naruto just stood there, next to Wanda and Pietro. His eyes saddened. What was happening? Why was that all happening to them? They've been saving the world all this time and now they are pitted against each other. Who said we're giving up? Tony asked in confused tone. We are, for not taking responsibility for our actions. Steve said, crossing his arms. These documents just shifts the blames. Sorry, Steve, that is dangerously arrogant. This is the United Nations we're talking about. It's not the World Security Council, it's not SHIELD, it's not Hydra. Rhodes reminded in serious tone. No, but it's run by people with agendas and agendas change. Steve stated, tapping his fingers on the accords. That's good. That's why I'm here. When I realized what my weapons were capable of in the wrong hands, I shut it down and stopped manufacturing them. Tony stated with crossed arms. Tony, you chose to do that. Rogers reminded. If we sign these, we surrender our right to choose. What if this panel sends us somewhere we don't think we should go? What if it's somewhere we need to go, and they don't let us? We may not be perfect, but the safest hands are still our own. He argued, and Tony snorted. If we don't do this now, it's going to be done to us later. That's a fact. That won't be pretty, Tony explained seriously. You're saying they will come for me? Wanda said quietly. I won't let them lay a single finger on you, Pietro promised, looking at his little sister. If they get near you, I'll burn them to ashes. Naruto promised, his M's flashing for a second. We will protect you, Vision added with assuring smile. Maybe Tony is right. If we have one hand on the wheel that can still steer. New voice came and everyone turned around to see both Natasha with Bruce, who waved at them. Natasha, Bruce, Naruto called with smile on his face. What are you two doing here? We heard what happened, Bruce replied with tiny smile. That bastard Ross is still alive and kickin', huh? Pretty much. I so wanted to punch him in the face, Naruto said with small pout. Maybe their homecoming will light up everyone. Wait, I happy to see you, but aren't you the same woman who told the government to kiss our ass a few years ago? Sam asked in sarcastic tone. I'm just monitoring. We have made some very public mistakes. We need to win our trust back, she stated, and Bruce looked at her with disbelief. Nat, I'm sorry, but I have to agree with Steve, Bruce said, shocking her. We can't trust Ross or the government. They'll use us, just as Ross wanted to make Hulk-like soldiers for the military. I'm sorry, did I just mishear you, or did you agree with me? Tony asked with small grin. Oh, I want to take it back, Natasha said with sweat drop. And I thought that our little meeting with Nat and Bruce will light everyone up, for now. Naruto though with mental sigh. What to do? I feel like somebody is playing with us and want us to fight each other. But what for? Why is government reacting now? They should do that way sooner, after Sokovia. Shit, this is slowly getting out of our hands. No, no, no. You can't retract it. Thank you. I'm impressed by what you did. Okay, case close. I win. Tony clapped his hands and smiled at his victory. On the other hand, Steve got message, and so Naruto. They eyes winded, and the two look at each other with sad expression. Wanda sensed that something wrong about Naruto and touched his hand. Blonde glanced at Wanda, who had worried expression. He show her the message and Wanda quickly get it. She gave him comforting hug. Natasha, I could go into fire after you without turning green, but I'm sorry, I can't do this, Bruce said, looking at Natasha's face. Bruce, please, everything will be fine, she promised. But Banner shaked his head. Sorry, but I know how it looks like. I'll take one of spare Quinjets and visit one of my hiding spots, he said, before kissing Natasha in the lips. I hope you don't mind, Tony. You know how to find me, he added, before leaving the room. Natasha stood there, staring as Bruce left them. Wanda get up and walk over to her and put her hand on her shoulder. I have to go, Steve informed and left. Naruto soon flashed away. London, church. It was a sad day in London. It was Peggy Carter's funeral. Many friends and people she knew come. There was barely any space left for anyone. Naruto and Steve with two more people brought the coffin. Steve couldn't fight tears and Naruto shared a sinal tear. Another friend died from old age. But he was glad that she didn't die in pain. And now, I would like to invite Sharon Carter to come up and say a few words. Priest said. Margaret Carter was known to most as one of the founder of S.H.I.E.L.D. But I just knew her as Aunt Peggy. She had a photograph in her office. Aunt Peggy standing next to JFK. As a kid, that was pretty cool, but it was a lot to live up to. Which is why I never told anyone we were related. I asked her once how she managed to master diplomacy and especially Yonage at a time when no one wanted to see a woman succeed at either. And she said, compromise when you can. Where you can't, don't. Even if everyone is telling you that something wrong is something right. Even if the whole world is telling you to move. It is your duty to plant yourself like a tree, look them in the eye and say, no you. Move, Sharon said, glancing at both Naruto and Steve. Those are my words. Naruto wondered, getting small flashback when he met Peggy for the first time. Blonde couldn't help himself but smile a little. After funeral, with Steve. Steve stayed in the church, while Natasha and Naruto walked toward him. When I came out of the ice, thought I wanted to ignore she was gone. Steve started. When I found out that she was alive, I was just lucky to have her. She had you back too, Natasha said, and Naruto noted. Who else sign it? Steve asked. Tony, Rhodes, Vision. Naruto replied. Clint. Steve asked in hope that he didn't sign anything. Says he's retired. Natasha replied with relief. What about Wanda and Pietro? Steve looked at Naruto, who gave a sigh. Same with as me. We don't know if to sign them or not. We're conflicted. Not like I ever listened to government. But things are getting out of the hands. Naruto answered, gritting his teeth. I'm off to Vienna with Naruto for the signing of the accords. Naruto only wants to meet with King of Wakanda. There is plenty of room on the jet. Just because it's the path of least resistance does mean it's the wrong path. Staying together is more important than how we stay together, Natasha informed, and Steve noted slowly. I'm sorry Nat, but I won't sign them, Steve said, and Romanoff noted. We know. I'll be going. See you later. With that, Natasha left the two alone. Why do you want to meet with King of Wakanda? Steve asked. Man, he was asking a lot of question lately. T'Chaka is my old friend. We met some time after the World War II. I've helped him become the king, so he owe me. Maybe I'll be Albie to do something about the Accords. Naruto explained and Steve nodded in understanding. Vienna, United Nations Congress. Opening square bracket ellipsis dot. At especially United Nations Congress, 117 countries have come together to ratify Sokokia Accords. Naruto and Natasha appeared in the middle of meeting room, shocking everyone. Naruto adjusted his suit, while Romanoff take a deep breath. Excuse me, Miss Romanoff and Mr. Uzumaki. A secretary called a bit nervous to see one of Avengers so close. The two turn around to see a nervous secretary behind them. Naruto send a calming wave of chakra and woman quickly calm down. Yes, he replied with smile. I just need your signature. She said and Naruto with Natasha signed the papers. Naruto start looking around, until he sensed similar chakra. He turned around to see a young black man in the suit. Blonde got weird vibes from the man. Natasha walked to the man who turned his face toward her. His eyes winded, before grin plastered his face. I suppose neither of us is used to the spotlight. Man said with smile. Well, it's not always so flattering. Natasha retorted with chuckle. Naruto walked to them and looked at the man. T'Challa, it's so good to see you. Naruto said with grin, surprising T'Challa. Mr. Uzumaki, you haven't changed a bit I see. T'Challa smiled and fist bumped with Naruto. Man, you grow up. Where is your father? Naruto smiled back and looked around. He's here somewhere. T'Challa replied. You seem to be doing all right so far. Considering your team last trip to Capitol Hill, I wouldn't think you would be particularly comfortable in this company. Naruto chuckled nervously, while scratching the back of his head. Well, I'm not. I do have experience with this kind of things after all. Naruto replied with sigh. That alone makes me glad you're here, Mr. Uzumaki. T'Challa said. Don't be so formal. You can call me Naruto. So you don't approve of all this? Naruto asked curious. The Accords, yes. The politics, not really. Two people, in a room, can get more done than a 100. T'Challa replied with shrug. Unless you need to move a piano. Nu came in and everyone turned toward it. They saw the T'Chaka the kind of Wakanda. Papa, T'Challa greeted with small bow. Yeah, Miss Romanoff and Naruto. It's nice to see you. T'Chaka greeted with smile. King T'Chaka, please, allow us to apologize for what happened in Nigeria. Natasha said with small bow. I see you've become old. T'Chaka, are you still up to be a king? Naruto retorted with grin. Thank you. T'Chaka said to Natasha and then glanced at Naruto. I see you're as young as ever. He retorted with chuckle. I'm glad to see you too. Thank you for agreeing to all this. I'm sad to hear that Captain Rogers will not be joining us today. Yes, so am I. Natasha said with small smile. Well, I still don't agree. The Accords need some adjustments, before I or other Avengers sign them. Naruto said looking really conflicted. Don't worry my friend. We'll make the Accords to everyone's liking. Let's take your seats. T'Chaka pointed a special seats for the Avengers team. Everyone, please be seated. This assembly is now in session. T'Chaka went to the podium and looked representative of 117 countries in the Avengers. He glanced at his son, who near the podium and back at everyone. When a stolen Wakandan vibranium was used to make a terrible weapon, we, in Wakanda, were forced to question our legacy. Those men and women killed in Nigeria were part of a goodwill mission from a country too long in the shuttles. We will not, however, let misfortune drive us back. We will fight to improve the world we wish to join. I am grateful to the Avengers for supporting this initiative. Wakanda is proud to extend its hand in peace. While T'Chaka was doing his speech, both Naruto and T'Challa sensed something bad going on. T'Challa walked to the window and saw policemen around a truck. One of them opened the back of it and called something that T'Challa quickly understood. He dashed toward his father, while shouting, "Everyone get down!" Naruto quickly clapped his hands together and a wood wall formed around everyone including Natasha. T'Challa jumped toward his father, but Den explosion sent him flying away from T'Chaka. In the blink of the eye, Naruto caught T'Chaka from hitting the floor. He gently lay him and start performing medical ninjutsu. T'Challa slowly crawled toward them. King of Wakanda managed to lift his hand and stop Naruto from saving him. T'Chaka, don't stop me. You'll be alright, Naruto assured, but T'Chaka shook his head. Come on man, your kingdom needs you, not any more. T'Chaka mumbled, tilting his head toward his son. T'Challa, my son, the kingdom, the Wakanda, is yours now. Protect your home, with all you have. Papa, no, I'm still not ready for this. I need your guidance. T'Challa protested, which caused T'Chaka to force a smile. You are more than you think. Naruto will help you, like he helped me. I'm proud of you and I'll always be. With those last words, T'Chaka, the king of Wakanda, left this world. End of chapter. Chapter 33, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 33, Rise of a King. London. Hotel. My mom tried to talk me on enlisting, but not Aunt Peggy. Sharon said, as he was walking with Steve back to hotel. She brought me my first knife holster. Very practical, Steve admitted with chuckle. And stylish, Sharon added with smile. CIA has you stationed over here now? Steve asked, as they stopped by the elevator. In Berlin, Joint Terrorist and Task Force. She replied with nod. Right, sounds fun. Rogers joked. I know, right, she retorted, which caused Steve's eyes to roll. I've been meaning to ask you. When you were spying on me from across the hall. He started and Sharon chuckled nervously. You mean when I was doing my job? Steve smiled and chuckled. Did Peggy know? At that Sharon gave a long sigh. She kept so many secrets. I didn't want her to have to remember you. Thanks for walking me back. She replied as elevator came and opened. Sure, he replied shortly, before sensing Sam coming to the hotel. Steve, Sam called, getting Roger's attention. There's something you got to see. Sharon room. Opening square bracket ellipsis dot. A bomb hidden in a news van blast through the UN building in Vienna. More than 70 people have been injured. At least 12 are dead, including Wakanda's King T'Chaka. Officials have released a video of a suspect, identified as James Buchanan Barnes, the Winter Soldier. The infamous Hydra agent, linked to numerous acts of terrorism and political assassinations. I have to go back to work, Sharon said as Steve and Sam were staring at the screen of TV with news from Vienna. Vienna. Naruto and a few of his clones were running around, helping as many people as he could. Many were injured and needed a special treatment. While Original and few of the clones were healing people, the rest was helping put fire down and investigate the case of whodunit. They found out that it was Winter Soldier who placed the bomb in the truck. He caused those people death and injuries. Steve won't be happy, Naruto thought with sigh, before returning to heal the woman in front of her. I have to finish here as soon as I can. With Natasha. Natasha walked to the bench and sit on it. She was a little shaken after this explosion, but thanks to Naruto she survived. She saw T'Challa. Next to him, he appeared not to be dazed. T'Challa played with his father ring, trying to think. I'm very sorry. T'Challa finally came to his senses, as Natasha's words make him flinch. In my culture, death is not the end. It's more of a stepping off point. You reach out with both hands and bask in segment. They lead you into the Green Valley where you can run forever. T'Challa replied, hiding his anger. That sounds very peaceful, she agreed with tiny smile. My father thought so. I am not my father, he stated harshly. Don't bother, Miss Romanoff. I'll kill him myself. T'Challa promised, stood up and left. Natasha took a long sigh and felt her phone ringing. She took her phone from her pocket and saw that it was Steve who was calling. Yeah, she asked, brining phone to her ear. Opening square bracket ... Are you all right? Yeah, thanks to Naruto. I know how much Barnes mean to you. I really do. Stay at home. You'll only make this worse for all of us. Please, she pleased, clenching her fist. Opening square bracket ... Are you saying you'll arrest me? No, someone will, if you interfere. She warned. That's how it works now. Opening square bracket ... If he's this far gone, then I should be the one to bring him in. A little taken back, Natasha asked. Why? Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Because I'm the one least likely to die trying. Shit, she cursed as Steve hang up on her. I need to get to Naruto. Starbucks. With Steve and Sam. Did she tell you to stay out of it? Might have a point. Sam agreed, taking a sip of his cough. He'd do it for me. Steve stated, glancing at Sam, who chuckled. In 1945, maybe. I just want to make sure we considered all our options. Sam confessed. The people that shoot at you usually wind up shooting at me. Suddenly Sharon appeared with papers in her hand. Tips have been pouring in since the footage went public. Everybody thinks the Winter Soldier goes to their gym. Most of it is noise, except for this. My boss expects a briefing and he pretty much knows, so that's all the answer you're going to get, she informed, passing the papers to Steve. Thank you, Steve said with nod. And you're going to have to hurry. We have orders to shoot on site. Sharon said seriously. Boo chairs. James, as to how former Hydra agent decided to call himself, decided to do small shopping. He went for a few fruits and after buying them, James head back to his house. On his way, James spot a newspaper picture with him. It wasn't him, but everyone now thinks it was him. He was Screw. In his house, Captain America was walking around. He was sad of how his old friend was living. It was as bad as being a homeless. Steve saw a notebook on the fridge. He picked it up and checked what was there. It was a diary. Rogers put the notebook back, as he sensed Bucky behind him. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. Heads up, Cap. German special forces approaching from the south. Understood, he replied, turning around toward Bucky. Do you know me? You're Steve. Bucky replied with shrug. I read about you at the museum. Steve sensed special forces and appearing all around the building. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. They've set the perimeter. I know you're nervous. And you have plenty of reason to be. But you're lying, Steve said, preparing himself to a fight. I wasn't in Vienna. I don't do that anymore. Bucky stated. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. They're entering the building. Well, the people who think you did are coming here now. And they're not planning on taking you alive, he informed, and Bucky snorted. That's smart. Good strategy, he agreed. Opening square bracket dot dot dot. They're on the roof. I'm compromised. This doesn't have end in a fight, Buck, he reasoned. But Bucky wasn't listening. He was preparing for a run and possible fight. It always ends in a fight, he stated harshly. 0.5 seconds. You pulled me from the river. Why? Steve asked, hoping he would still remember him. I don't know, Bucky replied shortly. 0.3 seconds. You do know, Steve stated, sensing special forces in front of the doors. Opening square bracket ellipsis dot. Breach, breach, breach. Suddenly special forces bursted through the doors and windows. This won't end well, Steve thought, aiming his punch at special forces soldier face. Vienna. Naruto wiped the sweat from his forehead. As he patched up the last person. Man, that took longer than I thought, he said to himself, before sensing Natasha coming toward him. He turned around to see Natasha with worried expression. Hey Nat, are you okay? What's the matter? It's Steve. You to go after him. Special forces founded whereabout of Bucky, Natasha informed, and Naruto frowned. This isn't good. I have to go. With that, Naruto flashed away, leaving his friend all by herself. Boo chairs. Naruto flashed to the Steve location. He found himself on the back seat of a car, which Rogers was driving. Steve turned his HEAD around to see Naruto, who was staring at him. Oh, hi Naruto, he greeted, taking his eyes back at the road. Steve, what the fuck are you doing? Blonde shouted, angry. Well, I'm trying to shake that guy off, he replied, confusing Naruto. Uzumaki turned around to see man in black cat suit clinging to the back of a car. Naruto eyebrow cocked in surprise. Black Panther. Naruto wondered out loud, before sensing Black Panther chakra. No way, you know him? Steve asked, while dodging upcoming cars. Yeah, but that doesn't matter now. Right now you have to pull over, Naruto ordered, but Steve wasn't listening. Oi, are you deaf or something? Stop this car or I'll do it. I'm sorry Naruto, but he's my friend, Steve replied harshly, causing Naruto to sigh. Fine, so I'll take care of this guy, Naruto said before activating his M's. He phased through the roof and turned around toward Black Panther, who looked at him surprised. T'Challa, this isn't the way. I don't care. T'Challa replied, making a single hand seal. Suddenly thick black lighting covered Black Panther body. Naruto eyes winded in shock at the sight. Raiden. Kuropansa. A lighting shoot out off his body and formed Black Panther, which start chasing Bucky. How did you manage to get black lighting? Blonde demanded. Only Third Raikage and his apprentice could create it. Naruto stated, taking kunais from his pocket. That for me to know and you to find out. Quote. Suddenly Falcon came out the tunnel and T'Challa jumped, grabbed Sam's legs as he was passing by them. Sam tried to shake him off, while Bucky quickly threw a grenade at the ceiling, thus dismissing the Black Panther jutsu as the rubbles fall down. Sam stopped himself, launching Black Panther at the same time toward Bucky. T'Challa used his claws to cut Buck's tire, making him fall from his stolen bike. Steve and Naruto get out of the car and rush to stop Black Panther from killing Bucky. Suddenly all of Special Forces and police formed around them. Even Rhodes, a.k.a. a war machine, show up pointing his repulsors and machine gun at them. Stand down. Now, War Machine warned. Captain put his shield back, as Sam came out of the rubbles with his hand high in the air. Congratulations, Captain. You're a criminal. He then glanced at Naruto, who growled. Don't look at me like that. I barely got in here. Naruto yelled comically, while Steve, Bucky and Rhodes' sweat dropped. Black Panther sighed and took his mask off, revealing to be T'Challa. Your Highness, Rhodes greeted in respectful tone. Steve stared at T'Challa as he and Bucky were getting cuffed. Berlin. So, you like cats? Sam inquired on their way to Special Forces base. Sam. Naruto smacked Sam's head. What was that for? Dude shows up dressed like a cat and you don't want to know more. Sam retorted, nursing his head. Your suit, a vibranium? Steve asked, causing T'Challa to glance at him. The Black Panther has been the protector of Wakanda for generations. A mantle passed from warrior to warrior. And now, because your friend murdered my father, I also wear the mantle of king. T'Challa explained. So I ask you, as both warrior and king, how long do you think you can keep your friend safe from me? Inside of the base, closing square bracket. As soon as Steve got out of the car, he started looking for any sign of Bucky. He saw few of Special Force soldiers taking Bucky out of the car in glass cell. He was completely unmobilized. Suddenly he felt hand on his shoulder and saw that it was Naruto. Come on, let's go, Steve, Naruto said, and Steve noted. Blonde walked toward Sharon and some agent with Sam and Steve behind him. What's going to happen? The same thing that ought to happen to you. Agent replied with smile. Psychological evaluation and extradition. This is Everett Ross, Deputy Task Force Commander. Sharon introduced, causing Naruto to chuckle. Another Ross I won't like. Nice, Naruto commented. What about our lawyer? Steve asked, crossing his arms. Lawyer? That's funny, Everett lauded. See to their weapons are placed in the lockup. Oh, we'll write you a receipt. He assured. Follow me. With that they all start following him, wherever he was taking them. I better not look out the window and see anybody flying around in that, Sam said, seeing as his wings and cap shield were taken away. You will be provided with an office instead of a cell. And do me a favor, stay in it, Everett said as they entered the office with Natasha and Tony in the middle. I don't intend on going anywhere, T'Challa said, causing Naruto to sigh. If you don't mind, I have a call to make. With that T'Challa left. Naruto make a shadow clone secretly and send it after T'Challa. For the record, this is what making things worse looks like, Natasha said to Steve, who rolled his eyes. He's alive, Steve replied. The remaining of us are now at Court Sec. And, Colonel Ross is supervising the cleanup. Tony said, talking through the phone. Try not to break anything while we fix this, Natasha said to Steve and Sam. Consequences. You bet there will be consequences. Obviously you can quote me on that because I just said it. Anything else? Thank you, sir. Tony finished his talk and put his phone to the pocket. Consequences? Naruto asked, curious. Secretary Ross wants you three prosecuted. I have to give him something. Stark replied with shrug. What? Why me? I haven't done anything, Naruto stated, yelling at Tony, whose sweat dropped. With T'Challa lower level. Yes, I understand. On Friday. Well then, make arrangement. Have a good day. T'Challa finished his call with tired sigh. You're really getting better, Naruto said, coming out of the shadows. Now I know why he was so proud of you. Well, someone has to take care of Wakanda. What are you doing here? T'Challa asked, as Naruto sat down on the chair. Don't try to persuade me, I'll get justice for my father's death and all those people who died too. I'm not trying that, I'm just saying that you cannot let the anger control you. I know how it is. As a new king, you can't allow yourself to be clouded by it. Naruto explained, as T'Challa was narrowing his eyes at him. Until we'll be sure that was him, stay down. I have a question. Why did you get black lighting? Quote, my ancestors left many things behind them, like those shinobi scrolls. My father found one about that black lighting and got it. It had something to do with that tattoo. T'Challa said and up-rolled his sleeve to show the said tattoo on his left arm. I've learned everything by myself with these scrolls. But I still have to thank you for everything you done for me and my papa. Sure thing, Naruto said with smile. Think about my words. See you later. With that Naruto poofed out of the existence. End of chapter. Chapter 34, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 34 inches 2 sides. Office. With Naruto, Steve and Tony. Everything and everyone were calm and quiet. It was boring and painful at the same time. Steve was walking around the office, waiting for any info about Bucky. Naruto was practicing one-handed seals and playing with rubber ball. Sam was spinning on a chair, while Natasha was signing some papers. Hey, you want to see something cool? Tony inquired, getting two blondes' attentions. I pulled something from Dad's archives. Well, timely, Steve joked, causing Naruto to chuckle. The two walked to Stark with curiosity. FDR signed the land lease bills with these in 1941. Provided support to the Allies when they needed most. Tony explained, causing Naruto to snort. It brought America closer to war. Naruto said and Steve nodded in agreement. Seen enough of these. I'm trying to, what do you call it? An alfirmage. Is that what you call it? Tony asked, scratching the back of his head. Is Pepper here? I didn't see her. Steve asked, changing subject. He didn't like where it was heading. We are, kinda, well not kinda. Tony couldn't finish his sentence and Naruto gasped. Don't tell us, she's pregnant. Stark almost caught before regaining his breath. No, definitely not. We're taking a break. It's nobody's fault, Tony assured with sigh. Beside I would be terrible dad. He added with bitter chuckle. So sorry, Tony. I didn't know, Steve apologized with frown. Few years ago, I almost lost her, so I trashed all my suits. Tony started taking deep breath. Then, we had to muck up Hydra. And then Ultron. My fault. And then. I never stopped, he confessed, biting his lips. 'Cause the truth is I don't wanna stop. I don't want to lose her. I thought, maybe the Accords can split the difference. In her defense, I'm her handful. Yet, Dad was a pain in the ass, but he and Mom always made it work. You know, I'm glad Howard got married. I only knew him when he was young and single. Steve said with smile on his face. Oh really? You two know each other? He never mentioned that, maybe only 1,000 times. God, I hated you. Tony replied with snort. I don't mean to make things difficult, Steve assured. Naruto looked at them with sad eyes. This will not end well. I know, because you're a very polite person. Tony stated with laugh. If I see a situation pointed south, I can't ignore it. Sometimes I wish I could, Steve said, sitting down while Tony stood up and looked down at him. No, you don't, Tony retorted, crossing his arms. No, I don't, sometimes. Before he could finish, Tony cut him off. Sometimes I wanna punch you in your perfect teeth. But I don't wanna see you gone, Tony confessed with sigh. We need you, Cap. Until further nothing's happened that can't be undone. Please, sign. We can make the last 24 hours legit. Barnes gets transferred to an American psych center instead of a Wakanda prison. Naruto looked at Tony and saw a broken man. He wasn't himself now. It was that cocky and cheeky Tony he knew. He wanted to make everything right again. Stark would do anything at this point. Sure, once we put out the PR fire, these documents can be amended. I filed a motion to have you and Wanda reinstated, Tony said, and Naruto slammed his hand on the table. Wanda? What about Wanda? Naruto demanded, causing Tony to flinch. Well, she's fine. She's confined in a compound currently. Vision's keeping her company, Tony replied, while Naruto clenched his fist. Fuck Sake, Tony, every time I think you're seeing things the right way. Naruto was slowly building rage inside of himself that scared Tony and Steve. They were not alone in that matter. Natasha and Sam rose from their chairs, feeling the tension raising up. Naruto, calm down. It's a 100 acres with a lap pool. It's got a screening room. There's worse ways to protect people. Tony tried to calm the blonde with weak voice. He could feel that the air around was getting colder by a second. Protection. Is that how you see this? This is protection. It's internment, Tony, Steve stated, trying to be as calm as he could. She's not a U.S. citizen, Tony replied, shaking his head. The floor beneath Naruto's feet cracked, hearing those words and where they're heading, and they don't grant visas to weapons of mass destruction. That did it. Naruto flashed in front of Tony's face. Grab him by the throat and lift him. His Sharingan flared, so did Tony. But Tony was caught in surprise as Naruto's eyes pulsed with purple color for a second, before transforming into M's. Kurama saw that too and pondered. This means Naruto will awake them soon. Interesting, Kurama thought with smirk. If you call Wanda like that again, I promise that I'll destroy every part of your nerve system. Naruto promised, releasing his killing intent. Two of the guards rushed toward them, pointing their guns at Naruto. Put Mr. Stark down, one of the guards demanded, ready to shoot. The younger one pointed his gun hesitantly at Steve, who looked at him with calm face. Naruto slowly tilted his head and glanced at the older guard. With that single glance, guard fell on the floor unconscious. Younger one started to shake, while pointing his gun at Naruto, who snorted. If you know what's good for you, put the gun down, boy, Naruto said in cold tone, making guard to lower his weapon and put it down on the floor. Get out. With that, guard left the office in hurry. Now, where were we? Give me a break, Tony shouted, trying to catch a breath. I'm doing what has to be done, to save us from something worse. Naruto tied his grip, choking Tony. You keep telling yourself that. Nobody here seemed to question that someone is playing against us, trying to tear us apart, and because of your stupid accords this will happen, Stark, Naruto said, dropping him. Tony landed on the floor holding his throat and trying to breathe. I'm getting sick of this. I'm going to Avengers base. Whenever you like it or not. Wanda is more than a knot to defeat. Vision. With that, Naruto flashed out of the office, leaving Steve, who helped Tony get up. Sorry Tony, but Naruto's right. You went a little overboard, Steve said, and Tony snarled. I don't want to hear it from you. With that, sit down, let loose of his tie. Suddenly a screen flashed and showed Bucky in his cell, an interrogator. Both Natasha and Tony left the office and joined Everett Ross. Hello, Mr. Barnes. I've been sent by the United Nations to evaluate you. Do you mind if I sit? Your first name is James. The receipt for your gear, Sharon said, walking to the office and handing Sam a piece of paper. Bird costume. Come on. Sam whined with anime tears. I didn't write, Sharon replied with dry chuckle. Opening square bracket ... I'm not here to judge you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Do you know where you are, James? I can't help you if you don't talk to me, James. Opening square bracket ... My name is Bucky. Steve stared at screen as Sharon was going through many reports of the attack in Vienna. She then saw a picture of Winter Soldier. Steve took his eyes off the screen and saw a picture of fake Bucky from Vienna. Why would the Tush K-Force release this photo to begin with? Steve asked curiously. Get the word out, involve as many eyes as we can, Sharon stated, crossing her arms. Right, it's a good way to flush a guy out of hiding. Steve agreed, while shaking his head. Set off a bomb, get your picture taken. It got 7 million people looking for the Winter Soldier. You're saying someone framed him to find him? Sharon said, understanding. Steve, we looked for the guy for 2 years and found nothing. Sam said, adding his 2 cents. We didn't bomb the UN. That turns a lot of heads. Steve said, not liking where this was going. So, that doesn't guarantee that whoever framed him would get him, a guarantees that we would. Sudden realization came through Sharon and so the rest. Half-hour later, abandoned warehouse. To say that Steve and Sam couldn't get into even bigger mess was irrelevant. After power was cut from half of Berlin, fake interrogator used old Soviet book to manipulate Bucky to get information and get everyone attention on him. Steve followed Bucky and they with him and Sam in abandoned warehouse. Hey Cap, Sam called, while Steve was on the lookout. He's awake. Rogers rushed to see Bucky slowly getting up. Steve. Bucky grunted. As Steve sighed. Which Bucky am I talking to? Steve asked seriously. Your mother's name is Sarah. Bucky replied. You used to wear newspapers in your shoes. He added with chuckle and Steve smiled. You can't read that in a museum. Steve stated, glancing at Sam. Just like that, we're supposed to be cool. Sam asked, not buying that. What did I do? Bucky asked, fearing the answer. A not new voice came in and every turn to the source of it. It was Naruto leaning on the wall. Good to see you, Bucky. You're just as I remember. Only with longer hair. Naruto, why are you here? Is everything okay in the base? Sam asked. I'm just a clone. Boss is still there, arguing with Vision. Clone replied. I knew this would happen. Everything Hydra put inside me is still there. All he had to do is say the goddamn words. Fuck. Bucky cursed and snarling. Who was he? Steve asked. I don't know. Bucky replied, while Sam was releasing his metal arm. People are dead. The bombing. The setup. The doctor did all that just to get 10 minutes with you. I need you to do better than, I don't know. Naruto said seriously, walking toward Bucky, who was barely holding on his feet. He wanted to know about Siberia. Where I was kept. He wanted to know exactly where. Bucky explained, stretching his arms. Why would he need to know that? Steve asked, confused. I've been there once. Never saw a reason to go back there. Cold as hell, Naruto said, shivering at the thought of going back there. Because I'm not the only winter soldier. Bucky said, making everyone go wide. Who were they? Sam inquired, fearing the thought of more winter soldier alike. The most elite death squad. More kills than anyone in the Hydra history. And that was before the serum. Bucky replied, remembering all the training session he had with them. They all turned out like you. Naruto quest, nursing his temples. Things were getting even worse. But nothing he couldn't handle. Worse, much worse. They speak 30 languages, can hide in plain sight, infiltrate, assassinate, destabilize. They can take a whole country down in one night. You'd never see them coming. Bucky explained. It won't happen on our watch. Naruto declared, nodding with his head. The doctor, can he control them? Steve asked and Bucky noted. He said he wanted to see an empire fall. That's not good. With these guys he can do it. Bucky agreed with sigh. This would be a lot easier if you could go with us. Sam said to Naruto. I might as well deal with myself. I'll inform the boss. There is still marker not too far away, Siberia. Naruto said, before poofing away. So what are we going to do? Hide in here, because it won't take them long before they'll find us. Sam said to Steve, who was pondering about leaving. Well, you're right about finding us by them, so there is only one choice. We have leave Berlin and head somewhere safer until Naruto find this doctor and stop those super soldiers. Steve decided and they all noted. They'll send hundreds of special task forces and there are only 3 of us. Not only that, but they took your equipment. How are we going to do this? Bucky asked, curious. I'll call Sharon. She can get us our equipment. Steve said, scratching his chin. But we need bigger team. I think that Clint can help. Thought I don't want to take him from his family. Wanda can get out from the base. He added and Sam got idea. I know a guy who can help too. I'll call him. Sam informed and Steve noted. But there might be a problem. I don't think they'll send task force after us and Bucky. You mean they'll send Tony, Natasha and Vision? Steve asked and Sam noted, biting his lips. T'Challa will most likely join them too, but we still have upper hand with that guy you know. Yeah, I'm glad that Banner isn't here or Thor. Otherwise, it would over. Sam shivered at thought of green monster and a guy wielding a big hammer that summoned lighting from sky. Let's get going, Steve said to Bucky and Sam. They nodded and followed him, as he walked away. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Naruto. Shinobi. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Marvel MCU. Let's get started. Chapter 35 Inches. Civil War, an important sacrifice. Task Force Base. Office. And I don't suppose you have any idea where they are. Thunderbolt Ross said as he walked into the office and stopped in front of Tony. We will. GSG-9's got the borders covered. Recon's flying 24/7. They'll get a hit. We'll handle it, Tony promised, but Ross shook his head. And what happens when the shooting starts? Let them kill Steve Rogers. Natasha inquired, crossing her arms. All due respect, you're not going to solve this with boys in bullet vest. You got to let us bring him in. Otherwise you'll lose more people. We can't afford that, now can we? Tony asked and Ross sighed. And how will that end any differently from the last time? Ross retorted and Tony bit his lips. Because this time I won't be wearing loafers and a silk suit. 72 hours, guaranteed. Tony promised and Ross looked down on him. Stark felt a little small compared to him. Like a prey in front big animal. 36 hours, Ross said finally and walked away. Barnes, Rogers, Wilson, he added before leaving. Thank you, sir. Tony thanked with sigh. My left arm is numb, is that normal? Stark asked Natasha, while nursing his arm. You all right? Natasha asked. Always, Tony replied, taking a deep breath. 36 hours, geez. We're seriously understaffed, Natasha said, shaking her head and biting her lips. Oh, yeah, it would be great if we have a Hulk, right about now. Can you call Bruce? Tony asked, looking at Natasha, who smiled. No, you really think he'd be on our side? Bruce said that he doesn't trust the government. Tony chuckled at that, but agreed with her. I have an idea. Me too. Where's yours? Tony asked with grin. Downstairs. How about you? She asked, but Tony simply stood up and walked away. Siberia. Snowstorm. Nothing couldn't be worse than looking. G for a secret Hydra base during the snowstorm. But that was his mission, so he couldn't back away. Nothing could be seen because of that storm. But there was a light, a flame-like flickering in the storm. It was Naruto, who was making his way to wherever this base was. He was in his Biju cloak and in sage mode at the same time. Did I had to pick up the worst time to go to Siberia? Naruto shouted, stopping to catch his breath. That's the reason I never marked this place. I hate cold places. Naruto whined, before taking a sigh. Why are you complaining? My cloak is warming you. Remember, Kurama said with bored expression. How long it will take, before you'll find that guy? Kurama asked, as Naruto was looking around. I don't know, he replied, checking any chakra signature nearby. I can barely find any chakra in here. Where should I go now? Naruto froze in his spot and Kurama raised his eyebrow. What? Why did you stop? Kurama asked. I forget to ask Bucky, where is that base exactly? Naruto's sweat dropped, while Kurama face-palmed himself. Are you going back? Kurama asked with yawn. No, I find that guy on my own. Beside, I've never failed my missions. Naruto said with grin, before reassuming his research. Germany, airport. Clint was waiting for Cap and the rest along with Wanda. Girl was a little nervous, but other than that she was fine. Barton wondered why it was taking this long for Naruto to find that fake doctor. But he wasn't worried at all. Blonde always had the job done. Cap, Clint greeted as Steve walked out of his mini car. You know I wouldn't have called if I had any other choice. Steve said, but Barton waved him off. Hey man, you're doing me a favor. Clint said with smile. Besides, I'm on your team. Thanks for having my back. Steve noted and looked at Wanda. It was time to get off my ass. She said with chuckle. About our other recruit? Steve inquired, before Clint scratched his head and turned around to open the truck doors. He's ready to go. I have to put a little coffee in him, but... He paused for a second, to see Scott Lang still sleeping. He sighed, before shaking the truck, waking Lang up. He grunted and slowly got up. He should be good. What time zone is this? Scott Lang asked, once he got out of the truck. He then looked around and saw Captain America in front of him. Mr. Lang. Steve greeted with nod. Scott grabbed Steve's hand and started shaking it. It's an honor, Scott said with grin, before realizing that he was still shaking hands with Rogers. I'm shaking your hand too long. Wow, this is awesome. Captain America, I know you too, you're great. He added, pointing at Wanda, whose sweat dropped. Geez, look, I wanted to say, I know you know a lot of super people, so, thanks for thinking of me. Hey, man, he waved to Sam, who chuckled. What's up, Tic Tac? Sam greeted with smile. Good to see you. Look, what happened last time was a. Before he could finish, Sam cut him off. It was a great audition, but it'll never happen again. Sam promised, and Scott nodded in understanding. Did he tell you what we're up against? Steve inquired. Something about some psycho assassins. So why or did you call me here? Don't get me wrong, it's great to be here and all. But should Naruto be done with them already? Given what he can do. At that, Steve and Wanda raised their eyebrows. You sound like you know him. Wanda started, as Scott turned toward to her. Well, yeah, he helped me and Mr. Pym on our small mission. He taught me a few fighting moves too. Scott explained shortly. He didn't get any word from Naruto for about 24 hours. We know he's not dead, but whatever is going on there, he need us. Steve said, and Lang noted. Also, there is a fact that Bucky never mentioned to him where the base is exactly. At that, everyone sweat dropped. Anyway, we're outside the law on this one. So, if you come with us, you're a wanted man. We should get moving, Bucky reminded, hoping that they still have time and that nothing happened to Naruto. I got a chopper lining up, Clint informed everyone. Then suddenly they heard a voice coming from the speakers. Person was saying something in German. They're evacuating the airport, Bucky explained. Stark, Steve questioned, shaking his head. Stark, Scott asked in shock. Suit up, Rogers ordered. Airport. Steve moved into the airport alone and looked around. Seeing that everything was clean, he dashed toward the chopper. Suddenly something hit the chopper and the engine fried completely. Steve looked up to see Iron Man and War Machine flying toward him. They landed in front of the chopper, blocking Steve's way to it. Wow, it's so weird how you run into people at the airport. Don't you just feel weird? Tony said as his helmet slid to the inside of his armor. Definitely weird, Rhodes agreed. Hear me out, Tony. Steve said. That doctor, the psychiatrist, he's behind all of this. Suddenly Black Panther jumped out of nowhere. He landed on Steve's right side. Captain, T'Challa greeted. Your Highness. Steve greeted back with small bow. Anyway, Ross gave me 36 hours to bring you in. Tony explained with shrug. That was 24 hours ago. Can you help a brother out? You're after the wrong guy. Steve protested, which caused Tony to snort. Your judgment is askew. Your war buddy killed innocent people yesterday. Tony reminded, a bit angry. And there are 5 more super soldiers just like him. Steve stated. I can't let the doctor find them first, Tony. I can't. Tony gritted his teeth at this. Steve. Voice sounded behind Steve. It was Natasha. You know what's about to happen. Do you really want to punch your way out of this one? All right, I've run out of patience. Tony said, taking deep breath. Under ooze, he called, and suddenly Steve's shield was pulled by a white web-like line. Then his hands were stick together by the same substance. Then he saw a young man in red and blue bodysuit with mask and white eyes, landing with his shield. Nice job, Spidey, Tony commented with smile. Thanks. Well, I could have stuck the landing a little better, Spider-Man said, while glancing at his suit. It's just the new suit. Well, it's nothing, Mr. Stark. It's perfect, thank you. Yeah, we don't really need to start a conversation, Tony stated, giving Peter the look. You've been busy, Steve commented with light chuckle. He could see through that mask that the boy was so excited to see him and other Avengers. It somehow made him happy and sad at the same time. And you've been a complete idiot. Dragging in Clint from his family. Rescuing Wanda from a safe place. Naruto is God nowhere. We become a family, Steve. We made bonds, despite our differences. I don't want to see the Avengers tear apart. But you war buddy will do tear us if you won't give him up. Tony said in sad tone, feeling rage building inside of him. You did that when you signed. Steve said in serious tone, causing Tony to grit his teeth. Alright, I'm done. You're gonna turn Barnes over and you're gonna come with us. Now, Tony shouted at Steve with his Sharingan active. Because it's us. We're squatted JSOC, guys, with no compunction about being impolite. Opening square bracket ... We found it. The Quinjets in Hangar 5, North Runway. Steve noted and glanced at his shield. Alright, Lang, he said and took a deep breath. This will be difficult fight. Siberia, secret Hydra base. With Naruto. Naruto drop on his knees in front of entrance to Hydra base. It took him straight 24 hours to find this place. He was regretting of not asking Bucky about this location. He will never do that kind of mission ever again. Naruto asked cold ground. Blonde slowly stood up and looked at the entrance. It was already open. It seemed like Doctor was here for some time now. He entered and found himself in elevator. He pushed the button and the elevator went down slowly. Naruto was surprised not to sense the Doctor or super soldiers anywhere. Almost as if they weren't here at all. Or maybe he was just tired. Eventually elevator came down and Naruto started looking around. He finally came to a big hall with 5 tubes and bodies in them. Blonde. Turn the light on to better see in dark room. And he spot that tubes were broken and that super soldiers were shot in the head. Then he saw Doctor behind a glass of giant metal wall. Opening square bracket ... If it's any comfort, they died in their sleep. Did you really think I wanted more people like Captain, Bucky or even you? What's the meaning of this? Who are you? Naruto demanded angry, as he shoot Chidori's spear toward the Doctor. He only pierced the wall a little, which surprised him. Opening square bracket ... Please, Shinobi. The Soviets built this chamber to withstand the launch blast of a few A-100 rockets. My name is Zemo. I'm betting I can beat that. Naruto snorted. Opening square bracket ... Oh, I'm sure you could. But then you'll never know why you came. You killed innocent people in Vienna just to bring me here. Naruto asked, walking toward Zemo. Opening square bracket ... I thought about nothing else for over a year. I studied you. I followed you. But now that you are standing here, I just realized that there is a barely visible scar on your face. How nice to find a flaw. You're Sokovian. Is that what this is about? Naruto asked, staring at Zemo dead eyes. He was still wondering why he couldn't sense any chakra coming from him. Opening square bracket ... Sokovia was a failed state long before you blew it to hell. No, I'm here because I made a promise. You've lost someone, Uzumaki stated with sigh. Revenge was always like that. Opening square bracket ... I've lost everyone, and so will you. An empire toppled by its enemies can rise again. But one which crumples from within, that's dead forever. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. I didn't mean any of this. I know Stark made a mistake, but he's just human like everyone else. I'm sorry that you won't see your revenge, but I have helped an old friend. With that he activated his Kamui and was about past the wall. Opening square bracket ... Don't try to touch me. If you do, you'll regret this. Ho, and why is that? Naruto inquired in surprise. Opening square bracket ... My trusted friends from Hydra planted a bomb in the airport. It's as powerful as atomic bomb or maybe even more. If you touch me now all activated and million of people along with your Avengers will die. Your friends and person you love so much. Wanda was her name, right? What, if you think that I'm letting you? Naruto show. Ted trying to pass the wall only to see that Zemo was holding his finger on the trigger. Damn you. If you try something I'll kill you. Suddenly something hit his neck. Naruto gasped in surprise and shock. He didn't expect that anyone could attack him like that. Blonde took the dart out of his neck and looked at it. Naruto was slowly getting dizzy. Opening square bracket ... Pretty nice, isn't it? Hydra's been working on this since founding the shield. They found every possible poison to create this single poison that can kill anything. Even you can't heal yourself with that techniques. It's time for you to die. Kurama, is he right? Naruto asked mentally, sweating already. Will I really die? He asked in small fear. He didn't want to leave Wanda or his team in that state. I can't heal you. Whatever this poison is, it's nothing like we seen before. It's slowly affect me too. Naruto, I'm so sorry. Kurama replied and apologized in defeated tone. It doesn't matter. Steve and the rest will find you. Naruto said with dry chuckle. They'll find you and I won't allow you to leave. Opening square bracket ... Ah, but I don't have to leave yet. I have two options now. Option NR.1. I can't wait for you to die. And eventually turn your friends against each other. Option NR.2. I can set and activate the bomb on the airport, thus killing your friends and millions of people. Do you think I'll let them die? I'm still holding myself, so I can still teleport there and stop the bomb. Naruto reminded with snarl. Opening square bracket ... But there is a twist. If you or anyone from your friends tries to defuse the bomb or even touch it, the bomb will explode right away. If that happens, 5 more bombs like this will explode elsewhere on the world, killing millions and causing global chaos. You're bluffing, Naruto said, gritting his teeth. Opening square bracket ... Do I look like a guy who's bluffing? Naruto stared at Zemo for a 2-second before grunting. Opening square bracket ... You have 11 minutes and 45 seconds. Tick, tack, tick, tack. In the flash, Naruto vanished from the site. Zemo pick up his phone and pick up number. After a second, a voice came from his phone. End of Ost. Opening square bracket ... Yes, I've poisoned the shinobi. He'll not last too long. Zemo said monotone. Opening square bracket ... Good. Now let's see if the rest will perish too. Hi Hydra. Hail Hydra. Zemo repeated, before hanging up. Airport. As Team Cap was dashing toward the hangar, they re-stopped by a laser beam from Vision Head. He marked the line for Steve and the rest. Captain Rogers, I know you believe what you're doing is right. But, for the collective good, you must surrender now. Vision said in calm tone as the rest of Team Stark came. What do we do, Cap? Sam asked. We fight. Slowly they were making their way toward Team Stark, who also moved. They're not stopping, Spider-Man commented, preparing for the chaos they will unleash. Iron Man and War Machine went to air and so Falcon, Spider-Man, Black Panther and Black Widow dashed at Ant-Man, Bucky and Hawkeye. Vision went after Wanda. Everything was in total chaos. Everyone was fighting with everyone on the battlefield. Steve and Bucky hide together from the sight of anyone. We got to go, Steve said, panting. That guy's probably in Siberia by now. Bucky added with sigh. I'm gonna draw all the flyers. I'll take Vision. You get to the jet, Steve commanded, but Bucky shook his head. Opening square bracket ... As much as I hate to admit it, if we're gonna win this one, some of us might have to lose it. Opening square bracket ... This isn't the real fight, Steve. Okay Sam, what's the plan? Steve asked. Opening square bracket ... We need a diversion, something big. Opening square bracket ... I got something kind of big. But I can't hold it very long. On my signal, run like hell. And if I tear myself in half, don't come back for me. You're sure about this, Scott? Steve asked in concern. Opening square bracket ... I do it all the time. I mean once, in a lab. And I passed out. They waited a bit until they saw War Machine grabbed by giant Ant-Man who appeared out of nowhere. Holy shit, Spider-Man shouted from somewhere. I guess that's the signal, Steve said with smirk. Suddenly he heard a sound behind him, so he turned around to see Naruto on the ground panting. Naruto, what happened to you? Are you okay? The bomb is somewhere on the airport. Naruto panted as Steve was helping him get up. Stop fighting. Everyone stop fighting. Naruto shouted so loudly that caused everyone to stop. Wanda was the first to see that Naruto was sick, so she rushed to him first. Everyone else decided to put everything aside and go to Naruto. Scott returned to his normal size and T'Challa wasn't trying to kill Bucky. Iron Man landed beside Naruto and his helmet slid down. Naruto, what happened to you? Wanda asked in concern. She sensed that his chakra was getting smaller and his whole look was worsening by seconds. My God, you really look terrible. I've never seen you like this before, Tony said in horror. What happened to you? How can we help you? There is Nothing you can do. Not even Kurama can heal me. Naruto replied in grim tone, causing everyone to gasp. I won't last long. Whatever was in that poison. It cannot be cured by any means. I'm sorry, but there is no time for that. Zemo and his goons put an atomic bomb somewhere, in the airport. What? There is an atomic bomb? Spider-Man yelled fearfully. Man, I didn't sign up on this, Mr. Stark. Don't worry, I'll find it and defuse it, Tony assured, but Naruto shook his head. No, if you try that, you'll trigger 5 more bombs around the world. Naruto warned and everyone tensed. What are we going to do? Scott yelled in panic. Well, we gotta find the bomb first. It's more important than anything. We have now only 7 minutes. Everyone agreed and Tony put his helmet on. Friday, Tony called. Opening square bracket ... Found it. It's on south part of the airport. It's quite big. Everyone follow me, Tony commented and everyone went after him. Wanda and Vision helped Naruto and transported him. Once everyone got there, they all saw a big black container with hidden Hydra symbol on it. Iron Man opened it with his laser beam, revealing a large bomb in it. Tony gasped at the size of that thing. I've never seen something like this before. I'm not sure where I can even begin, Tony said seriously, causing everyone to gulp. Then what are we going to do? Wanda asked, fearing for everyone's lives, including Naruto and someone else. Maybe I can use one my discs on the bomb and make it small. Ant-Man offered but Naruto shook his head. Naruto asked 3 nostalgia. If we try to do anything to the bomb, it'll explode. We can't risk that, Naruto protested and wave of ideas came throat of all Avengers. Everyone was talking about how to get rid of the bomb. Naruto was barely listening to them at this point. He felt his life force fading away. He looked at his team, as blood started to leak from his mouth and eye. Then he glanced at his lover, Wanda. He could still feel her fear and panic. Then he felt something else in her. He looked down on the area around her stomach. Naruto felt something pulsing there, but it wasn't anything bad. For a second he wondered what it was, until small gasp escaped his mouth. Tears formed in his eyes as he looked at Wanda. He gritted his teeth, before standing up on his own. What? No. Naruto, stop. Don't waste energy, please. Wanda begged, as her boyfriend looked at her with small smile. Can't do. I have to save not only them, but you too as well. Wanda gasped in surprise to Naruto's words. Everyone looked at them in surprise. Tony looked at the timer and saw that they have only 6 more minutes. You know, Wanda asked, as tears formed in her eyes as well. Naruto nodded slowly. I'm sorry I haven't told you earlier. But right now is not the time. We need to stop the bomb. It cannot be stopped, but there is a solution. Quote. Naruto looked at the bomb and quickly formed a plan. He couldn't use Kamui on something that big, but there was another way. Naruto looked up at the sky and then at Spider-Man. Peter, come here. Spider-Man quickly reacted and jumped to Naruto. I need Gyuki chakra. Kurama is already using his own to keep me alive. Peter noted and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. A thick red chakra came from his hand to Naruto, who took deep breath while closing his eyes. He then opened them, revealing his M's. Then Peter took his hand and a white fire formed around Naruto's body. Then it formed a giant warrior. Susanoo. Naruto called and Susanoo pierced the ground around the container with his hands and ripped it. He rose it above his head and flapped his wings and hover above the ground. Naruto, don't do this. Please don't leave us, Wanda cried. Naruto looked down and bit his lips. Stop, Naruto. Don't do it, Steve shouted, as a single tear came from his. Susanoo flipped his wings even more and flied toward the sky. He was on his way as he felt someone coming. Naruto tilted his head to see that Tony was flying toward him. With sigh, his Susanoo kicked Tony away once he got close enough. Then he heard Kurama's voice in his head. I quest this is the end, huh? Well, it's a shitty one then. Naruto noted at that. Well, I'm staying with you till the end. But tell me something. Why did you ask for Gyuki chakra? Mine was more than enough to get out of the orbit. Well, because I'll need, once you'll leave my body. Before Kurama could reply, Naruto released the seal on his stomach that hold Kurama. Nine-tailed fox felt his body being dragged out of the seal. He tried to stay, but soon his body appeared out of his body. He was falling down with a last roar toward the blonde. Naruto! Kurama roared, as he vanished in the clouds. Naruto felt right away the massive drain his chakra, but the one from Gyuki was still holding him up. He just got out the Atmos. Fear and felt the lack of air in his lungs, but he kept pushing forward. He pushed his entire strength with his last mighty battle roar. Uwaj! Naruto roared, throwing the container with the bomb toward empty space. End of Ost. As soon as he was done, Naruto felt that death was getting closer and closer to him by a second. His Susanoo faded away, leaving him unprotected in the vast of space. He slowly closed his eyes. Then he saw that the container glowed for a second, before exploding. The blast was getting quickly toward him. His eyes shoot open as a pulse of energy went thought them. His M's start to spin, before changing form to something else. But before they formed, the explosion hit and everything went black. Back on Earth, Airport Naruto Ost, Ikoheno. Everyone stared at the sky and waited for some sign. Tony quickly returned and Kurama was along with them. The dark clouds formed around the airport, blocking the sky from being seen. Then Tony got signal from one of his satellite and gasped. Everyone was staring at him for an answer. Tony turned around toward as the rain started to pour on them. The bomb exploded. Naruto. He paused at Wanda, whose heart sank deep down. She started crying loudly. The first to comfort her were Natasha and Hawkeye with vision. He's gone. Tears formed in his eyes and so in everyone else, including Kurama. Steve, Bucky, T'Challa, and Tony looked at each other and nodded to each other. I don't care about these accords, Tony said, shaking his head. We go to that doctor and take care of him. Even thought, I hate you Barnes. I'll put that aside and help you get that doctor. We'll deal with our problems later. T'Challa said and Bucky nodded in agreement. Because of him, we lost a part of our family. A person who helped us become who we are today. This time we'll not avenge just people who could die today. We'll avenge a greatest person, who ever walk on this planet. The one who sacrificed himself today. We'll avenge you Naruto. Steve declared and everyone noted. Take my chopper and the other one, run and find a safe place. Drop Peter in New York. Tony said and Hawkeye noted. Iron Man, Black Panther, Captain America and Bucky went to the Quinjet in Hangar 5. End of Ost. Purgatory. Realm between life and death. Drip. Where. Drip. Am. Drip. Single quote. Naruto woke up to find himself in a dark place with small light coming from his right. He tilted his head slightly to the right and blinked a couple of times. Then he saw a beautiful sky with cream-colored clouds. But what caught his attention were two people standing there. Man and a woman. His eyes shoot open as tears formed in his eyes. His parents were standing right there with smiles on their face. Without thinking twice, Naruto stood up and dashed toward them. They opened their arms for him. A second later, Naruto was in his parents' arms, crying his eyes out. Good job, son, Minato complimented, roughing his hand through Naruto's hair. You did really wonderful job. I couldn't be prouder, Kushina said, patting her son back. Ka-chan, Chu-chan, Naruto cried, hugging as hard as he could. Easy there son, Minato panted. Listen to your Chu-chan, Kushina added. Naruto let go of them and looked at them with grin. But then Naruto looked down, gritting his teeth. You miss your friends ANF loved ones, right? Yeah, a lot have happened and now they are alone. Naruto admitted, before Kushina grabbed her son's hand. Naru-chan, how about you tell us your story? We really would like to hear it. Kushina offered with gentle smile. Naruto nodded slowly. Let's sit then. Once they whole family sit down, Naruto took a deep breath and looked at his parents. Well, everything started a day after you died. He told them everything, every good and bad moments. How he made friends, formed the Avengers and found his love. And there, before I sacrificed myself to save them, I found out that Wanda was pregnant. And now that I'm dead, I won't know what's going to happen with them. He finished with broken voice. We're so sorry for putting you through this. Minato apologized, while Kushina hugged her son lovingly. So much pain and suffering. I can't imagine how that must have felt like. It's okay. I only regret that I left Wanda and my to-be-born child. Same with the Avengers, Naruto said, as Kushina broke the hug. Don't worry, you'll see them. Kushina promised, confusing her son. His parents got up and helped him get up. Wah, are we going somewhere? Naruto asked, raising his eyebrows. Yes, there are people you must meet. Minato replied, as he and Kushina turn away and start walking. Follow us. So he did. Naruto follow his parents, whenever they were taking him. Naruto Shippuden movie Ost God's Will. After a few minutes, Naruto saw a big doors open leading to a hall. His eyes winded in surprise of how beautiful this hall was. Blonde. Saw everyone angels like people dressed in robes. But what caught his attention were 4 people on thrones. The first one was a man in his 40s with gray hair and short beard. His face was mostly covered in darkness thought. He had pitch black eyes and some kind in symbol tattooed on his neck. He was wearing a long dark robe with white kanji for death on it. Second person was a woman in her late 20s with long white hairs and ocean blue eyes. She was wearing a long kimono with kanji for God Kami on it. Her features were barely visible to Naruto, because her face light up. Third person was a girl in her teens. Girl had a pale skin, blonde hair and red slitted eyes. She was wearing a black kimono with kanji for darkness on it. The last person was the oldest of the 4. He was a tall and pale-skinned man, who had deep wrinkles and a strong jawline in his elderly age. He had spiky, shoulder-length, pale red hair, with a chin-length, braided lock hanging in front of his left ear. He also sported a goatee. Elder had a pair of horn-like protrusio NS extending from either side of his forehead and a red circled symbol on it. He wore a white, full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatama around a high collar, beneath which, he wore an CK lace which was also made up of 6 black magatamas. The family spot at some point and both Kushina and Minato bowed the 4 people. Not really understanding what was going on, Naruto did the same. Senju Uchiha Uzumaki Sarutobi Naruto. A woman in white kimono called and Naruto looked at her. Come forward. Naruto took a few steps toward the thrones and looked up at the 4. My name is Kami. Naruto gasped as woman introduced herself with smile. My name is Shinigami. Man in his 40s introduce himself with snort. My name is Yami. Girl in her teens introduce herself with smirk. And my name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. But you may know me better as Rakudo Senin. The elder man introduce himself with chuckle at Naruto expression. I'm honored to meet you all, but why am I here? Naruto asked, raising his hand. You done many great things in your life, Naruto-kun. Kami said, looking down at Naruto. I have to agree with Kami-sama. Naruto, you done a great job protecting Earth from danger. Hagoromo said with smile. Thought, you died in doing so. Shinigami said with dark chuckle. Normally I wouldn't done something like this. But I'll help my sisters and Otsutsuki in your resurrection. Naruto jaw dropped at that. Shinigami Oni-san is right. Despite that we would never do something like this. You're different and that's it. So can we get this thing done? Yami asked in bored tone. That was never done before Naruto. You should be honored. Kushina whispered to herself with smile. Today, we'll reassure CT you and give you all my powers. Hagoromo said to Naruto, who looked at him in disbelief. Thought you've already awakened the Rinnegan. Naruto gasped at that and a mirror appeared in front of him. His eyes changed to a ripple pattern and purple color. Earth still needs you, especially that Thanos is coming for the Infinity Stones. Who's that? Naruto asked, as his eyes returned to their usual blue color. He was one of the 3 who attacked us that day. Minato explained, shocking Naruto. He's a powerful tyrant, who won't stop until he'll get all stones. We're lucky that our friend took the stone and hide it somewhere. You have to stop him, before Thanos will gain powers of the gods. Kami said seriously. We secured your body from explosion. We also cured it from the virus. But you'll be sent elsewhere than Earth thought. We can interact with the land of living on Earth. We'll send you to galaxy far away, where you'll recover your whole strength. The power you'll be given is something that human cannot control so easily. Shinigami explained, pointing his finger at Naruto. Let us begin. Hagoromo started, clapping his hand together. 6 true seeking balls formed behind him and flied to Naruto and stopped behind his back in circular position. Yami and Shinigami raised their left hands, while Kami and Hagoromo their right. Naruto eyes winded at the sight of a hands on his right and left. Gods and Hagoromo pushed their hand closing them around Naruto body. Soon there was a light coming from closed hands. After that hands open up revealing Naruto in new outfit. He wore a white and black cloak with Magatama's necklace. From headband growed horns similar to the ones that Hagoromo had. In his right hand, Naruto had a black staff with broken ring. His eyes changed to Rinnegan with 6 tomos in each eye. Minato and Kushina look at him proud eyes. Naruto basically become a god. He'll bring peace to the world, they were sure of that. End of Ost. Naruto looked at himself and felt power surging through his whole body. He never felt something like this before. Blonde felt like he could do anything now. It almost scared him. Now, Kami started, getting Naruto attention. You may have god-like powers now, but your body is still in the bad shape. Your actual body that is. Once you'll wake up, you have get used to the power within you as soon as possible. If Thanos gets the Infinity Stones, this might over for everybody. Kami warned and Naruto nodded in understanding. Kami came from her throne to Naruto and his parents' level. Kushina and Minato rushed to Naruto who turned around them with tears in his eyes. Everything is going to be okay. Naruto, you still have job to do. We'll see each other later, that's a promise. Kushina assured with smile and tears in her eyes. Don't worry son, you can do it, you're an Avenger, remember. Minato said with wink, causing Naruto to chuckle. Naruto nodded and gave his parents one last hug, before turning toward Kami. Are you ready? She asked slowly. Naruto nodded and with her 2 fingers, she poked his foe. Rehead and Naruto was consumed by darkness. Real world, unknown location. With Naruto. Naruto suddenly woke up, taking a deep breath. He looked around with his Rinnegan eyes, before they returned to normal blue. Blonde could barely get up and move freely. He was wearing of what looked like a breathing mask and some hospital robes. He took the mask off and started to look around. It appeared to be a tiny medical bay of some sort. But it was a bit futuristic. He wasn't surprised. After all, he wasn't on Earth anymore. Then suddenly he felt something getting on his bed. He saw a small wooden creature with the cutest face ever. The wooden creature smiled at him and walked toward him. Well, aren't you a cute fella? What's your name, little guy? Naruto asked with smile. The creature looked up to and gasped. Ed as if he saw something amazing about him. Groot. Groot yelled excited, causing Naruto to laugh. The end. End credit scene. Blonde redhead. For the damaged Kota Airport, Russia. The Avengers were unlucky to find Zemo in secret Hydra base. He was already on his way back to the base. He heard his phone beeping so he picked it up. Hello. He asked who it was. Opening square bracket ... Are you going back to the base? Yes, sir. I'm waiting for the plane. Zemo replied quickly. Opening square bracket ... Don't bother. You're not needed anymore. The Avengers are scattered. Well, take care of the rest. Suddenly Zemo felt pain his head. Until his eyes shoot open and his body hit the floor. Some woman screamed and called for help. Zemo was dead. Elsewhere, a black man in late 60s with black eye patch finished his phone call. He also finished his cough. Before standing up and leaving a money on the table, he started to walk away, before stopping next to the trash bin. He ripped his eye patch off, revealing damaged eye, and small cables coming out his eye socket. His hand, he broke a small device inside of the eye patch. Then he threw the eye patch to bin and said quickly, Hail Hydra. Then man start walking and he vanished in the crowd. Thank you for following this story and supporting it. Thank you for everything and I hope you like the ending of this story. Asterisk.